Okay, rulers, settle down. Ruler School is brought to you by Odyssey Games, where you can go to get pre-orders of all the upcoming Force of Will sets, as well as releases of previous sets after they come out. TCGPrime.com with over 100,000 Force of Will singles, as well as out-of-print boxes from the past, and TCG accessories, as well as fowlibrary.com, a wonderful resource for deck lists, article discussions, and more. Check them out at fowlibrary.com, as well as these amazing patrons. Special Hey there, rulers! Welcome to weekend number 2 of back-to-back GP weekends. I am your humble host, DMO73, Jeremy Franklin, and I'm joined through the magic of technology. We figured out how to make him come here so that he can commentate with me, Ryan Miles.
Yo, what's going on, everyone?
We're good to have you here, buddy. Appreciate you being willing to come and join us. For those of you who are in the chat who can, if there's anything we need to change volume-wise, if I need to make Ryan quieter, me louder, or vice versa, just let us know. Really appreciate that. If you aren't already a member of the channel, you can go ahead and click that little join button to be able to access the channel today, or the chat today, so that you can talk with us, as well as all those cool emotes. But even if you don't, welcome. It's going to be a fun day. We got a lot of cool stuff. It looks like we have 42 players today. Last weekend was 61, so this is a spread of, there's some things that we were expecting to drive numbers down, being the loss of like international players, and then we were also expecting some things to go up, being that people have had more time to test the new stuff, had more time to get the new cards, and then, maybe people don't want to play into quite an unknown meta. So now they're saying, okay, cool, we know a little bit more about what the meta is going to shape up to be. I'm willing to commit to a GP at this point. So, yeah. Ryan, are you excited?
Yeah, I'm currently reading through the first deck list that we're going to have on stream that I'm very excited for. As you guys may or may not know, I have not been playing a whole lot of Force Will, but I watched the stream last weekend and saw some really cool decks there. But one of the decks we did not see was one of the ones we're putting on stream round 1, and I have to know what these cards do before we get into that.
That's true. So. You do need to know. We are going to be playing Shiva versus a Violet, which is going to be neither of those decks we saw last weekend, so it's going to be very interesting to see how those do together. It's been kind of pretty well discussed in the community that Violet probably has a pretty good order matchup, but now the question is Shiva also gets Rigveda, and Shiva can also just burst out a bunch of damage. So then and the presence of Eternal can sometimes be a hindrance for Violet unless they go over Baja. So it's going to be an interesting piece, and it will always be interesting, of course, to see if we're going to see our good friend, the Awakening of Gruus Ballesta, come in here for the Shiva list to just turn things sideways. Looks like we have, according to the ruler count, we have 42 players today. 42 or 41, so pretty good overall. Not too bad. Playing for just promos and cash today. Which I think is fine on this little kind of exhibition style year. And we'll go, so the ruler breakdown is quite interesting. They're going into player meeting right now, I believe. So we're waiting to see, double check. Yeah, they're getting ready for player meeting right now. So I'll go ahead and talk about the breakdown today. So 1 Gruus Ballesta Mood start. 1 Wolfgang, although we don't know if that's Wolfgang 1 or 2. 3 Carlina Asmodeus. 1 0 Mylist, going real aggressive today, which I don't hate. 4 Feasting Moonstart. 1 Odin. 3 Dante. 3 Shiva. 3 Dante Carlina. 3 Kaguya. A single copy of Welser. 5 Nyarlathoteps, 2 Alices, 5 Carlina Astemas, and 6 Violet.
Can we just talk about real quick? I think you said that the 3 most played rulers there were 6 Violet, 5 Nyarl, and then 5 Carlina Astema.
Yeah.
Those are all just the red decks that are playable in the format.
This is the most
welcome to America.
Yeah, this is the most American top cut I've ever seen, or American top things I've ever seen. Just very red, very go fast. I mean, we have someone playing 0 my list. I don't need to worry about. I don't need to worry. Like, people have a lot of spot removal, but not a lot of board removal. I'm gonna just slam on my list and go. Like,
Yep.
oh, that's a thing. I suppose that's a thing that you can do. We've seen that strategy tried before. So very interesting to try it out. Looking to see. I don't think Violet's necessarily evolved too much as a deck. It's it just continues to do its own Violet things.
I mean, the win condition is still the same. You have some like extra things kind of going on around it. I think Kyron's most recent list was a little bit more white heavy because you were able to play the Amadeus Stone to kind of punish tag rulers and then try and get 5 color mana out of that. But then you have to default to being base white, so you played some more of the white stuff. But overall, your win condition is still the same. It's just the interaction that you think is changing a little bit.
Yeah, and then the other thing is about like with the fact that some of the things that we saw in good old 49 card Violet aren't playable anymore, right? In the terms of like you don't have the ability to kind of continually recur your Bahamut, and that was a big thing that actually Chiron used to kind of bring Violet back to the forefront. Was like, I'm just never gonna, like, if we're gonna play the grind game, fine, I'm just never gonna run out of resources. And that's something that Violet has lost. So it'll be interesting to see how that kind of plays out. And we did see that last week. There were 3 Violets, and unfortunately none of them topped.
Now there's twice as many. So
now there's twice as many. Setting the Stage of Providence. That's Brandon. That's an interesting card. To be able to protect, potentially protect the Atomic Bahamut without having like a secondary way to protect the Atomic Bahamut. Potentially, pretty sure. It's not necessarily as protective as Atomic Turbulence because your opponent still has the way to like then kill it afterwards, but it is certainly a card that can get played. Does Inside Man Jeremy know when invites are coming back? I don't know what's going on. I'm leaving that up to the TOs. We got confirmation from the TO from Carta Magica right as the event started that their event did not have invites. We haven't heard anything regarding the invites from Games and Geek. It's just been, here's what the pricing is up to this point. So we'll have to just kind of wait and see what comes out of it.
Yep.
Okay.
Alrighty. So I guess we are playing Shiva round 1. So do you want to talk a little bit about what Shiva kind of does for the folks at home, and definitely not for me?
Sure. So there's a few things. Shiva's kind of the go wide deck, but it has some things that go wide decks haven't had in a while. Meaning, it has the ability to really kind of burst out boards out of nowhere, particularly because of Chimimi Divine Power. While also it's probably very heavy in the form of the keywords Eternal and Pierce, more so than we've seen from any kind of deck in a bit. In terms of that much, just generically able to give your stuff Eternal, generically able to give your stuff Pierce. And it also has Rigveda, which Brandon Bremont's in the chat right now, probably telling me that it's the most broken card ever. I think it's good in Chimimi or in Shiva. I think it's pretty decent in Carlina, which I have gone on record last week saying I did not give Rigveda in Carlina as much credit as I thought. However, it is not the be all end all in Carlina by a stretch. It's just an improvement on number 13. Which Carlina was already only playing like 2 copies of that anyway. So like, it's good, don't get me wrong. But
giving Carlina that access to stop automatic abilities that it didn't have before really kind of put that deck up into the top for me. I think we saw like even the finals was Carlina Stemma versus Carlina Dante.
Yep. So it certainly is a tool for sure. Shiva plays 1 mana cancel spells and 36 bad cards. So like, I'll give credence to what I've seen from people playing Chimimi. They've been getting very tricky with Chimimi's burn, doing some very silly things because Chimimi's text doesn't say target resonator your opponent controls for the burn. So like you have to like if you don't have your own, if your opponent doesn't have anything, you have to burn your own stuff. But if your own stuff has Eternal, you can like pierce through your own stuff to send the damage back to your opponent. So I've seen some people do some very silly things with like giving yourself Eternal and then like targeting the tiniest thing on your board
and just like sending a billion damage to it and just burning your burn out.
Yeah, which is neat, which is very neat. So it's a very much more creative deck than I gave it credit for, and it is of course playing most of them are playing probably 1 to 2 copies of Awakening of Cruz Ballesta to like, I have an opening, I'm going to go for infinite attacks. So we'll have to see.
Just a 1 mana attempt to win the game is a pretty good, tech just to have in your deck. And especially when
Yeah.
you have like
Yeah.
Sage Stone and the Magic Stone of Knowledge, like it's never really going to be a card that you can't cast off of mana. It's just a matter of how many stones are you playing and can you hit the 3 to make it a 1 mana card.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's certainly a card that like I don't think you build around for Chimimi to be successful. I think if you try to commit too hard to that deck, then you're just like, eh. But at the same time,
well with the other cards that are already in the deck.
It is a nice little, well, I'll throw in 2 cards, and sometimes this will pay off, right? But there's like, you're only playing 2 copies of it, so you're not like, well, if I don't see it, I lose. It's not a combo deck by nature for that perspective. So it'll be interesting to see how that goes. A big card that I have seen, I saw it a lot of sideboards last week, and so I'll be interested to see how many remain in sideboards or see themselves maybe shifted to the main board, is Calamity Shield. Magic, good old Magic Cylinder. Just like having access to
6 Violets and 5 Nyarls, I feel like that card's going to be really good today.
Yeah, I do.
You wouldn't have expected it last weekend, right?
Yeah, I don't think I would have expected that card to be nearly as good last weekend. But yes, 5 Nyarlies and 6 Violets. Yeah, for sure. This card, if you're boarding it in, you made the right choice. So we'll have to see how that goes. I do think that there's a lot of opportunity, I think, in this spread, because obviously it's going to be a pretty diverse top 8 just because of the spread of rulers we have and the number of different, like the low count for any one specific ruler, right? So like no one ruler is going to take more than 75% of the top 8. That's just impossible because the biggest thing we have is Violet at 6. So it is going to be a spread there. It'll be interesting to see if aggressive decks this weekend do better than they did last weekend, because last weekend was not the weekend for aggro. Last weekend was the mid-range combo control decks. That was their weekend. So it'll be interesting to see if there's been a shift and people have adapted to see if maybe aggro can get a few more spots.
Yeah, I'm honestly kind of interested to see, like, is the mindset for these players bringing all these aggressive decks, are they thinking, okay, the format was kind of mid-rangey, 1 card per turn decks, like, are you trying to get under it with aggro, or is this just the American special where these players have been playing Violet and Jarl for 4 weeks and they just didn't have anything else they wanted to bring?
That is true. That's the thing.
You never know here, right?
You never know with the U.S. player base, whether it's going to be we just like turning things sideways, or we're trying to go. We saw that before last season with the Violet with Tori winning the GP last season, of like there was this mid-range control deck with Feith Moonch, right? And then they decided to say, you know what, pedal to the metal, let's get in under it, and it was succcessul.
Yeah, so Violet with no Tiny Violet. That's just the absolute degen aggro deck. So
so we'll have to see exactly what comes out of this weekend. It's curious to me that we only have 1 Odin. I'm not surprised that we don't see any loose Lokis, because I still stand on the fact that Loki is complicated as heck to play and even more complicated to build. And so there's a little bit of like meta still too unknown to play. And same thing with.
Do we have any Loki today?
There's no Loki today, and there's also no.
I don't know what any of those cards do. So.
There's also no Deus Ex Machina. So
interesting. Yeah.
So no one was trying to go for extra turns today, which is fair. Although
more powerful when Guinevere's good, and I'm not sure that Guinevere is good into a Carlina field. So that kind of makes sense.
I would agree. The interesting thing about no ruler can take more than 75% just means no ruler can be 7 or 8 or better. Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, I think that was the point, right?
That was the whole idea.
Top.
Yeah, if all 6 Violet top, then we still get 2 other rulers, and the likelihood that all 6 Violet tops is low. So we'll have to see there. I've done some testing with our 1 Welser player, so it'll be interesting to see what that works out to be.
I love that deck.
That deck is very interesting. Feith Moonchart probably hasn't been updated much, as we talked about last week. The main updates for that deck have been Flashing Smile. That's been like the one new card that deck brings to the table.
That is a deck that I expect to see sideboarding Calamity Shield, like at least 2 of it. So that might. And Feith Moonch historically has had a love-hate relationship with Violet, where it's just a matter of like how prepared you are for it, and do you draw enough counter spells to beat Turbulence plus Baja kind of thing.
Yeah, for sure.
Obviously, Flashing Smile is not going to kill a Bahamut.
Definitely
So that
not.
like Bahamut's might be sticking around a lot more. I think Suya has been cut from the deck, so there's less like once Baja sticks, if you couldn't cancel it, then you're just if you're not dead somehow, you can't really remove the Baja as well as you could before rotation. So I'm interested to
Right.
see how that matchup kind of plays out now. But I think Calamity Shield is the big one that could be interesting.
Yeah, for sure. It'll be interesting to see in this environment how Dante and Alice perform as well. They're pretty well known as being the most like value generating rulers off of the order. So it'll be interesting to see how that goes. We're gonna go to a quick short break.
Hello.
We're gonna go to
Hello again. Hello again.
We're gonna go to a quick break so I can get these guys set up for round one. So give us just 1 second. We'll be right back, and we'll start with round one. And where is my short break button? There is my short break button.
I don't think it'll matter, but I'll still offer you cuts.
No, I usually do.
Gotta change the regions here.
I go about half. I'm not crazy.
Yeah.
I don't do like top 10, top 5.
Smart selection.
And I offer you the same option.
Same thing. Just about half works for me.
Okay, half.
Rotate.
I got to make sure I keep everything on
I got a
camera. That's
4.
the big thing.
Yep.
Oh shoot! I have dice over here. Hold on.
Okay.
Judge, he's off screen. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
No,
He's actually still on screen. That's funny.
no, please. This is my one chance.
I'm gonna reveal from outside the
I
game.
got total 5. So I
Rogue
guess that means I get
Saboteur.
first.
Okay. I reveal from outside the game. Rogue Saboteur.
I'm gonna reveal Mimi, Festival, and also Rogue.
Hey, surprise! I'm gonna have Violet, Atomic Automaton. Automation.
And just as I said in the earlier chat, I'm playing Shiva. So
Yep.
Okay, guys, you can still hear me, yes?
Yes, sir.
Okay, just getting your on-screen here all set up. Appreciate it. Again, you have your own independent time clock. You don't have to worry about their time at all.
Okay.
I have David on the right playing Violet. I gotta rotate you so that I have you facing the right way. Because right now,
Make sure that our faces are and screens are underneath the proper life totals.
Yeah, and also just make sure you're facing the right way. So I have you both there. I have that. Okay, again, I'm going to make you both very quiet so we can't hear you.
Roger.
We will be muted. So once I tell you time on round, you guys can go ahead and just get started. I'm going to make you guys quiet now. You guys, here we go. You shouldn't be able to hear me at all, which is
All
great.
right.
And then you're both super quiet. And at that point in time, you have 60 minutes on the rounds. Welcome. Well, let's see. Come on, Chrono. Work properly. You have 60 minutes
I'm gonna
on the rounds.
I'm gonna mull
Oh,
4.
it has your other person being the speaker. I gotta turn down that one. Whoop. There we go. So, 60 minutes on the round, gentlemen. You may begin. Okay, Ryan, we're ready to go.
Alrighty.
Shiva versus Violet. Should be interesting here.
Yeah, and we were talking about it earlier, Calamity Shield being one of the kind of cards that's super good about dealing with Violet, and
Yeah.
yeah, Shiva loves that card. So
Yeah, it's true. He actually has it in his main deck.
yeah,
So which is interesting.
definitely one of the combo pieces for Chamimi or Magellan, I'm imagining. So
Yeah, for sure. So first turn Greenstone, we do have Awakened Spectator and for both of them an Awakened Mimi Festival. Just see a pass. Redstone off of Violet here.
So is there anything that Chamimi or Shiva wants to order on turn 1, or are they kind of waiting?
I don't think so, unless they're playing Rudra, probably not.
Okay.
Which this version is not playing the Rudra, as far as we can tell. So yeah, probably nothing coming in here. Off the order, it's probably going to be more like, I imagine we probably see some like Priscia stuff potentially. Although looking at this list, he's not playing any.
Yeah, I think it is like the dinner time, and then trying to use dinner time to just play a bunch of resonators like that somehow. Yeah, well, you can play Melty off of dinner time, right?
Yes, you can.
Oh, you can?
Yeah.
Really?
Because it's you cannot play non-resonator spells.
Oh yeah, you
so
can
she's
play
still
it.
technically she's still technically a resonator spell.
Okay, so trying to dinner time into like a Melty train into like an ordered Chamimi, and then you're wide enough to get a bunch of stuff out of the side deck, and then that's your game plan.
Yeah.
Double green here. I mean, still only one mode on Rigveda if we end up casting that, but we're probably taking a pass here.
Yeah, I imagine that's
we have
probably
Melty
the case.
potentially.
We do have the heart-to-heart turned on for Violet, which is always a strong start, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Going
to generate a lot of value.
Ooh, Spirit of Magic.
Love this card.
we're talking about playing a bunch of spells. That's a card we have not seen in a long time.
Very interesting to see Spirit of Magic and Dinner Time in the same deck, but because, like you're saying, with the interaction between Spirit of Magic and between Dinner Time and Melfi, you could like Dinner Time, there's one Spirit of Magic trigger, Melfi, there's 2, Melfi again, there's 3, and then you're still just playing resonators off the back of that, going wide. Sure. That's kind of cool.
Yeah, I do like that idea, especially since it also pumps yourself up, right? Pumps stuff up, and again, this is another point of like you give your own things eternal, so like if you have to target your own thing, just like well, it's got eternal, like whatever,
completely fine. And then it's more damage to the thing you gave eternal. You can what's the one that redirects damage? I can't remember the name.
Calamity Shield.
It's Calamity Shield. Well, isn't there a resonator that when it takes damage? Oh, just Magellan when she gets bigger or something.
Yeah,
right?
She gets bigger whenever instead of taking damage, she gets 2 +1/+1 counters.
All right, so turn 2 with Energize. Didn't hit 6 Sage Stone, so no Judgment stuff going on here from Violet. But 3 mana into 1 mana is a lot of pressure that Violet can just kind of poop out of nowhere.
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely.
I mean, Turbulence Baja is probably lethal here if he's got it. Even if Rigveda hits the Turbulence, you're still putting the atoms in grave and just winning the game.
Speaking of Turbulence.
We
just have to discard for cost. So we got to see how many we're discarding here. Because that's Turbulence.
Yeah, it's Turbulence. I did hear him say Turbulence out loud, so
okay. Great. Yeah, you can hear him. You can hear him. I can't. So
yeah, I've got him turned down pretty low. So yeah, Turbulence, if he has the Baja, I don't think there's anything that Shiva can do here with just one will available. Because your best chance is Rigveda this. If the Baja's behind it, you just can't beat it.
Yeah.
I think he did discard 2 Everfrost though, so he might not actually have 5 atoms.
Yeah, if they're both Everfrosts, it would have to be 4 unique atoms discarded right here, and it looks like we're discarding 1, 2, 3. So
he still has Violet activation, so he can still put 1 more in grave.
That's true. So we are gonna see the 3 now. We got to see if there's a response. I mean, you have to Rigveda here. That feels like.
Yeah.
Or maybe we do Dinner Time but then you're locked out of Rigveda for this turn. So I think you're just letting it go. Oof, that's gonna be rough. 1,000 damage.
Yeah, if the Baja's here, there's nothing you could do anyway.
Yeah.
There's no Violet flip. She is tapped.
Yeah.
Use Sylvia's ability. He said.
Oh, there's there's Everfrost, which covers us.
Adam, you still have 3 mana.
Yeah, and we're locked out. Yeah. So is there a Baja? Which
There's gotta be, right? They always have
Yes.
it.
Okay, cool. So that'll be game 1.
Yep.
Unfortunately. Unless he's
We
like,
do have the
let's see,
Calamity
looking.
Shields in the deck, but we just hit green on 1/2. Nothing you can do about it.
Yeah, we
That
don't
might
have
be a
anything.
problem, actually.
We don't have anything in the main board that's not a spell, so that's just gonna be 4 grand.
Yeah, there's
That
nothing that could be done
Atomic
here.
Bahamut's just gonna turn things sideways and go for it. Yeah, hitting the green there was real rough. Like
Yeah.
the only out at that point in time would have been,
Double rig Veda.
yeah, would have had to be double rig, but
Yep.
unfortunately it doesn't seem like it was there. Which you and I were kind of talking pre this matchup of like there's a very real possibility that that's what happens, but also like
Mhm.
you're talking about a green kind of control-y kind of deck, and then can Violet just get under it? And that's a good example of Violet getting under it. Shiva's definitely taking the draw though, like 100%.
Yeah, I believe so. The Energize will help you play Calamity Shield earlier as well. If you are able to hit just one 6H stone, then you can Energize for Calamity Shield to keep yourself alive.
Yeah, for sure.
That's an option, yeah.
Sideboard, not much is probably changing out of the sideboard, coming in out of the sideboard. There's a couple of Wind of Asgard.
Does that beat Turbulence? It doesn't, right?
It doesn't beat. It stops the burn from Turbulence, but like at that point in time, Turbulence has done its job.
Not. Your life is only 4,000. It doesn't.
So that doesn't save you at that point.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
Yes, Shiva's sideboard, it's pretty clogged up with payoffs for Jamimi Divine Power. So you've got the Mimi Tribe Brave, Mimi Tribe Chef, Mimi Tribe Warrior. You've got the reveal cards, the Spectator, and the Arena expansion. So there's really not a lot of room for actual sideboard cards. So there are no more Calamity Shields coming in. And that's the only card I could really think of that might help out here. So things not looking great for Shiva, but going second, there's a bit more of an opportunity. I just think that Shamimi's game plan takes a little bit too long to turn online. It might be a bit too mana intensive. But like with dinner time, you can accelerate it if your hand's good. So there's like that potential. But Violet's just so consistent because you're just drawing a card every turn,
Yeah, for sure. I think going into the board here, like I said, there's probably not much that gets changed for Violet. Maybe, I mean, he's playing a couple copies of Void. That doesn't really do much. A couple copies of, I don't know. There's maybe a world where we're bringing in more Aegis, potentially. But I also think we're already playing 2 in the main, so like you're just trying to go fast. So like you're not really necessarily too concerned about the additions.
Yeah, I would not be surprised if neither player sideboarded here, to be honest.
Yeah, for sure. Same thing.
There's just nothing for Shiva to bring in, and then Violet's just like, yeah, I guess I'm just gonna kill you anyway. Maybe 4th Baja comes in or something. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe. Battle comes to an end. Call Baja. Unfortunate. That is one of the things about David's. I will say though that might come back to bite him later in the tournament. Is David is not playing any copies of Firestorm between main and side.
Oh,
so
interesting. I love that card.
If a battle comes to an end, resolves, and he calls Atomic Bahamut, the deck has suddenly slowed down insanely.
Does he have any Castle of Beatrice to do like Healing Robot, Castle of Beatrice stuff?
No, he doesn't have any Castle of Beatrice.
He's just saying battle comes to an end. See you next game.
Yeah, that's. I mean, he does have the sideboarded Violet Providence, Flame of Providence, and he does have the one Healing Robot. But without being able to like losing the Atomic Bahamuts with no way to recur them would be really, really bad.
So real quick here, we're actually burning our Energize to play Melfi turn 1.
Yeah, that's interesting.
So that's interesting. Usually you want to use Energize for like an order play, if I'm not mistaken. But
I would agree.
We're just tapping out to do something at sorcery speed here, and that might just get us lethal. There's no heart to heart, so it'd be pretty hard.
Yeah, for sure.
What is that card?
That is Shoot the Mimi, which is an interesting choice. So this is gonna get us aboard pretty quick. So Shoot the Mimi is gonna get us a Mimi into play. The end of the turn, it's gonna get banished.
Its revolution.
He does get his revolution, but not the enter effect of its revolution. And so the question is, does Cole know that? Is he going to trigger this enter effect? Because if he is, I have to stop him.
Yep. Yeah, he's trying to resolve the revolution.
Cole, are you trying to apply the enter effect of the revolution?
Yes.
You will not get that enter effect.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, because of the wording of Shoot the Mimi says that you apply its you cheat it into field, then apply its revolution effect. So at that point in time, Chamimi has missed the timing to trigger its enter effect.
Thank you for that.
Yep, just letting you know.
That does put a damper on this play.
Yeah, this does make this play almost unfortunately kind of just like screwed yourself over because now we're gonna have to banish that Mimi.
Oh yeah, we just threw 2 cards away for nothing. Blue Eye Energize. Oh god, oh no.
Yeah,
that's Jeremy.
What? It's real unfortunate. This is one of the cards that this is a good point to talk about. Like this was the card that when we looked at it, in the spoilers, he does get to give it flying and draw a card. So
I mean, he still gets to punch for 7, right? It does have swiftness from the shoot the Mimi.
It does. Yes, it will have swiftness. So it is gonna get to punch for a good amount of damage. It'll be
13, right?
Yeah, 13.
Yep. A Gradius here would be.
Why
would you? I don't even think you Gradius.
I think you take the 13, especially since it's
Gradius the Melfi or something.
Yeah, for sure. So this is Shoot the Mimi was one of the cards that when we first saw it, when we thought it did the enter effect.
Oh.
When we thought it did the enter effect, we were like, oh, this card's gonna have some swing, some oomph to it because of like instant speed triggering things like Jimmy and stuff. But then it was worded that it would miss the timing, so it's like, There's
like almost some consideration there where like it's a card you can play off of Lycion, so you could really play like a Prisia, Lycion, Melfi, go wide Chamimi deck, but then because that spell doesn't do anything, you actually have to order your Chamimi, so that kind of all falls apart, unfortunately.
Yeah, there's a world where you use it to like at your end of your opponent's turn cheat in a Megallanica, so then you can go into your turn and go for a lethal that way. Which is
isn't it not quick cast though?
It is quick cast. Shoot the Mimi's quick cast when you're playing as Shiva.
Oh, okay. I didn't see that. Underneath the Force Center. Right. Cool.
When you're playing as Shiva, the card has quick cast. So like there's some, it's like the old Dance of Shadows plays that we used to play, right?
Yeah. No, I get that.
And then you have something like Megallanica who's like, cool, recover, tap all my stones, burn the board, produce a bunch of will. She's suddenly bigger because she damages herself and doesn't get damaged, swing in, right? Like there is some play there for sure. Like that's really the only thing to do with Shoot the Mimi. When you realize that it does that. Ooh, Tiny Violet. So a slow start for David here.
Yeah, I was going to say while we were talking about this unfortunate sequence of events for Cole, when Violet discarded the Atom, when David discarded the Atom, it was actually just a healing robot. Didn't even discard an Atom for his turn. No Gradius, no Dark Prom, nothing like that. So took the 13 damage and then said, all right, here's a Tiny Violet completely tapped. Got the Mariabella out though. So
we do have heart-to-heart talk. Yep, and we do have, we know we have an Everfrost in hand, so we can start digging, right? But now we're at a position of like, okay, we got, if this stone is a 6H stone, nope, we're at double green. There's the rough spot.
Yeah.
But
I mean, even if he hit a 6H stone here, he still wouldn't have Calamity Shield up. And I would be surprised if there's not a lethal attack coming out of Violet next turn.
Yeah.
We've already got Baja Stone. We've got 2 Violet activations between Violet and Tiny Violet. There's going to be a lot of Atoms Engraved coming in, even without Turbulence, that
for sure
we might be in danger.
It's going to come down to Calamity Shield for sure, or double Rigveda. Right. If there's double Rigveda, then like you feel pretty good here, but also Calamity. Like
there's no Calamity Shield, right?
Melfi into
Melfi Calamity Shield, sure. Yeah.
Has to be specifically Melfi into Calamity Shield.
Yep.
Which is a play, right?
Because we have Violet and Tiny Violet, untap Violet, Tiny Violet, sack Atom Stone. That's 5 atoms. So we can very easily get to 5 atoms for a Baja, even without Turbulence here.
We already pitched there's the Everfrost. Drew off the Everfrost.
We won't hit 5 actually.
Okay. Unless we hit Turbulence.
Yeah. But honestly, I don't think that Violet's in any danger of dying here soon.
Yeah.
Even if some proactive stuff does come out of Cole, you still have Gradius, you still have Dark Prom, you have so many ways to just not die and then absolutely kill on the crackback once you find that Bahamut. So is this a judgment turn?
This could be.
If you don't have Baja?
If you don't have Baja, this could definitely be a judgment turn for sure. Interesting. Violet before recovery. Violet after recovery.
Yeah.
Dark Prom, we're going to kill the Melfi. Whoops. Melfi is gone.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, we're fine with that. So there is a weird world where, like, there's the Turbulence. We need, it has to be exactly double Rigveda. There's the one. Do we have a second?
Could be Tachyon here, though.
We has to discard for costs.
He used Violet already, right? So
yeah, he's used Violet already. And he's also used Tiny Violet already.
Yeah.
So, or maybe he's used Tiny Violet, but not regular Violet, so it would have to be Tachyon. Nope, that's just going to resolve. Okay, cool. Second Rigvet has to be second Rigveta here. Or, I mean,
Yeah.
a Judgment isn't lethal here unless your hand is, like, stacked.
Yeah. I think the correct order here would have been to play the Turbulence before using the other stuff. Maybe he drew the Turbulence off of the second draw, and that's why it happened. But, like, you want to threaten Tachyon if possible, but if he doesn't have it and he didn't draw the Turbulence till now, then it doesn't. Nothing you can really do.
Ooh, okay.
Oh, okay. Is this better than Judgment? It probably is.
I think probably.
This might just be lethal, actually, because the Turbulence didn't resolve, so.
Yeah, he can cast cards, so he doesn't take the burn damage. It's the good old improved burning robot.
Mm-hmm.
The question is there a second Rigveta here?
I think there has
yes!
to be.
There it is. There's the double.
Here's the thing, right? If he didn't have second Rigveta, then the slightly better play would have been to just... Oh, he couldn't because it's double green. I was going to say you should tap 2 and just kill the Tiny Violet while you're at it, but you can't because you have double green. So there's no way to do that.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Now we use the Violet because we used the Tiny Violet earlier. And
we didn't
still
use the
have
Violet
the
earlier,
bomb.
okay.
Does he still have the Atomic? Playing through the double Rigveta. Oof.
Oh my god. Okay, yeah.
I mean, kudos to David for playing through that. He knew what Cole's outs were. He knew.
Yep.
I
thought he already used Violet, which is why I thought this was just only a line. Yeah, he used Tiny Violet, and that's just
and that's it.
nice double counterspell turn. Sorry, but I kill you anyway. What do you do about that? Yeah,
for sure.
Yeah, I mean, it just goes to show Violet is very, very fast, and the reason that you didn't see her last weekend is because a lot of the very strong decks are just cheating so much mana that they do have the power to interact with the Turbulence and the Baja and the Violet. Like, they just have so much mana that you can do stuff with it. But with Shiva, you're just calling 1 stone per turn and praying, and that's not good enough against Violet, unfortunately. So Violet, they're going to take that one down. David Hansen winning our first round of the day.
Yeah, Violet already off to a good start. Yeah, I think that was, again, looking at the list here, he only had the 2 copies of Calamity Shield, and the double Rigveta is certainly like
the best thing you
the
could
best
possibly
thing
do,
that you could have possibly done there,
enough.
but also like the best thing you could have possibly done, and like the safest play line to be able to keep doing that pressure, I think, is the Melfi into Calamity Shield. Like that's the out, right? But didn't have it. Didn't have it there, and so Violet said, well.
And the thing with Calamity Shield too, right, is that it doesn't even, like, it just buys you a turn, because if they go Turbulence first, you have to Calamity in response to the Turbulence.
Yeah.
And they're just like, okay, cool, I guess I won't Baja you this turn. I'll wait till next turn. Oh no. And then you still have to beat Baja next turn. It's just so difficult to beat the number of ways that Violet can attack your life total.
Yeah, for sure. It is very tricky.
Yep.
And that's the interesting thing about, like we said, going into this event today, was like, is it going to be the format of like, okay, cool, we knew last week was all mid-range and control decks, so we're gonna say let's go fast. Like, let's just try to go for the bottom and get under stuff, and not give those control decks the time to set up, which might be the meta call. Like 100% might be the meta call.
Might be, yeah.
Okay,
just
real quick, I'm just gonna let you guys know. Thanks for playing. You guys can go ahead and report in the reporting room, and have a good rest of your day. So chill out, and we'll see you in future rounds potentially. Unless you have a question, let me bring up your audio. You guys good?
No, we're all good.
Okay, perfect. Thanks, guys.
Have a good one.
Just want to make sure they knew what was up.
Alrighty.
Yeah, so a nice fast start to the day. With
that's about what I expected, if I'm being honest. It would have been cool to like see what Shiva did, but unfortunately Violet is a gatekeeper, not gonna let that happen.
It is true. Violet and Yarlathotep are definitely still the gatekeepers of the format. Like, you have to be able to deal with that early aggression. And I also do think that like the shoot the Mimi play was because of the maybe just not understanding that ruling.
Yeah, no, it had to have been, right.
Was just a really unfortunate like overcommittal into something that just wasn't gonna do much, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Would it have been better to let Violet add back with Robot and destroy it after, so he couldn't Baja that turn? Yes. That would have been Cameron. That's a good point. Because he was gonna. So I think the world is, because you have the second Rigveda in hand, you wait to see how much he's gonna bring back. Right? Like, and hear me out on this. Like, you wait to see how much he's gonna bring back, because if he brings back all of it, then he's taken away the Baja play, right? If he doesn't bring back all of it, that means he's representing Baja.
Does Burning Robot target, actually?
Burning Robot does target. Or any number of target Adam chants with different names, right? So it does target.
So you reveal the targets, then you kill it in response.
Right.
Sure.
So like there's a world where, like, if he's targeting like his whole suite, right? Because he's already committed everything except the Violet, then I think that the world is like, you let him, you don't even, you kill him in response to revealing to swing. Like, you even let the improved robot swing, because you're just like, cool, that's fine, I'm gonna kill it with Rigveda, right? No big deal. Because it doesn't matter how many +1/+1 counters it gets if it's dead. The only risk there becomes, like, there was a Brave Force engraved, so then, like, how he gives it barrier and response, and how much damage is that, and everything else. But even then, an improved Burning Robot by itself is hardly ever lethal. Like, from one swing.
Well, he's not at 3,000. He's still at 4,000.
He was at
right?
4 grand,
So, yeah.
right? So, like,
Yeah.
because you had stopped the turbulence, I think the proper play is to let him commit to the Burning Robot there. And then if he doesn't commit to grabbing a bunch back, then you just hold Rigveda for the Baja follow-up. Or if he does bring it all back to hand, once it's all out of graveyard, then you kill the Burning Robot, because then he doesn't have the fuel for the Baja. So
I think it's kind of 50-50 for me. I think you're just unfortunately losing that game either way, because you've already burned through 2 Rigveda and you haven't done anything this game.
Oh, sure.
The line where you cancel the Burning Robot, it makes them, if you cancel the Burning Robot, it keeps their resources in graves. Like, yes, you're still dying to Baja,
right?
But if they, like, because they still have Violet activation, you're just betting on, okay, do they have the Eternal Wind or do they have the Brave Force? And I'd rather not let them actually reload their hand when they have Mariabella already online and they have the threat of just flipping Violet next turn and also having Baja. Like, I would actually not want those atoms going back to their hand. And then if they have Brave Force, you can't kill a Burning Robot, and that feels bad. If they have Eternal Wind, they just play Baja anyway and you die. I think I like the line of actually canceling it, just because if they have Baja, you're dead next turn no matter what, because they can Violet flip and play Baja.
Sure.
I wouldn't want to take like 30 damage from Brave Force right now, and then not only be dead to Baja down the line, but also be dead to just like Atomic Turbulence by itself.
Well, I think that what I'm saying is, like, if he commits to targeting a bunch of stuff in graveyard, we knew that the graveyard had 1 Brave Force in it. So, like, what we do is, like, in response to the targeting, kill the improved Burning Robot, so that you still have
but if they have a Brave Force in hand, that's the consideration.
Sure, and that's fair. That's fair. But then they don't have the ability to use the Brave Force they just got back, so then it's still not lethal.
Right, but it's going to be lethal next turn every time, just because Violet can flip.
Yeah,
which is where I get
You're not
concerned.
wrong. Yeah. I mean, it's very tricky. Unfortunately, we just didn't get to see the Shiva get into what it needed.
It just takes too much time to play the cards
against Violet, unfortunately, because he didn't have something like the Calamity Shield. Because, like, the Calamity Shield buys you a turn, right?
Yeah.
Because it's just like, and sometimes that's all you need is just that 1 extra turn against something like that. But that's gonna be that. So obviously we have a lot of time left on round. So let's talk about some stuff.
Oh boy.
Let's talk about decks that let's go back to the spread.
Sure.
Let me pull up the spread here. It's good to have you here, by the way, Ryan.
Good to be here. Yeah.
Glad that we were able to figure this out so that I don't have to sit in a room all by myself all day.
I was thinking about playing this weekend, but honestly, I watched the stream last weekend, saw some really cool Dante Carlina, some cool Carlina Estema. You know, I'm a Carlina fan, but what actually like terrified me more than anything is I watched Kaguya play against the Electo deck, and it didn't even matter what Electo was doing, but I watched what Kaguya was doing, and I'm like, oh, that deck is tier 2. I don't want to play against the tier 1 decks. It's just a lot of the format seems like you're kind of playing around very specific blowout answers, and then like a lot of nothing can happen, and it can get very interesting because like you can't be the proactive one because you lose to the reactive stuff. But eventually, like the game state gets to a point where one player just has to say, okay, if you have it, you have it. I'm dead either way, so I have to make a play. And then it just becomes, did they have the answer? Oh, they didn't. I guess I win. Oh, did they have the answer? They do. I guess I lose. And that's just not super interesting. But there is a lot of really cool plays that can come around that.
Yeah,
It's
I think that was one
yeah.
of the big differences between day 1 and day 2 last weekend is
Yeah.
when we got to day 2. For the most part, it was the matches were these like really interesting back and forths of like
Yeah.
I almost liken it to like footsies and fighting games.
Yeah,
where
that's
it's just,
exactly
like,
what it is.
like
yeah.
little tiny pokes to see if you can get in there, but you're not like overcommitting, and so you're like really safe. Which is one of the reasons why. And I gave Tuan credit this, and I immediately stole it for my build. Like the Violet and Maribella Chasing Fire was such a good tech for last weekend. The one that like has Eternal Swift is flying, and then you can like recover it and bank will into it.
Which card is this?
Violet and Maribella Chasing Fire, 2-drop red.
Oh yeah, the new one,
Violet,
right.
Yeah. To me, this was because one of the things that last format, Carlina Astema, Carlina Dante kind of stuff, we didn't have super great tools to make use of
Just
turn
sync will?
1 and 2 Sage Stones.
Yep,
Like
yeah.
turn 1 and 2 Sage Stones, the deck didn't have. You were just like, well, I guess I'll just recover Astema. I'll just recover Dante. Like I don't really have anything to do with it. And then suddenly we saw Violet and Maribella Chasing Fire. We saw Dark Alice in Ma'at. Like these nice little 2-mana like footsie pokes suddenly finding their way into the decks, which I think is has made those matchups a lot more interesting because it's, I was playing even Violet and Maribella Chasing Fire, like against Feethmooge, like this thing sticks on 1 and Feethmooge goes,
oh.
like I don't
yeah.
I don't really know how to answer this outside of I hope I'm playing Dolly, right?
Like it's just Calamity Shield, like they try and swing for 40.
Well,
Calamity
I don't
Shield
even. So the problem is, like, I don't even think it's actually about using the Violet and Maribella to kill them. I think it's about using the Violet and Maribella to make sure that Feethmooge never connects. Because of her ability, you like bank all this will, and by the time that Feethmooge starts ready to Prissia train, Violet's like, cool, I've got 8 will and Eternal and flying. I'm gonna block everything you swing with.
yeah,
like,
no, that makes sense.
Like, cool, great. I'm glad we had this talk.
Yep.
And like the new tools that Feethmooge got, like can't deal with it outside of again like playing a
Flashing
single
Smile
dollar.
does not kill an Eternal Resonator. I'll agree with that one.
Who would have thought?
Yep.
So like that was interesting to me, So this format certainly has. I think every deck in this format has a deck that it looks at and goes, I'm in for a bad time. I mean, even Carlina Astema, I will say that like I am based on the build. Violet is very good against Carlina Astema, because we don't burn is something we struggle with for sure. I think that that it's one of the reasons why I'm really keeping an eye on the Welser deck, because the Welser deck has some very good matchups, but then also like sees a Kaguya or a Feethmooge and goes, understandable, have a nice day. So to me, there's a little bit of meta calling, there's a little bit of hitting the right matchup. But when you get down to like the 60-40s, the 50-50s, those matchups are really fun to play and watch. So like that's something I almost played this weekend. Like I like to put like I almost said someone else stream, I'll send you the stream assets, I'm gonna play. But it'll be interesting to see what comes out on top. I think people are not giving. It's one of the reasons why looking at this spread, I think Alice has a very good potential.
I agree with that 100% actually.
Because sometimes IU comes down and kills you.
Yeah.
And you're just like, oh.
you get a lot of mana to interact with the red decks when you get to actually stick an IU and she doesn't die immediately. I assume that maybe you still have Gradius and Dark Prom, but I think Wings of Asgard is kind of a cool card that can help keep her alive, and you just produce so much free mana with her that if you're not actually like using Feasting to cancel one of the enter abilities, which the red decks can't do, then IU actually does get really far ahead very quickly, and then when you get to untap with that, it gets pretty insane.
Yeah, so I think the other question that I always have for this environment, which I think could push the deck one way or the other is how the Dantes are playing. If the Dantes are playing like we're talking about looking at this spread, that the aggro decks might be really successful today. So the question becomes, is the Dante deck playing the like aggro version or the like discard Exodia version? Because Lucifer Defeated One Wing is a hell of a card.
Very much so.
Just like up, down, 5 down, up 5 down 5. When it dies, discard a card, is a flyer. Also force your, if you order it, which you're ordering probably every turn if you're playing the Dante discard variant, like to just say no. And the fact that like with one of the interesting things too is with Excalibur Fallen and the Charlotte for the more aggressive variants, right? That's another thing where I'm curious about the matchup between between Dante and Violet, because what Dark Charlotte can do is just like if Dark Charlotte gets to swing and she's ordered, she will call Excalibur Fallen, and every single time she swings, she just goes Atomic Bahamut. Like, and if you have any copies in your hand, it's gone. So like that's a real risk to have to worry about. So then it becomes, and she's got Barrier White, right? So then she's protected from the Aegis. So then it literally has to become Dark Prom because
Dark Prom or Gradius, right? Or no, she's too big. Oh, well, she's not too big for Gradius, but she loses the abilities, right?
Right, she'll lose the abilities. And she's not too big. She's not too big for Gradius.
She'll die to Gradius.
She'll die to Gradius, right? Unless you have enough Amadeus Dark Spheres, because Dark Spheres give her the pump.
Right, but Gradius removes that ability
from her,
so
but it doesn't.
But it still has it on the order.
On the sphere.
Right? Okay, sure.
It still has the ability from the sphere.
Okay.
So even though she herself loses the abilities, the sphere of Amadeus will give her plus. So if she somehow sticks 3 Dark Sphere of Amadeus, then she survives. survives past Gradius.
You're right. Yeah.
So like there's some interesting interaction that I think that matchup would be fun to see what comes of it. And then there's also just the very large lady of Amadeus herself. Like,
yeah, no, that card's pretty interesting. I really like that card, and I haven't seen it. Like, I've thought about that card just like even being in other decks. Unfortunately, I think the villains keyword has kind of kept me off of it because I think I just like tailed resonators more. But I think I don't even know what the revolution does. Let's read it together. God's Heart, Wrath for 0. Put an order card your opponent controls into the ruler as a ruler. Remove all resonators your opponent controls. Your opponent cannot play cards that share a name with that card. Players cannot chase to this ability. Okay, so that's pretty nice.
Yeah, it's not necessarily super huge in the sense of like it's not gonna there's nothing much that's necessarily going to do against Violet as it stands. But it is an interesting play. The other big thing for Lucifer 2 or Dante 2 is the fact that the World of Amadeus is free.
Yeah,
so
I'll be right back here, man. I have to go to my door real quick.
Yeah, no worries. Is the fact that World of Amadeus is free. So like if you're playing this like Lucifer loop, you can like very quickly just cycle through the Lucifers and continually drain your opponent out. Which is also any amount of life gain against a Violet is potentially very helpful. The traditional swing is 5,000 damage in a turn. So like if you can get 3 Lucifers to resolve, you're above that life total, and then you can kind of play through from there. Ryan Miles and Demo73, what about Milus 0 Virgil Tea Party? I mean, Tea Party is a great card. Tea Party is a very good card. It'll be interesting to see. I mean, there's quite a few lists here. I don't think we're going to see nearly as much Tea Party as we did last week. Obviously, Odin's playing it. Probably Kaguya might be playing it. Alice is probably playing it. So not nearly as much Tea Party prevalent in this environment that I can tell. But that being said, it'll be interesting to see how that card finds its way into the lists that we see being played today. If there was a match that you guys are interested in seeing, I think probably we're going to try to see if I can get a, let's see. I'm going to ask and see if we have a Dante that's 1. Got bopped by Turbo Flipped My List. Tommy did? Got bopped by Turbo Flipped My List? Okay. bopped
I
by.
returned.
You have returned. I was just
I
letting
have returned.
the staff know that if we have a Dante a Dante that wins their round 1, I'd like to see them round 2, because that's the other because that's one of the other rulers that we haven't seen a ton of. I think we did see a Dante last week, but we didn't see much. So that's an interesting thing. Let's talk about this. So I'm gonna quickly do order versus order. So that might be something to look for next round as well. So I'm going to see how many order versus non-order rulers we have here today.
Yeah, let's put a Dante on stream and it's just against Violet.
I said specifically a Dante player that's up 1 that isn't against Violet, please.
Watch it be against Nyarl and the same thing happens.
I think that matchup's probably better for that matchup is I think significantly more winnable for Virgil.
Sure, yeah.
Dante, because of again things like Lucifer to give itself some life totals and having this instant speed way to kill the order cards off of Gnarly, but we'll have to see.
Yep.
It might be, this is a true American GP that might just be like the day of the fast decks. We going in. What we eating today, Ryan? What are we eating for food here?
I'm on keto, so I got Five Guys with like a lettuce wrap instead of a bun.
There you go.
I've actually never had Five Guys before. This is the first time.
Well, it's a new experience for you.
Yeah, pretty good.
Let's see. 2 Alice, 5 Carlina Estema, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 Violet. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it's 25 non-order decks and 17 order decks.
That's pretty close split, actually. Yeah.
So a fact of like a 60-40 ish percentage split between the two. So that's not bad. That's not bad at all. I'll tell them as well. And if that's not, if I can't get that, then give me like the highest seeded order v order.
I'm actually really excited to see some Alice today.
Yeah, that deck is fun.
Like, I think Kagi is like kind of the one that I think is still the best order deck. But because it is like kind of known to be good, there's like very specific ways that you can beat it, and I think it doesn't do specifically well into Carlina, and especially Carlina Estema.
Yeah, that's like a 90-10 matchup.
It gets really hard. That like Hanzo just dies all the time, and you can't really get going.
Yeah, if you looked at the Singapore event, and if you looked at the time we put Kagi, a couple times we put Kagi on stream last weekend against Carlina Estema, it's like Hanzo doesn't survive his enter effect. Like he's dead before his enter effect resolves. Which is no good. One of the things that's interesting, I'd be curious to hear your thoughts on for Alice, is Tales of Fantasia. It's the 3-drop look at top X cast cards. I think this card's a red herring. I think it's good at 2. I think it's awful at more than 2.
So it doesn't have any way to cheat the cost, right? Like you always have to pay 3 colors of mana to play it.
Cost of it, yeah.
That's a problem for me. Like obviously, if you can order an IU, then all your Light Regalia will tap for mana of any color, which is good and a good way to play it, but that requires you to like have an ordered IU on the board, in which case you're already winning. So is it the best thing you can do with that mana really play Tales of Fantasia? I don't think so. Yeah,
it's a good card for me where it's like sometimes because of the amount of will that this card deck generates, sometimes you're just like Tales of Fantasia, right? Like you just have the will to be able to cast it, and I think in that regard it's very good. I think that especially in an environment that has a lot of Estema, I will say though that we only have a total of 5 Estema total.
Interesting.
It's just the 5 Carlina Estema. There's no other Estema variants.
I think that's kind of correct. Belial's kind of fallen off for me.
Yeah, for sure. So the interesting thing there is like Tales of Fantasia is a little bit of a red herring for me when you're dealing against any kind of like Estema build, because Inferno's a card. So they'll like, especially if they properly time it to the point of like getting rid of all of your regalia in response to you casting Tales of Fantasia, because then you're like, I paid 3 and this did nothing. So like you have to be careful for that kind of stuff. That's one of the reasons why, because of it has this like very bursty idea to it, but also because it has no cost reduction, it's one of those things where it's kind of like in the same vein of like the Awakening of Gruspalesta and Shiva, right? There's no reason that you shouldn't run it, because sometimes you'll just cast it and it'll get you a lot of value, but you don't want to overcommit to it in my mind, which is why like 2 copies of it is just fine.
I think it's like still kind of fine to play into a stemma. Like I think Inferno is kind of the blowout, but you can't Carlina God Art Inferno, and I believe the deck still does play number 13, right?
You can Carlina Goddard Inferno.
Is it uncancelable?
But oh, sorry. You mean in terms of to protect it? Correct. No,
Yeah,
you
yeah.
can't- you
Okay.
can't protect it.
I want to like you played a card on your turn, so at the end of your turn, I'm going to attempt to do my Tales of Fantasia, right? Then I
Sure.
go to my turn, and you're like, okay, now I'll Inferno your board like before you untap, and if you have number 13, you can protect it.
Yeah.
So like that's kind of like the best case scenario for beating Inferno in my mind. It's because Tales of Fantasia is quick cast, but the thing for me is just like I don't want to see more than 2 in my opening hand.
Right.
Or like I'm gonna play 4 of a card, like I expect to see multiples and be able to cast them. I don't think Tales of Fantasia is that card. I think it's a very good card,
Yeah.
and like you should definitely play more than 0, but I think 2 to 3 is like that really good number where I do agree with what you're saying.
Yeah, for sure. As I've been playing, I did some testing with someone, and I saw someone like cascade all 4, and then
Oh my God.
I was like, cool, you can cascade all 4. Inferno, like
Inferno.
or like you can cascade all 4. That's fine.
Mhm.
7 Deadly Sins, Fallen Angel of Black Tears, and they're like, oh.
Exactly, yeah.
I'm like, oh no, it's like you don't because one of the things I think that this meta has been interesting is that we have a lot of really good things that can spit out a lot. We could also have a lot of things that can board clear in very different ways.
Mhm.
So you have to kind of like find this balance. And I've actually been seeing a lot of the Mooch decks, in my opinion, and like similar like that, having a lot of success when it's not Prisia Train, it's Prisia for what I need. It's like
Mhm.
I'm not gonna overcommit all 4 Prisias right now. I'm just gonna I have 4, all Prisia and Defaria, and like that's all I need to do right now. Or
No, I think that's absolutely the way that deck should be played at the moment. Because it
Yeah.
used to be you would Prisia train into like a almost guaranteed lethal.
Yeah.
But there's better interaction, and the Prisia into lethal isn't as good as it was before.
Sure.
So just playing a control deck that has perfect card fixing at all times, mana acceleration, like you're just doing better things than every other deck card for card. So just play on that, right? I
Right.
completely agree.
For sure. And I like Eris's point here. Just full on bait. The biggest argument for running more Tales of Fantasia is just the fact that if one sticks and resolves, you can just keep chaining them to generate more value. Just full on
Yeah.
Beyblade, let it rip. Just like-
I think I would probably play 3. I think that would be my number. I could
Yeah.
see 4 if you really just want to combo off, but
yeah.
I'm just trying to think like what that deck loses to. And it's like not having an ordered IU, which makes Tales of Fantasia can be hard to cast at all.
Yeah.
And then it messes with your mulligans too, because if you see a Tales of Fantasia in your opening and you're playing 4, you don't want to keep it because you're not going to want to draw a second one. But you also don't want to put Tales of Fantasia on the bottom of your deck because it
Right.
messes with the Tales of Fantasia Beyblade Let It Rip. So that's kind of where my head's at. But I also haven't like drawn hands to kind of see how it feels. So, but
Yeah,
my
for sure.
headspace would be I want to play 3.
Yeah. Anthony Potter, good to have you. It's a good day when there's force to be had. For sure, it's a good day when force is to be had. I'm behind on the game now. No worries. You've come to the right place. We're going to have some good times. I'm trying to figure out how many tag versus non-tag decks we have real quick. That's my second like breakdown here. Because I'd be curious to see what Amadeus Stone does today. So tag, non-tag, on 3. On 5. 2. 5. 1, 2, 6. So it's it's wow, that's so funny. It's 17 orders and 25 non-orders. It's
Mhm.
17 tag and 25 non-tag.
So it's 17, 17, and then 8 single rulers, which
Yeah.
is 6 Violet, 1 Welser,
And a 6 Violet and the Wolfgang.
Wolfgang, right? Interesting.
That's a very interesting. So that's even more interesting that it's like a 50-50 split of tag versus order.
Tag to order, yeah.
Yeah, that's really cool to me.
That's I still like I just still think that tag is the place to be. I think that Feasting and Carlina are just I think will is king. I think cheating will is the most important thing you can do most of the time. I mean,
Yeah,
I
for
think that some of the order decks can do it, and that's why you see like Alice and why you see Kaguya, but they're more interactable because they require you to like resolve a triggered ability or just have your Hanzo live, stuff like that. where Carlina and Feasting just get to produce 3 mana every turn.
Yeah.
So that's I lean tag, but I do understand why people also even Violet cheats mana now, right? So Nyarl's doing that as well.
Yeah.
But again, it's that you have to get that card to resolve, or even just draw the card. And if you're only mulliganing one time, that's disgusting, honestly.
So Anthony Potter, so you're saying it's an open format. I would say that this is a format of polarizing matchups and a reliance on good meta calls and tight play, more so than are you playing the top 45 cards or like the best the best 50
I will
cards.
say this format is very skill intensive. Like the things that I was complaining about earlier is like when you watch like the top 8 and you're seeing the high level player versus the high level player, and like the decisions that you have to make to play on that knife's edge to not get blown out, where it then devolves into I have to make this play to not lose. If they have it, I lose kind of stuff. Like that part frustrates me as a competitive player, but from a broad perspective, like you really have to know. Like the better player will win most of the time, I feel, unless you get like a god hand or something, right?
Yes, I would agree. Especially when you get to like, I would say that a lot of the quote unquote like tier 1 stuff, because I don't think we have a tier 0 deck. I think our
I agree. I could agree with that, yeah.
I think our GP results show us that we don't truly have a GP. But I think for me, it's when you get tier 1 deck versus tier 1 deck, almost all of those matchups are 50-50s. Like in our testing, like the tier 1 decks playing against each other is like almost all like 60-40s or 50-50s. And so to me, that's like, okay, cool. Like we in this is going to be like make the right plays, play the footsie game, know the matchup in and out, find where you can get those avenues, which is like really rewarding of high skill, more so than we've had in like very few like blowout across the board when you get to like the top tables, which I think people like.
I think the funny thing about
Paul laughing at me in chat. Oh, I see. You wear glasses with Ryan, but not with me. Look, I'm staring at 6 screens right now, Paul. I need some protection for my eyeballs.
Jeremy's actually running the stream from NASA headquarters, so he's gotta look the part.
Yeah.
But like you're saying, I think there is a lot of like tit for tat, a lot of interesting matchups among the tier 1 decks, which is why I think it's even more interesting that we're seeing the combined 11 Violet and Jarl, where those decks are not trying to play footsies with you. They're trying to shove their foot somewhere it doesn't belong and say, can you stop me? And when all these other decks are trying to play footsies, it can really just kind of get there where it's like, Carlina Stemma just might not have the answer or something like that, and they just die. Or Carlina Stemma has the answers, but can't like answer all of Violet's threats and then also be able to find time quickly enough to turn off a Stemma. So you end up just giving Violet more turns and more chances to try and lethal you. And that deck's just very good at doing that, just having multiple ways to kill you, especially with all the barrier it can give, which can cause us to have a lot of problems.
Okay, Okay, sweet. I have a potential matchup for next game. It's a matter of seeing if he's paired up against another order deck or not. That we might be putting Derek on stream to play Alice, which would be nice because last week he played against Alice. And so now he's like the roles have reversed. Also, it's a deck that allows Derek to play Dark Alice and Ma'at. So like of course he's going to be playing that card. I do want to talk about this card for like Dark Alice and Ma'at a little bit because I think that this card has
I need to pull it up because I don't know what the rev is actually.
So like the fact that it like this card is just good even just by itself. I mean, we were
definitely.
We were playing Suya for 1 because sometimes it's a 2-cost RFG spell. But Dark Alice is like, but what if I'm a 2-cast body and an RFG spell? Like even outside of ordering it, like it's a very good card because remember again, the order decks don't care about, or the non-order decks don't care about the text of Tails and Villains unless they want to have both in the same deck, and they can't. So like Dark Alice is just a card you can play as a 4 of in any deck, or 3 of 4 of in any deck. And one of the things about it is like if it's ordered in an Alice deck, it's a potential +6.
Yeah.
So it's like ordering is net 0. Draw a card is +1, make a Regalia is +2, make a second Regalia is +3 because of darkness, steal 2 cards is +5, and then potentially kill someone with the Dark Regalia is +6. Like, hi, I'd like to pay 2 uncancelable +6, please. Like,
Yep.
Cool.
I actually need to read what the Alice order does because in my understanding is it's actually one of the better ones.
Yeah, so it draws you a card and makes you a regalia of cost of an attribute that you don't already control.
Right. You're
and
trying to
then-
get to the 5 so you can Exodia your IU, if I remember correctly.
And then also the other thing is it gives +1/+1 for each regalia you control. Of a different, I think it's of a different attribute. Maybe might just be exactly.
It's any number of regalia, but it's hard to make more than one of each attribute just based on how the cards are worded.
Yeah, for sure. Dallas and Loki. Yeah, absolutely. I'm playing Dallas and Loki for sure. Especially since we have Kaguya enters the game. Or sorry, Loki enters the game of gods to make Alice quickcast, or Tea Party to make Dark Alice quickcast. Like, these are huge.
Sorry, did I just hear instant speed discard? My second favorite thing to do in Force of Will.
Instant speed discard. If you're playing it in Loki, if you're playing it in Loki, you have 2 ways to do it. How about instant speed? Look at your opponent, take 2 cards, and remove both of them. Like,
oh boy.
Yeah. So, for sure. It's a very good card. Dark Alice and Ma'at is a very good card. I think it will be good even in Wanderer. Just even in an order deck as well as outside of an order deck. That's one of the curious things. So we still have, I'm checking time on round here. As of 8 minutes ago, we had 14 minutes left on round, so we've still got some time to talk. So I'd be curious here as we go into talking about Wanderer format, right? So Wanderer, we're gonna ignore Tea Party because we're gonna assume that in some way, shape, or form, Tea Party gets fixed. So we're gonna put that on the shelf because it's been communicated in like every avenue we can think of for those of us who have connections that it needs to get
also
fixed,
not an
right?
interesting conversation. It's just there's a Tea Party deck, there's a Dante Tea Party deck, there's a non-Tea Party Dante deck.
Yeah,
you're not allowed to play anything else.
That's boring. What? Okay, that might be a list that we grab later. I'm being told about one of the very silly lists. So going into Wanderer, we lose Featsing, we lose Six Sage, we lose Carlina.
Yes.
In my opinion, this does a few things to the meta. One, it does, it takes away quite a bit of raw power as well as early steam from all tags. They're still, I'm not saying bad. I'm saying like their main powerhouses being Featsing and Carlina are both gone. And they
honestly, with Six Sage Stone gone, tag really loses a lot of luster for me.
Right, for sure. So like the drive to just play tag with Six Sage Stone gone is certainly not there. And the very early aggressive flip decks in the Wanderer environment suddenly aren't nearly as good because they lose Six Sage Stone to be able to recover as much. Right? And then to me, and then order decks. The reason why in the current format order decks need Six Sage Stone is because they need to be able to go off early to be able to keep up with the tag rules going off early, right? Or like they only really need Six Sage Stone because other people have Six Sage Stone. So when you enter an environment where no one has Six Sage Stone, then it becomes okay. Tags aren't going to necessarily be pressured quite as early, but still have the ability to coin order, which is something that other people don't have. So I'm curious to hear your thoughts about like where order decks fit into the Wanderer environment, because I don't think they're strong enough to completely dominate it by any means. But I do think their ability to coin order on one
is terrifying.
Is very strong in the Wanderer environment, and I think it's something that people need to give credence to.
Yeah, I kind of underestimated Six Sage Stone specifically for order. I thought that Six Sage Stone with tag was fine. I thought that Six Sage Stone with J Ruler decks were fine, just because Wanderer was not, because you had Carlina and Featsing banned specifically. I didn't feel like untapping your J Rulers in tag really mattered. Like the worst you could do is like Grease Ballester or Moodstar stuff. Like there's not tap abilities on the Fallen Angels, right? So Six Sage Stone didn't really matter with them. It's just another 5-color stone, and like Wanderer already has plenty of those. J ruler decks I thought needed to be faster, honestly, because I think they're very fragile in the Wander
Sure.
environment
Sure.
because of stuff like Black Moonbeam and Death Scythe. Like I just thought that was fine, but order decks are a lot better than I gave them credit for, and I think that 6-Stage Stone in the Wander environment really pushes order decks over the top. So
Yeah.
I actually agree with you. I do think they are still kind of good without the 6-Stage Stone because you only really need it for turn 1, honestly.
Right.
So I think like specifically like Alice and Kaguya come to mind as being kind of some of the more terrifying order decks for the Wanderer format.
The other thing to me is that like Ragnarok Stone. So like one of the other reasons why in the format now it's this big debate in the like the order players now is like, oh, we're gonna play Ragstone, and it's like, yeah, but in the current format where your opponents have 6-Stage Stones, if you hit a Ragstone, you feel awful, right? But then again, if we have that breathing space to hit a turn 1 rag because we're not worried about our opponent hitting 6-Stage Stone and we've got some buffer time, suddenly a turn 1 Ragstone is gas. Right?
Can be, yeah, absolutely.
So like that's an interesting consideration too. Another card that was a promo last season and I see very quickly coming in as 3-ofs or 4-ofs in sideboard is Black Moonray.
Yep, no, that's been like Alejandro especially has been a big proponent of that card. And I'm like, wait, is order good in Wander? He's like, yes.
Yeah, so
I'm like, oh, okay. I'll take your word for it. You're probably better than me nowadays, so I gotta do some research.
Especially since Moonshade is a thing, right? So then like there's the component of like, oh well, we have Black Moon Beam, and it's like, well, we're all playing Moonshades probably anyway, so why not just play Black Moon Ray and have more freedom and flexibility? Like it does the same thing, pay 2, unkillable, right? But like then we're not as hard. But then we're not hard locked into 2, and you do have that flexibility of being able to do it just for 1. Which just be very interesting. Logan says this is Moose Almerius extra turns, baby. I think I'm more concerned about Tales of Fantasia extra turns, because Tales of Fantasia can just be like Alice's World.
Yeah, I do think that Alice, like because of Tales of Fantasia in Wanderer, that's a 4-of.
yes, I agree. I think in Wanderer that's a 4. I've seen a lot of people try to do like I play a bunch of 0-cost regalia, and I'm like, I'm not sure if you necessarily need to.
I don't care about the 0-cost regalia at all.
The deck certainly plays like you don't have the good ones that you would care about enough. Then the deck makes regalia in like 2 seconds. So like I'd rather have other cards for sure.
I almost like it just because I think I like Ruler's Memoria, but also I'm not sure.
So Eris says, I still maintain that running a single Ragstone in order decks is fine, even in New Frontiers, just because without your coin, your turn 1 is so weak. Unless you hit exactly 6-Stage Stone. You're not wrong. Like I'm still a proponent of 1 of Ragstone. The only deck that I've changed it in is I've changed it to a Villain Stone in Loki because of Lucifer. Because of this idea of like if I have to hit a stone on 1, sometimes Villain Stone is going to be able to get me a Lucifer, which I can cast on my opponent's turn, because I like having a card to be able to play, as opposed to Ragstone where I'm never going to get to play anything if that's my turn 1 stone. But like if you're a Tails deck, you can't play the Tails Stone. Like you just like if you're going to play an off stone, you're going to play Ragstone. Because we don't have any good 1-drop Tails that are just generic enough to justify a 1 of Tails Stone. The Villain Stone has started to see some play for me. So extra turns Moonstart Almerius goes off on 2 over turn 3 for Fantasia. That's the only reason. Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, no, I think Fantasia is pretty good for Wanderer, definitely. You get to play, you're playing a green-white deck, you get to do really cheeky things where you go like, order IU on 1, play Pandora, so I have seals online, or like number 13s online, and then next turn I'm just gonna Fantasia you, and I still have seals to protect it. Like, there's a lot of fun things that deck can do.
Yeah, for sure.
But yeah, I think cheating mana is just like the biggest thing to be doing in Force. Well, tempo is kind of king. Even in New Frontiers, I think the reason, like, I don't think I would play a Ragstone in order because I don't think you could actually afford to fall behind by missing that 1 turn into stuff like Carlina. Yeah, I don't think I would play it in New Frontiers.
Yeah,
I would play a Ragstone in like Carlina Dante. Like, absolutely honest.
Playing a Ragstone in my Carlina Astema. So.
Yeah, just because like worst, like quote unquote worst case is hitting it turn 1, but that's also the best case. And like every other turn, you have more mana than you know what to do with most of the time. So I think Ragstone and Carlina like is especially fine. Yeah,
we have 2 minutes left on round, and we're only waiting on 2 games. This is a foul round where we're before time on round, and we're down to only 2 tables.
Just because we have 20 aggro decks.
That's true. We do have a lot of aggro decks. Isn't IU just 5 regalia? Yeah, I think she's just 5 regalia, as long as you control 5 different regalia. Which is why people are going the 0-cost regalia route, because it lets you cheat out stuff, right?
That's so cheesy. Don't do that.
But it's also just like, yeah, but she's, again, a lot of Alice's cards just incidentally make you regalia anyway. So it's like, you're gonna be fine. Like, put better cards in your deck than that. Is the next Wanderer event online or in person? All of the GPs that have been announced so far, so the 4, are in online. So we have the one in April, which is online, and then let's see, yeah, we're seeing interesting. I've been given a list of interesting decks. If Derek gets paired up against another order deck, I'm gonna take Derek just so he can see
sounds good.
Alice.
I wouldn't even mind seeing that deck pop up against a tag deck, if I'm being honest. But
yeah, that's fair.
It depends on the one. If we get like a Carlina Asmodeus, I'd see that matchup. That seems interesting.
Carlina Asmo, yeah, that's another.
Yeah. Other Wanderer decks. I'm kind of on the Welser train personally. I think that the Prisia will. I just think that Welser cheating mana. Like I said, I think. Yeah, because you get to like just big show every turn. That's really good because you get to play counter spells and then recover your stones and play more counter spells. I think that's really good. I'm not even like doing flip Welser stuff. I'm just trying to play big show and then bring out a Spirit of the Lamp Genie and then flicker my Prisias and then bring in more Prisias and then bring in Rachel, bring in Blazer, just like a whole bunch of dumb enter effects.
Yeah,
and
be
flicker them
surprised you're
forever.
not playing Lumia. Like the instant Lumia is a legal card. You're just like, well.
Yeah, well, this is basically Lumia, but on steroids because Genie is just like 3 Lumias a turn, and then I bring out 2 of them. It's like 6 Lumias a turn. So
I'm just gonna play Exorcist Mage and give it barrier and just be like, hey.
Yeah, mono white Lumia is like a little. I think it's really good, and I think if I don't end up playing Welser, if I can find like if I think Welser is not good enough, or there's like something, there's too many. I don't know. Too many faster decks running around that I can't interact with very well. Like too many order decks, I might just go Lumia. So
yeah, it's very interesting. It'll be interesting to see what comes out because we are still gonna have technically another full set of rulers before the full shift. Although next, the other big question for April's event is what's gonna happen to Tea Party. That'll have a big influence about what gets played. Is FAL gonna make a format without rulers? Can't imagine they do. I think the only time you're ever going to play FAL without rulers is if you're playing draft and then you're using a draft ruler who's just a glorified way to call stones. That's fair. I am interested to see what happens with like, can we play a Protect the Castle Abdul in Wanderer and just say like no enter effects?
I'm sorry, a what?
Like, is there a way to build like a Protect the Castle Abdul deck where we just like turbo flip out Abdul, and then we're just like no enter effects.
Oh, like our OG Abdul,
no
the ruler.
No enter effects for anyone. He can turn off your Lycion. He can turn off your Lycions. Like, you turn off silly stuff like that. Like,
well, Lycion's not legal in Wanderer, right?
That's true. Lycion's. I can't wait for that. Can't wait for
Lycion. That's like, again like another mana cheating card. Like it's just like Wanderer outside of Tea Party right now is just like a better format than New Frontiers because we have a ban list.
Yeah, which is, I mean, like that's one of the things too is, you know, as we've talked about this transition to Wanderer is the it's all about execution at this point, right? Because the ban list up to this point, well, I think we can all agree that there should be maybe a couple cards that we want to put off of it or swap around it. We were having this conversation earlier, right? Can we take Pharaoh's Spell and put it on, and take Otherworld Dreams and put it off? Like those kinds of like things that we all have thoughts on. I think the biggest takeaway from this past year is that the ban list has been updated 3 times in the past year.
Yep.
Right. So
which is good.
Which is like there's this already pattern being established of like what Wanderer moving forward is going to be like when it is the predominant format of like there's probably going to be a much heavier commitment, and we're going to see this ban list more proactively hit, and like they're not small hits. Like,
oh yeah, no, absolutely.
Like Reflect Refrain took us almost 2 years to get banned. Like Scheherazade took us almost 8 months to get banned. Beatsing and Carlina are still currently legal in New Frontiers and are banned. Like that's a big change. So yeah, it's interesting there. Turn 1 dinner time for Melfi. Melfi produce black, draw a card, black plus greed to flip Abdul.
What is the flip cost for Abdul? Is it black X?
It's just black, I think, for Abdul. I think it just costs.
I'm gonna look at it. We're gonna find out. It's black 1.
Oh, well, there you go.
It's black only if you control Garus Ballesta, the Sealing Stone.
That's it. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna Gruce Ballesta the Sealing Stone on turn 1. It's fine. But I also like Darkness has gotten so many tools that like I
Yeah,
know
Darkness
that
is huge.
I know that it's silly for me to think about trying to use like a Grim Cluster era Darkness ruler, but then when you look at all the tools that Darkness has at its disposal over the course of history, you're like, okay, maybe there's something here. Like,
You know, I really think that like a lot of the power level of cards has been eclipsing the power of rulers. So sometimes like just that niche like ability from a ruler from super long ago, like just actually is good enough, you know, just because
yeah.
it can do well into whatever the current meta is doing.
Yeah,
Like I think
the support
yeah.
suites have certainly the support suites that have existed in generic color piles has definitely given new credence to like how does this old school ruler in his old support suite doesn't necessarily measure up. How does that ruler carry through? Which I think is the interesting part about Wanderer too, because it's like, you know, suddenly rulers have so much more flexibility to them. Whereas like if you're playing Abdul, you're playing demons or Reanimator. But that's like, well, what if we played like a super heavy discard stun Abdul, like with just good black cards? Like, oh, okay, that might be a thing. You know, there's a lot of things that can be done. And I think we might be at time on round. Let's see. Time on round. Nope, I don't know how to do the code for time on round is. Oh, it's just time. No running. Okay, so we have passed time on round. Waiting to see what comes up here. Double checking to see how many people are still playing.
There's a comment in the chat about how the bans are good, but the Wanderer still has too many broken stuff, and I don't really agree with that because like
we just have one.
I don't know like what your ideal Wanderer format is, but like I think that like as long as there's enough cards that are just as powerful as each other, like it stops being broken. Like you're not games aren't ending on turn 1 or 2 as quickly in Wanderer. I think there's a lot more counterplay that happens, and there's a lot like there's just like there are good cards, and like the power level of Wanderer now is stronger than it was 4 years ago or whatever. But like you're still able to play cards from 4 years ago. Like I mean, like you're not filling your deck with them, but like you can find places to put those cards in your deck, and it's not just like I'm going to play Cheshire Cat on turn 1 and tap out, and then on turn 2 I'm going to play a Tama and make an Adam Brawley and then play a Gwyber, and that's the best thing I could like. It's not that anymore. Sure.
Well, I think Wanderer. I think Wanderer now, like there's a room at the table in Wanderer for old rulers to exist in new FAO. Like we've talked about this, like old FAO was like turns 1 through 3 was all just set up, and then eventually we get to the meat.
A lot of sorcery speed stuff going on back in the day, right?
Like we're gonna take our first few turns and we're gonna ramp.
Play a Guinevere, play a Lancelot, just tap it out, no problems.
Right, exactly. And New Age FAO has like skimmed turns 1 and 2 off the top, so we're in the meat and potatoes of interaction very, very fast. But the thing for like very, very fast. I say faster. Like we get to the meat and potatoes of interaction faster. But in contrast, the power creep has necessarily gotten rid of like main deck cards for those old rulers. Like your support suite is playing old FAO, so it's probably not going to be as successful in new FAO. But then when you look at the mechanics of old rulers, you go, oh, if I just reshell the mechanic that the ruler is bringing to the table into a new deck, it has life again. Like Grim, Lumia, Imul, Red Green Prisia, Fox, Abdul, Valentina 2, Valentina 1. Like these are decks that like the mechanic that the ruler brings to the table when reshelled into New Age FAO cards is still very much a viable concept. You just can't play the old shell of them. So
I think that the biggest transition, and I want to say it kind of happened around like the Lumia Fox era, but it might be more correct to say that it happened closer to Scheherazade. It's just that the mechanics of Force of Will, because you can play cards before you untap, it favors having a lot of quick cast stuff in your deck. And because as time has gone on, quick cast cards have gotten better and we've gotten more of them, like the quote unquote correct way to play Force of Will is to play it at instant speed as much as possible. And back in the day, it was like, okay, you could play dude Gwyber, and that was good enough because even if your opponent had open mana, they had to interact, but then they'd just be passing next turn. There was no real punish to doing that. It was just the strongest thing you could be doing. But nowadays, you can do things as strong as Dude Guiber at instant speed. And that's kind of just how the game has changed. Like, you just have to play the game at instant speed. And I think it's especially true in Wanderer, unless you're specifically like an aggro deck like Violet or Keurig or something that you're doing in Wanderer. But yeah, I think you're still kind of playing the same game. You're just playing it at instant speed, which actually opens up more interaction, which to me makes the game more interesting. So
If Lorite is in every deck, how is that not too strong? Your turn 1 or 2 play just gets crapped on. Yeah, so don't get super dependent on your turn 1 or 2 play. I think that's I think that's exactly what we're talking about here. Is the fact that like you old fow, you have to transition your mindset to being new fow. Which, don't get me wrong, I understand that there are people who do not like new fow who played old fow, and for this exact reason, and that's valid. Like the game is very different, and it might not necessarily be the game for you anymore, for sure.
The most important thing that I try to communicate to people when I explain like what new foul looks like is that you're really trying to abuse like I said, you're trying to abuse the untap into my turn. So you try and do things before you're untap. You bait out your opponent's. I mean, like you force your opponent to interact with you, right? And like, yeah, they have the Lorite, they have the Fair Spell, they have number 13, but because you're doing it before you're untapped, they're spending their mana, and then you untap, and now you just play all of your quick cast stuff that you want to do on your turn while your opponent is behind on mana, and that's how you get an advantage of tempo. And then your opponent gets to see you tapped out because you did your proactive stuff on your turn, and that's like, it's just a lot different because you are trying to get to the game to a state where you're playing at sorcery speed, but you need to do it with all quick cast cards. And that's
exactly.
Really cool.
And that's one of the things too, is like quick cast cards. The quick cast cards can also be sorcery speed cards, and I think that is that's what you're speaking to, is you play the early game to try to like you do the footsies with the quick casty stuff to then set up an opportunity where you can go in using your quick cast stuff non-quick cast and protect it, right? You still have to protect, which is one of the reasons why, again, like we said before, the Prisia train isn't necessarily nearly as good anymore, because like it's really, really vulnerable if you try to commit at the end of your opponent's turn because you're tapping out. But it also is really, really bad to do on your turn, because then you have to wait a whole turn and you're not like applying pressure there necessarily. And that kind of does require you to tap out a little bit, especially if you're doing it more aggressively, right? So it's this very weird, it's a footsies game. Like the past format was like 2 formats ago was 40-0. And then the format started to shift to, okay, it's like 2 swings to try to find lethal. And now we're in a format of like, no, we poking. Like it's like 800 here, 500 here, like just trying to chip. And it's been interesting to see how that's kind of evolved. We definitely still have like burst decks. Violet is still a thing, right? So now Belial has dropped off. Now Violet comes back, that kind of stuff. So there is a lot of back and forth for sure. But it's fun. It's very fun, but I will support people who voice the opinion about certain things that need to get burned or certain things that need to get banned. I do think that there are some cards that I would prefer to see banned. Like I do actually think that Prisia in the Wanderer format, if not banned now, deserves a ban soon. Because that card will always continue to be insane, and as we get more like future proofing for that card will be harder and harder to do. Even if it's not worth banning now, it should at least be on a watch list for a ban in the future, which is justifiable, right? Because that card, a card with that much flexibility, does create in itself to a lot of future proofing issues. So we'll have to see.
But actually, I've like kind of come around, because I do think like we're talking about tempos, everything, and like in order to get Prisia online, you have to spend a lot of mana doing nothing, and then like the payoff for that is very high. But it's actually like really hard to spend that much time doing nothing in Wanderer. And I think only Welser takes advantage of it because he has that extra free stone in return if you're playing Big Show. But like other decks, like you would think that Prisia would be like insane in like a normal green Lumia deck, right? Where you can just play Sacred Elf. You can use the Sacred Elf to like Big Show for free using the mana that you generated from like flipping it or like flickering it. And then once you do get down to Prisia, if you can flicker Prisia, you can get any card in your deck. You can start flickering Rachel's. Like that just seems like it would be very good. But it's like not. It's like so hard to keep a Sacred Elf alive, and then also you need to like spend your mana to do things, and you just want to be doing more proactive things than Big Show 3 times just to get your Prissy online. It's actually really hard to to just throw 3 mana into virtually nothing just to turn a card online. So
Yeah, for sure. To Toby, to your point of like, say if I'm saying take this old ruler that you like, but hey, there's this suite of cards that can make your old good, but there's this one card that's so strong it doesn't matter. I don't think that's existent.
yeah, I don't think there's like one card that makes things not matter.
I don't.
Like,
I
yeah,
agree. I mean, again, the out to like we're talking about Lorite, right? Like
I would not
order
ban
decks,
Lorite from
order
Wanderer
decks.
personally.
Yeah, I don't think so either. But also like order decks, as we're already seeing, order decks play through that. Because like for even an example of Dark Alice, right? Dark Alice, let's say we're playing early, right? Let's talk about Dark Alice and Ma'at. Let's talk about Dark Alice and Ma'at even in like least powerful scenario, which is Loki, right? I'm gonna order it. It's gonna be uncancelable. I'm gonna put 2 enter effects on the chase that are both discard. So like if you burn a Lorite to stop one, I've still technically won there because I'm gonna get a card out of your hand, and then I still get my other enter effect, and I still get my body, right? And then I still have Lorites being able to, or I still have Loki's being able to pop stuff, right? It's this idea of there's not necessarily old Foul used to be Force of Green, shut down everything you do, which was a reasonable concern. New Foul has way more. I mean, we just saw a really good example of playing through the cancels, right?
Yeah.
And like I think that a lot of that stuff still kind of exists, and like you can't just play green or bust, even in the Wanderer format. But like I think still it's the same thing of like you have to be considerate of like what's the meta you're playing into, what are your outs, like how are you playing through things. So I don't think it's necessarily there's much of like as wide as this format is, quote unquote wide, like I think it does even kind of get more diversified when we hit Wanderer because of the influence of like what older rulers bring to the table and like stuff like that. You know, like I look at like Atomic Bahamut, right? Let's even look at the Atomic Bahamut. You flip Atomic Bahamut. Okay. 0. Lose Swiftness. Brave Force. 0 again in response. I paid 2 black. I paid just as much will as you did, and I stopped your Bahamut from swinging. Go to my turn. 0's Magic Light for 0. Like.
Oh,
Yeah.
like the actual ruler
Like the
0. I'm like, all right,
0.
0. What are we doing here?
Like
are
0,
we
the
paying
actual
0?
ruler.
What are we doing? Yeah, got you.
That kind of stuff.
No. And I think a lot of the older stuff like Lumia doesn't really lose anything except for like Exorcist Mage, just because like that ability happens for free. Like it's a triggered ability that you're not spending mana into, and a lot of old rulers do have triggered abilities that you don't spend mana to do. And that's just like you just get free advantage, and like depends on how you can find ways to abuse that, right? Like Feast Sing, probably not good nowadays because back in the day, making a free token. I'm sorry, that Feast Sing, token Feast Sing.
Yeah, token Feast
like
Sing,
back in the day, token Feast Sing, like doing that one free thing was like really, really good because it was facilitating Gwyber, it was facilitating Guinevere, and there might be ways to abuse that now. Nothing that I can think of, but a lot of the older cards do things for free or for cheap, and they do it consistently, and those things were not super like overpowering back in the day, but now they they have new life that you can look at with new cards, and there's not the answers that are kind of stopping those new cards the way that they're like to stop the interactions that are happening. Like I think there's a couple of examples I could go through, but like not off the top of my head.
Gonna see what our potential round 2s are here. Okay, I'll take Derek. Okay, so we're gonna take Derek versus Chris Cornell, which will be Alice versus Carlina Asmodeus.
Oh, we got it. Yeah.
Alice versus Carl Asmo. So we're going to get to a short break as we get stuff ready for round 2. And then we'll cut back in when we're ready for round 2. So be right back, guys. Thanks for hanging out with us during the in-between. This has been a really good conversation. The chat's been great. Appreciate it. Okay, we are about to get started here. I gotta rotate Chris.
Do we have deck lists or no?
I don't have deck lists in the chat as of yet. We're waiting to.
No worries, no worries.
We'll get those when they come. This is going to be a matchup between Carlina Asmodeus from Chris versus Alice from Derek. We saw Chris last week, and we also saw Derek last week, just not against each other. So it'll be interesting to see how this goes and kind of maybe what lessons have been learned for Chris on Carlina Asmo, as well as what Derek has learned in his testing for a week worth of Alice.
I don't think there was too much hardcore testing going on. I think he's like, I'm going to play Alice, and whether or not it's good is irrelevant to me, but I'll try to make the best version that I can.
Sounds good.
Is what I imagine happened here. But talk to me about what Carlina Asmodeus looks like right now, because I remember the old versions.
I will get them started for time on round.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, guys. Welcome to round 2. You have 60 minutes on the round. You may begin. Okay, so Carlina Asmodeus right now is playing a lot of the similar kind of stuff. Some of the main, it's playing like the ability to kind of really pop off, which honestly, like, there is a world where, like, in this matchup, because he only has coin, like, Carlina Asmodeus could just kill him.
Yeah.
On one, because you can, if you hit turn 1 Erythropia Stone, you can just use Carlina to do the same kind of thing. Blazing Cthulhu, double God Art them, like that kind of stuff. So we are going to see an order really off the bat off of the ordering of
That's not IU.
Deep Blue. This makes sense to me because it gets him 2 Regalia on turn 1, and it also gives him a way to be able to unorder. Because he can, it has been ruled that if a Resonator has the ability to banish itself, even if ordered, you can banish it.
Oh, that's pretty cool. So this is just like a free 2 Regalia. You get to call a stone. Next turn, you go call a stone.
Swing, banish.
Yeah. Oh, you can actually just call a stone right now, then reorder if you're
not this turn, because you can't order.
Oh, you can only order once per turn.
Only order once per turn. So there's this. Ryan, come on.
I didn't know that. I learned 2 weeks ago that you didn't need to have an order Jade Ruler to apply Force Resonance, all right? Me and Order do not have a good relationship with reading.
That's fair. So we have Gradius coming in
in response to the Ender ability.
I mean, he still gets both Regalia. This is fine. I probably would have saved the Gradius, to be perfectly honest. I probably would have saved the Gradius for Alice. But you know, forcing him to have to tap to call stone isn't necessarily a bad thing either, because he was going to banish it anyway. So
yeah, he wasn't gonna order again, so tapping to call stone. Is there a quick cast card that he could order that's scary here that I don't know about?
Not for one. Not for one. Unless he has Tea Party. Okay. Unless he has Tea Party. If he has Tea Party in hand, then he could use the one to do Tea Party to then order an IU. So that's a world. Yeah. Okay. We do have the Erythropia here. A quick cast ordered IU does give you access to Flashing Smile. Right now, we're not representing Flashing Smile. Because again, now we have the Erythropia Stone. And the other problem is because we have there is actually still a world where we just kill here. Because it's based on, because we're going for the Swarming Cthulhu. It comes down to, does Derek have the Tea Party? And if Derek doesn't have the Tea Party, then like we're just gonna see a lot of damage.
What could he possibly do here for one if he doesn't have Tea Party IU?
If you don't have Tea Party IU, then you proceed to next game, and you are dead. Because at this point in time, because we have the Amadeus Stone.
This is gonna be
a lot of damage from these 4 Resonators.
How big are these? 3/3s?
Currently, they are 1/1s.
But they become 15
potentially.
in theory.
We have resolved the first God's Art, so now we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 uniques. So they're all getting.
It's 6 uniques, yeah,
because it's 2 Aegis. So all of them are getting 6+1/+1 counters. So now this is swinging in for 7.
28?
Yeah.
Total. Or 28 potential damage total.
Yeah, potential damage.
We're looking at.
Yeah.
And if Derek could flash in a blocker, I don't even know. Like if he plays Exomage, I guess if he played Exomage, it would have already hit the board, right?
Yeah, for sure. It has to. I mean, like I think the play to survive here. So there's a world where we punish, and we've seen Carlina Asmodeus players do this before, right?
Yep.
We're cracking the Erythropia Stone for banish for cost. So these guys all have +6/+6. We're still trying to go to damage. So those 6. Erythropia resolves. And so this is the question. If there's not a response to the second,
you need Flashing Smile.
And it doesn't. So these are huge.
Yep. If we
4,
block
5,
one, can we ever
6,
survive?
7. That's 7 uniques. So those are
Okay.
all now swinging for 14.
14 each.
14
So
each.
3 of them is still lethal.
Yeah, 3 of them is still lethal.
We have to kill 2 of these.
Yeah, so it has to. I mean, you could still IU Flashing Smile here because they're 14 based on cards in hand.
Right. You still
Yeah.
need a Tea Party pushing. I assume if we had that line, it would have happened in response.
Yeah,
Like,
that to me
unfortunately.
makes sense. Is if we're Tea Party line, like this is the moment to do it for sure. Because
Yeah, I'm
you
trying
would
to
be
think.
able to you'd be able to draw up because you could order in the IU, draw a card off of the order.
2/2. Is that the when this card is removed from the game?
Yeah, sure.
What's the
They're
name of the
swinging
card?
even more. Castle of Asmodeus. Or no.
Asmodeus, right? So
Yeah,
it's
Castle of
just
Asmodeus. Just all of them have
+2.
+2/+2. Yep.
So that's 16. Okay. Lots
So-
of damage.
So yeah, that's
Is there like a 1-mana quick cast when I enter the field, tap a guy so he can like tap and block? Oh, there's Lumia. Lumia's out here. He can
that is
take
true. Take 2
yeah, okay.
swings, Lumia recover before he takes
Yep,
the third.
okay.
Goes down to 8.
The fact that Derek hadn't picked up his cards had me really racking my brain for what. Okay, he picked up his cards.
Okay, now he picked up his cards. Okay, cool.
I was
Well,
wrong.
we did say going into this that it was the format potentially of things just ending very very quickly. Of like let's just go fast. And that that's it. I do think that like Flashing Smile would have been letting him burn the second Asmodeus concept, which we've seen before, right? We've seen this before from other Carlina Asmodeus decks. Is they go in too hard for the like early pop off. They burn through the God's Arts, but then before the second God's Art resolves, they get wiped.
And then it's so hard to play the game from there. I feel like
it's too difficult to play the game from that point. Why is my
I feel like it was pretty safe to say that
scoreboard
Derek
not
didn't have IU there, so
there?
that Flashing Smile IU Tea Party line just was not available because I feel like you order
Oh,
IU
right.
on one instead of ordering Deep Blue if you have IU, right?
Yeah,
Like,
I agree.
zero
Because you had the coin, I think you definitely IU on one, for sure. So there's this world here where like if there was an IU, because to his credit, if he didn't, there is a world where I think where you leave the IU up if you have the Tea Party, for this exact reason of like because if he goes to second God Art, it gasses him out of a lot of value. And then IU is going to get you a third Regalia, so you're at like even at 5 cards, right? IU takes you down to 4. Then Tea Party, you've cast Tea Party, go down to 4. Use Tea Party, go up to 5. Cast IU down to 4. Alice draws you a card 5.
Yep.
IU draws you a card 6, and then you're
Exactly.
still at, and then you still have, and then
still have-
Tea
you
Party.
can-
You still have the will for Tea Party, for Flashing Smile. So then it'll still be 1800 damage, and you still wipe the board. And then
Still
you're just
kind
like,
of great
great.
that you have to find this intricate 3-card combo just to beat your opponent's 1 card.
Yeah.
And, I have the stone.
Yeah, for sure. And that, I mean, that's one of the reasons why I think people have continued to be successful with Carlina Asmodeus, because like tokens are a lot and they get big very quickly.
Kind of in the same way as Violet and Jarl, it is just like a gatekeeper. It's like I'm not going to put too much thought into my plays. I'm just going to kill you if I have the opportunity and make you have the answer. And if you don't, we'll die and we will go to game 2. And that's just kind of but I do feel like it can get a little bit better game 2 for Derek. I don't know what's in a sideboard, but Lumia is a great sideboard option here because it like after 2 tokens attack, you go back to full and then you can take 2 more and then be okay. Exorcist Mage can be a complete blowout if it's in the deck.
Yes, absolutely.
I haven't seen a lot of Exo Mage because there's not a lot of stuff getting cheated in as much as actually no wait, Satan's thing is cheating stuff in. Maybe Exo Mage is just really good.
Yeah, Exorcist Mage is definitely something I've been looking on. And also it's the other reason why like it's one of the reasons why I think in this environment that Order Killer, the Carlina Estema build that I kind of champions, is I enjoy it so much, is it has the most punishes for the most things. It's also one of the reasons why you and I differ very heavily on the existence of Inferno as a card. You and I are very heavily in disagreement of the fact of like Inferno's not.
I like Inferno. I just don't like it in a stemma.
Yeah,
I think you have to play it in a stemma because of God Art, but like you wouldn't play that card if a stemma couldn't search it, in my opinion.
Oh yeah, no, I don't disagree there. But the fact is, like for Carlina Estema, the fact that at any point in time in the game you are threatening Inferno and the will to cast it, I think is a huge boon to that deck.
Yeah, for sure.
One of the other things too that's about this meta is, and I think for the majority of the meta, in terms of the decks that we've seen be successful outside of like this is two very fast decks trying to go very fast against each other, just kind of like last match was kind of at least a little bit.
Yep.
So now we saw the control deck go against the fast deck, and the fast deck won. Go figure. And now we have the fast deck versus the fast deck.
Yeah.
But like the decks that have had the most overall success are the ones that really just try to play that footsie game to get about maybe a step and a half ahead of you tempo wise, value wise, and then just like keep you there forever. They're just like,
Yep.
Okay, I'm always going to be like a step and a half ahead, and that's as far as I need to be.
Yeah.
And so
Good
Inferno's
old quick cast tempo mirrors. That's what I love to hear.
yeah, and that's why I like Inferno a lot, because Inferno's like, okay, cool, I see that you're breaking away. That's not what you're supposed to do. Come on back.
Yeah,
Like,
if that ever happens, then you have the oh shit button. Let's go.
Yeah, exactly. Fair. So we are interesting that we're going for the Swarming Cthulhu with only one on turn one with only one God Art.
Yeah. Are we gonna? I mean, you are still building a board, right? Like it's +1/+1 counters for Asmodeus God Art, if I'm not mistaken, correct?
Yeah, they do get they are +1/+1.
Yeah, I mean, this is just a 2-turn lethal, and I feel like it puts a lot of pressure onto Derek, because you want to just go coin IU, and then yeah, you have 3 mana. I guess Flashing Smile IU is the best thing that could happen here.
Yeah, for sure.
What could happen for 1 mana? Is
Nothing without a stone. We don't even have access to Tea Party.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, if Derek's plan here is to go coin IU into Flashing Smile, and that's his best line, is there, like, he's got Chris has 1 red, so like, is there a 1 red punish that would make that play not work? And I think the answer is no, but he could Gradius the IU in response to the enter to deny the light regalia mana, but Derek would still produce white, would still draw a card, and then just have Flashing Smile.
So this is an interesting line that we're seeing here, is the fact that, like, and I think this
we're
is
not
smart
God-arting.
from Chris, is we're not even God-arting here. We're just saying, you know what? We're gonna put the bodies on board while we've got an option, which I think honestly is probably the right play.
I think there's not a whole lot of interaction he can even threaten that's going to deal with like Derek's scariest turn 1. So just
Right.
push the damage, get the guys on board. Next turn, even if you don't hit the stone, if you just have a second token generator, now you're 7 wide instead, and then you're pushing a lot more damage and being a lot more threatening.
Yeah. This is.
So
I think Chris is playing this game very smart.
yeah, I think he's playing his hand a bit face up, but it's really just coming down to what Derek can do about it, honestly.
Yeah, for sure.
And that's kind of how Carlina Asmodeus plays, right? Like, there's not as much interaction as the other Carlina decks on your opponent's turn. So
there's the turn 1 IU.
All right, this is best case for Derek. We're hoping to see a Flashing Smile to maybe be able to play the game, but
he's letting all the triggers resolve. We don't have a response to anything. We're going to draw some cards. We're going to produce some extra will. We get to call stone, which is the proper play here. Oh, that's a rag stone.
That's okay, but he's showing it like it's a bag thing. Like, that's the best case is to hit it on 1, right? If you didn't want to,
yeah, that's true.
out,
He does still have 2, technically 3 will right now, right? So
yeah, absolutely.
So
the thing is that if he has the Flashing Smile, he has to use that will right now, because if the IU survived, he could use the stone that is not Ragstone and the Light Regalia to actually hold up Flashing Smile on his opponent's turn. But now, because he hit the Ragstone, he has 2 white will, and he'll only have 1 white will on his opponent's turn. And if this IU does get Gradius, and Chris does have another Blazing Cthulhu, this could be very bad.
So the other interesting thing is the potential influence of Tea Party here, right? So we have these 2 floating white will, and Tea Party can untap the Ragstone. So like, there's a world where like we're not
still need Flashing Smile. So now it's a 2-card.
We still need Flashing Smile. Like, absolutely need Flashing Smile, because with the number of cards in hand, there's no way this board doesn't get cleared. I still think it's the proper play. Like, the problem is that, like, if one of these white will get used for a Tea Party, then we still are threatening potential Flashing Smile on his turn, right? Because then we'll have Regalia plus Ragstone, so we'll still have the 2 will potentially, which might be better, so that we have a way to be able to kill. Well, actually, no. If the IU survives, you can just use the 1 Regalia to play Flashing Smile, because it only costs 1. We have.
Oh my gosh, that card has that text. You're absolutely right.
Yeah, so that's a big deal here too. So we did use Tea Party. We're drawing a little bit, and there's the Flashing Smile. He used the 1 white will from IU after floating a white will off the Regalia to then be able to cast Tea Party members, which then recovers the white Regalia, and then he uses the white will from the regalia to be able to cast the Flashing Smile. So we are going to get to see this board cleared, which is immediately back in this game for Derek.
All right, I forgot some of these cards had like Force Resonance text because like they're just good in other decks. So
Yeah.
what exactly was Derek's line here?
So Derek's line here
Okay.
was he
White will
had
with IU.
produced 2 White Will with IU, used one of the White Will from IU to play Deep Blue to generate a second Regalia, floated a White Will off of the Regalia, produced a White Will, used the White Will from IU to play Tea Party members to recover the White Regalia, and then use the Light Will from the Regalia to cast Flashing Smile. So he goes into his opponent's turn still having the Regalia Will up, 3 bodies on board, and the board is cleared. So
You're saying he Tea Party to recover
he
Regalia?
used Tea Party member. The
3
Tea
Tea Party members. Yeah, I was looking at that card. I was looking at the card like Tea Party. I'm like, oh, that's not it. This is okay. So this is just he plays it for 1, but he recovers.
Because he had the one Deep Blue to be able to get the second Regalia. Suddenly, Tea Party members becomes the second one.
And because of that Flashing Smile there, I'm fairly confident that Derek has a second Flashing Smile.
Yeah, for sure. Especially since he went out of the way to like get the Regalia Will back up. We're certainly threatening it. Because then even if this IU gets killed, we could still float the white in response and then still have Flashing Smile, right? So Derek is almost immediately back in this game.
Yeah. Worst case would have been if Chris had Gradius at the end of Derek's turn, but since he doesn't, Flashing Smile still open, and we are just
that's
chilling.
Interesting. I mean, that's a missed card value opportunity there, but
didn't draw a
card. Draw an extra card. It's like, what is he gonna do during my upkeep? But yeah, Tea Party coming in for 8, an 800 life point swing because it does have Drain.
Yep. Ooh, Drain, pretty relevant actually. Go back up to 45.
Yeah,
what's
45, 32 to 45.
Mm-hmm.
So swinging in for another 4.
That's going to be another turn clock if my math checks out.
Yeah, even the IU right now can get up to is currently a 6/6.
Yeah.
So
I guess we would need 200 more damage.
Well, next turn. Let's see. Yeah, next turn we need 200 more. If the IU doesn't swing this turn.
I think there's enough quick cast things that Derek could do where we'd be able to find more stuff to put on the board.
Yeah,
it's just a matter of Carlina Asmodeus could have some interaction. I feel like the deck is a lot less quick cast than other Carlina decks. Like it is more do something big on my turn and then my opponent's turn doesn't matter. I'm just trying to kill you all at once.
Well, that's why we've seen this. So we're seeing a first boon come down.
Okay, sure.
Digs it a little bit. That's the other reason why they've been playing Violet Flame of Providence Distortion. Because it is that 3-drop. It's very easy to cast. It's a 3-drop quick cast that suddenly like gets us a bunch of quote unquote activations because it counts as a Violet. So then like we're casting a bunch of spells and refilling our hand for all for 3 will, which is potentially pretty huge.
I think that first boon was a bit of a whiff there. It looked like it hit Healing Robot, Everwind, and then I think it was Brave Force.
Yeah, and a Brave Force.
You don't want to cast those cards from your exile. You want those in your hand for Violet effects and stuff like that. So yeah, I think that Brave Force, like he got to play a card, but it didn't. It's just 3 things removed from the game. Nothing really to care about out there. Maybe Healing Robot will come into play if he does manage to God Art into a Castle of Beatrice or something and want to start producing a lot of value that way.
Yeah, and that's one of the interesting things too about this matchup is like. And that's one of the other things that, again, I like about the IU deck, about Alice in this format, is the fact that, like, Alice doesn't have to go fast if she doesn't need to. Like, things like Tea Party, things like sitting on a Flashing Smile, things like Charlotte, like, these are good, like, tempo plays that she can make. It's just, it feels almost like a needs more pieces, easier to disrupt green-red Prisia. If that makes sense. For IU, off of the Alice. Like the deck in general feels like a easier to disrupt, needs more pieces red green IU or red green Prisia, where it's like I don't have to go in, but sometimes you just give me an opportunity and I will.
Right.
Which, I like the fact that it's got a little bit more reach. And you can do some cool stuff. So here's this Violet coming in.
Yep.
While we still have, I don't hate playing it here when we still have, so much will to be able to do stuff during his opponent's hand or during his turn. We do discard here. We're hitting a Castle of Beatrice and double Void So
Okay.
the flash, that's not going to hit the flashing smile. I mean, it's going to get rid of the flashing smile. It doesn't really do much there. It does draw him 3 cards to recycle, gives his Violet swiftness and +4/+4, or 4+1/+1 counters.
He doesn't draw a card, but he is gonna get the swiftness. So
He does get to draw 3, just doesn't get the bonus card because he only discarded 3 atoms.
2 atoms, right?
Or 2
Wait.
atoms, yeah. But this is interesting. The Castle of Beatrice is interesting here because if the Violet dies, then it's very easy to be able to bring the Violet back and kind of continually reuse it. So I do like that that tech.
But this is 1 card per turn, and I mean that's not the most threatening thing you can do. So he's going to look to use the swiftness to maybe attack into something here. Just try and clean up the board and prevent lethal. But he also
Yeah.
might just want the blocker. It is flying, or
It does not fly. So I think the
It's
play is
just
unfortunately, I think the play is you have to go in for the Tea Party members because the Tea Party
think so,
members
yeah.
do fly.
Yeah.
So like next turn, we're just gonna get to go in.
It turns off the drain too. And while you may not be dying next turn, like you are a little bit worried about this drain actually getting out of range of lethal.
Yeah.
But he's just gonna take the pass. Actually, it looks like.
Okay.
I think his hand motion there indicated that he's done for the turn. So this could be a Tales of Fantasia opportunity.
Yeah, this is definitely this is kind of one of those moments of like, hey, you like you said before, you've cast your 1 card for turn. I'll try to Tales of Fantasia. Even at looking at the top 4 is like, I mean, that's still pretty good.
We are tapping out to do that though, so Chris could do something before untap and then just flashing
smile.
to kill 13 HP. Okay.
Certainly
If we have
enough
any way
cards.
to make Regalia next turn, we have lethal.
Yes.
Again, we still have to beat Dark Prom, still have to beat Gradius, still have to beat a Flashing Smile, stuff like that. So there are a lot of ways that I think this could get disrupted. But if Derek has any sort of interaction whatsoever, like whatever that card does, what's that card?
Well, Alice Enters is just gonna get him another Regalia.
Okay. So that's another Regalia for lethal then.
Yeah, it puts him 1 closer. It also cantrip because everything in Alice cantrips,
Yeah. You draw so many cards in this deck; it's completely obscene.
which is why Inferno's. Is you're like, I see you have 19 cards in your hand. Go
7
down to
cards on the board, 10 cards in hand, and
I have 3 and 0. Please get rid of.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Derek certainly turned a potential turn 1 strong play from Chris into this kind of like, okay, if we're gonna play footsies, I'm gonna play the game back.
Yeah.
Took the hesitation from Chris to go in and was able to turn it around for sure.
I mean, honestly, I think Derek just had the double Flashing Smile opener, and he had the IU to get himself to an amount of mana that he was able to cast Flashing Smile in response to any shenanigans that Chris could do.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think the deck is actually capable of beating double Flashing Smile if they have enough mana for it. So
yeah, for sure. That's a big thing here, and we do have. I did see that we did draw a deep blue for the turn, so we are at 5 Regalia lethal. Like one shot. Here's an IU. Unless, but we still have to be able to protect it, and that's the big thing here. That being said, if we have a second IU in hand, which I can clearly see in Derek's hand, is that he has a second IU. So, so I think the options. So hear me out here. I think legitimately the options are let him pump up the IU to use the will, and then no, it already has been on the board, so then it doesn't matter to steal its swift. That doesn't help us at all.
yeah, I mean, what are the options here for Chris? And then is there counterplay that Derek can have available? Because to me, it seems like Wind of Asgard is going to shut down anything that could possibly stop this lethal.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like it's Wind of Asgard, but also Winds of Asgard prevents it, but also at the same time he has second IU in hand.
Right.
Like, that's even worse for me because IU doesn't require to be ordered in order to
have
huge.
the +40, yeah.
Yeah, so we're down to 20, up to 53. Very unmanageable life total at this point for Carlina to be able to push through. First off, hi Snowflake. And also, Dennis, it's Ryan Miles.
Hi, Dennis.
Yeah. Swinging in for another 4. Takes him down to 16. And so now this IU is threatening lethal because we have so many Regalia. Even without 5. Like, even without going for 5, you're still threatening
you just
lethal
get
here.
10, right? But it's still a 2 mana investment, and that's the concern, right?
Yeah,
Or is this
for
just
sure.
still because you have 4 Regalia?
No, it still costs 2.
No, I just meant doesn't Alice like pump things? Like Alice is getting +4/+4, so it's only 800. Okay, you need
Yeah,
another.
she'd be. You need the other 1,000. So this is just giving her the 1,000, so that it'll be up to enough for lethal. And so again, the problem here is like Derek is playing this absolutely correct in terms of like I'm just gonna go for this because if he does have an answer to this, he has the ordered IU, which will generate the 2 more. It'll get her the last regalia, and it still has swiftness and go ins.
Yeah. So this has to be. He has to play a card. If there's any Black Witch to just reduce 400 damage, that's a way for
Yeah,
Chris to survive here, and it gets really dangerous for Derek to be tapping out like this if he actually doesn't have any way to deal with that.
yeah,
So this
for
is
sure.
probably number 5 on the order.
Dark Prom.
Yeah, that's the one card for turn. But again,
Yeah.
this is going to produce 2 white though, and that's
Yeah,
just going to
exactly. That's gonna be what we need. You have to
be
have.
like this is the worst
It
thing
would
you
have
can
had.
do.
It would have had to have been. It would have had to have been, like you said, Fallen Angel of Black Tears
Yeah.
into Dark Prom.
Yeah. Don't think there's anything that can go on there.
40 grand.
Option.
Yep. And then going into game 3.
So game 3 gets a little dicey, right?
Yeah, it's interesting because now Carlina gets to take the coin.
Yeah, that seems really terrifying to me.
Yeah, that to me is going to be the big piece here. Is what Chris decides to do with the coin. There's a world where Carlina kind of always wants to go first anyway because like, it gets technically quote unquote more cards and it gets you to be able to abuse 6 Sage Stone more. But because you're only playing against Alice specifically, whose turn 1 even off of 6 Sage Stone is so weak for Alice in this matchup, I think you are like no extra will for you. Because you're gonna have the will to be able to do Fallen Angel of Black Tears. You're gonna have the will to be able to play through. And because this deck's the other reason why is because this deck's aggressive hits on its turn 1 don't necessarily require Carlina to be recovered. Like there's almost even a world where like Dark Prominence is suddenly available as an answer, and because like if we go in for the order and it backfires for Derek, right? And then if we go into the order and it backfires and we can use coin to punish it, then that's game, right?
Yeah,
it's practically over. If the
game to hit the Erythropia Stone, and I, like my thought process here is that a turn 1 Erythropia Stone for Carlina Estema
is like a 40%.
Yeah, it's still like I just don't think there's anything Derek can do about it unless he is playing some number of the Lumia that can gain him back to life, and then he has to untap and have Flashing Smile. But if like a double Gods Art resolves, Flashing Smile might just not have enough.
Right.
Have enough like damage. But if he has like order, like before untaps, order IU, then play Flashing Smile, then things get a little bit better, right?
Yeah.
But that's like a 3-card specific combo versus your opponent's 40% to just hit stone on 1. Like I don't think that Carlina Asmodeus needs the coin, but I think taking it away from IU is really good.
Yeah, I think that's what I think is taking the coin away from IU because of the fact that its turn 1 without coin is so weak.
Yeah,
is absolutely the right play.
Like as Carlina Asmodeus has to dodge Flashing Smile, and it doesn't even matter. Like I don't even think it matters if Derek hits IU if he's able to just have enough cards in hand for Flashing Smile without it.
Right.
I don't think that Carlina Asmodeus is really lethaling through that card. It seems to.
No, for sure.
That's the thing, right?
Because of the fact that there's always a window before second God's Art, unless the first God's Art is like the only reason why you get through a Flashing Smile is if your first God's Art is like 2 Castle of Asmodeus. So then like you're getting the plus counters and suddenly a +4/+4 to everybody. So then they survive the Flashing Smile, right?
Yeah.
If Derek is sideboarding, we don't have the deck list in front of us, Charlie. But if Derek is sideboarding 7th Boon, then clearly that's good because it just removes all your tokens. It removes all your tokens or cancels the God's Art, which is better to just make you burn through the God's Art and then remove all your tokens.
We have not seen the 7th Boon, which is why I'm only talking about Flashing Smile. But yeah, there are options in color that he could have that can make this matchup very, very easy. But
that's not what we wanted to see. That's certainly not what we wanted to see from Derek. I don't think there's anything from Derek's deck in Derek's deck at all for 1 green.
Yeah, he's not playing a card. So this man, this maniac, he's playing a Ragstone. He's playing a Bradstone. Oh boy, I've only seen him play white cards. I have not seen a non-white card that he's actually. So I'm really wondering what this is here for.
In Wanderer, the Zero Will Excalibur, and the Earthropia. Cool. Moving on. Next game. That was a good game.
Yeah, I mean, he's already opened Blazing Cthulhu 2 games in a row. There's no way you draw it 3 games in a row, right?
In a 60 card deck?
There's no way you draw 3. All right.
Extend handshake.
Eric, your opponent is just so much better than you. How do you do it? All right, so is there a green answer to this?
Not in IU, there isn't.
Is there a green answer that exists, period?
I mean, it would have to be like cancel. Like
there's not a 1-mana cancel.
I mean, not for Alice, there isn't. Not for Alice.
Yeah, like literally, what card could Alice play in the entire game of New Frontiers
that could 1 green that could answer this? It can't. Is the answer?
There's literally not a card that exists, right?
Yeah, that's 7 uniques. Yeah, that's
well.
We kind of predicted it going into today, right? Last week was all these like grindy control mirrors, and today's gonna be like, let's just pivot to hard aggro. Like, yeah. The other problem is he has coin, so if he's got a Garion in hand, even if there was a 1-drop, it's still protected.
Yeah.
Right. So like,
Eric like Gary on a token, but because he hit the Erythropia stone, it's gonna be lethal on 3 guys.
2.
Isn't there like a pointy hat witch card like fogs 2 dudes?
It's not like, for 1. It costs 2.
It costs 2. Okay, well, yeah, pointy hat's camouflage costs 2.
Well,
okay.
You could pointy hat would fog 1 and then could block the other.
Yeah, that could be an answer.
And then you survive.
And there is a card that exists that stops him from dying.
There is a card in this format that exists that Alice could be playing that would keep him alive here.
Yeah. But he also can't order IU on turn 2 because he has a greenstone. What? Why is this greenstone here? I haven't seen cards that aren't white in his deck. That's so crazy.
Derek just scoops it up.
Yeah.
Derek just scoops it up, so I will let them know to go ahead and report.
That's probably the reason. But it's just, man.
Hey guys, go ahead and report into the reporting area, and we'll see you guys in later rounds. Thanks, guys.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah, Derek just hits Rag on 1, game 1, and then, or no, he hit Ragstone turn 2 on game.
Yeah.
Turn 1 on game.
Yeah. Turn 1. He coined out and hit Ragstone on turn 2, but that was the turn he had the pointy hat anyway, so it didn't matter. Or he had the IU order instead of the other order. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I'm interested. I thought this deck would be mono white, and that's just
Yeah, that's very interesting. The Bradstone is not what I would have considered. I mean, like any.
Yeah, I just don't know what the deck looks like completely. I'm sure it's number 13 at the very least is one of the reasons you need a Greystone.
Yeah.
But if you're playing Ragstone and you have 4/6 Sage, like, isn't that enough? Or like, is like, because this just seems backbreaking. Like, I would actually rather hit a Ragstone on 1 than this Greenstone, right?
Yeah, I think I would too. I don't.
It's the same thing.
Yeah, it's at least. Yeah, at least you. What are you gonna do when the guy has Storm and Cthulhu 3 games turn 1?
I mean, nice 60-card deck, I guess.
Yeah, there you go. Like. For sure. I mean, it's the same thing with Burning Rabbit Dash, right? There's 2 token generators that find you the lethal.
Yeah, you just had the same one every game, which is kind of fun.
So if you're playing 4 of each, the likelihood that you see 1 in your opener is probably pretty decent. But you are a 60-card deck, so like, it's the day of the go fast decks.
Yeah, that was, I think, a solid 6-turn match overall. So we got some time to kill.
Yeah, we got some time to kill for sure. I'm trying to see what time on round is here. How much time we have left?
45 minutes probably, if I had to throw out a
time. 24 minutes.
Okay.
That was a 35-minute match. So
it did feel like there was some thought process.
The game two certainly.
It did take 3 turns. I think there were more turns in game 2 than there were in the rest of the match. So.
Oh, I'm sorry, Derek. Derek's in the chat right now. I guess that happened. You have to. Okay, so then the question becomes, Derek, why are you playing a 1 of? Help enlighten us as to why you're playing the 1 of Bradstone.
Like
Derek.
We obviously didn't see any green cards from your deck, so I assume there's number 13. I assume there's probably some other like decent green cards that are in there, but like hitting that turn one, just I like you can't win the game. you can't like you just have a 10% chance to lose the game going first. It felt like, yeah, no, that looked abysmal. Interesting, but yeah. Yeah, so that's Alice. Looks like Tag definitely. I mean, yeah, I feel like there's still room for Derek to play that game out if his opponent just doesn't have Blazing Cthulhu all 3 games.
Yeah.
Is one way to do it, but like, yeah, I just don't know enough about the Alice deck. But it seems like even going into your turn 2, because you can't order anything because your first stone is green, then you go into 2 mana, but you're not ordered. You don't have any Regalia. I feel like you still die, even if like his opponent didn't hit the Cthulhu stone. Like if he just goes,
I was expecting more Carlina Astema and those games go long.
oh, gotcha.
Which
Well,
which to your credence, we talked about that. You know, Ryan and I talked about that before. Whereas, like, based on the meta of last weekend, you would have expected to see a lot more like mid-rangey control stuff. But
yeah, definitely.
it's an American GP, so the Americans were like, "Nah, go
1-5.
fast."
Yeah.
Nah, go fast. For sure. It's man hit a 40%er 3 times. Yeah. Playing some strength there for sure.
It's 40% the Blazing Cthulhu because he didn't hit the Aerothropia.
Yeah, he didn't. Yeah, he didn't hit Aerothropia turn 1 on game 1 or 2.
Yeah, game 1 and 2 he hit it on turn 2. But game 3 he's just like, I'm a better player, and sometimes
Yeah, hit it on
sometimes,
1. Yeah, I'm keeping an eye on the Dante list.
How are they doing?
The Dante.
I can't wrap my head around that deck being
the Dante.
being good.
The Dante was playing against. The Dante's playing against a Feeth Mooge.
Okay.
Which brings 2 points to consideration. Is it a experienced Feeth Mooge player?
Mm-hmm.
And how did they build Dante?
Yeah.
Like, because that's my big question, right? Because again, there's not a lot, and here's to their credit, Dark Charlotte could be very good in that matchup, because of you can't cancel it. Dark Charlotte, if ordered at all, has 5 keywords, so she's always with swiftness, right? And then if she's because of that, she's gonna swing, and then rip your hand apart, right? She's like first call Melfi, poof, every copy of your Melfi is gone out of your hands. Second call Priscia, poof, every copy of your Priscia is gone from your hand. Like,
right.
And like then it becomes okay. I'll Wellser it to put it back in your hand, right? And you're like, cool. Well, then it's still in my hand.
Yeah.
And the text for Excalibur Fallen says it still costs 2 will if you're not casting it off the Dark Charlotte, but it still just looks at your whole hand as long as you're Dante, right? So like, 2 will kill all copies, take all copies of your hands while I'm applying pressure might be a thing.
Yeah, no,
like,
definitely.
That might be a thing for that matchup.
I need to see this in action, honestly, because like it sounds very good. I'm not super familiar with like the other setup and like what the setup options look like for the Dante to get that stuff online. But yeah, that's definitely like, once you get rolling, that's gonna be a good way to win most games, honestly.
Yeah, that is gonna be the interesting thing here to come back to. I'm waiting to see. I've also been told that I need to put on the 0 my list.
Is it 2-0?
Well, if it's 2-0, we'll definitely consider it for next round for sure. But I have been told that there is a lot of spice to it that no one is anticipating that should definitely make it worth a feature match.
I wonder if somehow like I did overlook like a Tea Party Infinite where there is something that can remove Tea Party from the grave, and that's I don't know if that would be what it's doing. I have no idea.
Nah, I don't think
I don't think there's anything, but I'm waiting for someone to just like find something that nobody else could.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
Wellser. So waiting on the results for 1 Dante. Seeing how this is like the matches today. Like last weekend
took a while.
Last weekend, the matches that we saw were long slogs that hurt
got,
colonized brains. Like when so many matches where we cut to us and we were just like, dead in our chairs, right? But this, I mean, like we going fast, which I kind
Yeah,
of with only
that's
a
why you
week.
brought me on this week, right? Because the high octane, intense macro gameplay, you really needed to
Yeah.
step up the knowledge base and make
Yeah.
sure that these
Yeah.
macro matches casted to the
Yeah,
best
these
of my
I really did need, the number of cards that you need to know goes down significantly when all the games are ending in 2 turns.
Yeah, like
Which,
I think we put 2 decks on stream where I knew probably 0 of the cards, and I only had to talk about 2 of them because the game was over in 3
there you
turns.
go.
That's we're going
So
great.
I mean, let's talk about that for a second.
Yeah.
Because I think it's very interesting to see this is back-to-back weekends, same exact meta in terms of what is available for players.
Right.
And already we're seeing such different things being successful. At least from what we put on camera, right?
We got Carly Asmodeus being the winners
Like,
so far.
So like very aggressive, like we've seen, and even in the meta breakdown, we've seen this aggressiveness of a lot of these decks feel very aggressive. So that to me is very interesting, and I think I'm very interested and curious to see what the top 8 looks like here, because because there are still grindy decks that are good in this environment. Like it's not like they're not being played, right? Feethmooge is still there, Carlina Dante is still there, Carlina Astema is still there, right? The grindy decks are still there.
Like, not only are you trying to get under these mid-range decks by playing the Violet and the Jarl and the Carlina Asmodeus, but the mid-range decks are trying to beat each other. So they're slowing each other down, and then you have an even better opportunity to get under them by being more aggressive.
Right. Yeah.
That's the thought process too.
So that's why it's going to be interesting to see what the top cut is, because like there's a very real chance that our top cut looks nothing like last week.
I would think it almost has to, right?
Right.
I think like there are a couple Feethmooge, a couple Carlina Dante, a couple Carlina Asmodeus, but I don't think they're going to be topping as strongly. I think we are going to see some number of Violet. I would even say 2 to 3.
Yeah. For sure.
Just out of the nature of
which
what
I think
the format looks.
I mean, again, I think that's very cool to see like back-to-back weekends be so different, and that comes down to, like we said before, to the person who, I forget your name, you're a wonderful member, and I forget your name. You were saying, where are you going back in the chat? Oh,
I could probably find it.
the gentleman talking about being sold on it, not just being a high roll format. Anthony Potter, right? We talked about how it's very skill intensive, but it's also like making the right meta call. Like that's a big part of where competitive FOW is right now, is kind of like making the good. We've talked about this before, even back in the old Teachers Lounge days, harkening back to the last show that Ryan Miles was on consistently, right? Like we talked about like meta steps, meta calls. Am I at the meta? Am I one step ahead of the meta, or am I one step ahead of what one step of the meta is, right? Like making that good decision. And I think it'll be interesting to see how that plays out with our top 8, to see like what's happened there, right? And where in the loop we're at, which is great, because it was one of the things that I dreaded going into this weekend, was that, and one of the reasons why I was, super working hard, which is why I was super, excited that we were able to get it to work for you to commentate with us, Ryan, is that like, I did not want to have to commentate 5+ rounds of like grindy control games by myself.
That would have been a Herculean effort.
Yeah, I would have been in a lot of pain. So it's cool to me to see already so many. I mean, it also just makes for good like watching, right? Is that it's not just, oh, this is the same stuff we saw last weekend. Like, stuff being different. I've been told that the spice is now 2-0.
Oh my goodness, we got it on, right?
I think probably we'll take that next round, unless he gets paired up against someone we've already seen, but we'll probably still take it. Probably still take him next round.
And I imagine in theme here that Zero Miles is probably a fast deck.
I would imagine.
Right?
Especially,
I don't look up Zero on it. I know
it's more that you're playing Zero to give Milist barrier. And 4 +1/+1 counters. So he's a base. It might not be 4. Let's look up zero real quick.
It's when at the beginning of the game, put 4+1/+1 counters on each ruler you control.
Yeah, so then suddenly my list is base stat 11 defense, which is huge, and also has barrier, right? So like my list is suddenly like
he's coming in, he's wiping your opponent's board, and he's swinging for probably like 1,500.
Right, and then the problem from there becomes if you do kill him, then Zero's like, I also have barrier and swiftness.
4+4+, yeah, and then you maybe even found time to like stack Zero during the game if you're not just this ability. Also,
J-Ruler beats, let's go!
Speaking of cheating mana, like Milas just gets to produce a red mana at the start of the game, and I mean, with how fast games are going, like producing 1 mana is about as much mana as feasting produces over the course of the game.
That's one of the reasons why we saw this last weekend with the Milas Moonstart take on the decapitation combo. Is like the decapitation combo needs extra will on turn 1. That's the only time that it cares about having the extra will is on turn 1. And it doesn't need to be green. It just needs to be extra will. Because, I mean, Feasting was already producing you the Void from LP anyway. So it's this idea of, well, I'll play Milas Moonstart. I'll still get the same hand. I'll lose the consistency in terms of the mulligans, but I'll get a guaranteed extra will that doesn't require me to tap my ruler. And I get to use Magic of Trust and Love.
Yeah, that's a card. It's very good into like the order decks where like they just play something and you're like, yeah, for 0 mana, I'll kill your Hanzo while the stuff's in the chase, right?
Yeah, for sure. So, I mean, there was some very cool usage there. So one extra will at the beginning of the game, not irrelevant.
I'm actually totally on board with that. I do think like Moonstart is like better than the grindy, but you can just side Milas into Moonstart, and then your Magic and Trust and Loves are still the same card, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Milas, because games are going so quickly. And again, this is like another consideration where after last week, I probably wouldn't play Feith Milas because like I would expect the games to go longer. But with all this Violet Nart, like if there's a Feith Mooch player out there and they're siding a Milas, then they're streets ahead, let me tell you.
Feith Mooch sideboarding into the decapitation combo with a Milas to the sideboard. Let's go! Yep. It's like a full transitional sideboard if I've ever seen one. For
Definitely.
Sure.
Man, that's my like I'll never stop talking about it for this format. Just cheating mana is force of will right now. That's what you gotta be doing.
Yeah, cheating mana is force of will, right? Trying to see. Also trying to see how the Dante deck, how it's done.
Oh boy. You're gonna make me commentate Dante versus like Feith Mooch, and I'm gonna have no idea what Dante's even trying to do, but everything's gonna get canceled anyway.
Welser's also 2-0.
Cool. Oh. Sometimes things happen.
Oh, that might have been round. Oh no. Oh man, 2 of my locals had to play each other. That's unfortunate.
I hate to see it.
Curse
of brackets.
The curse of low. Wait, you can side a ruler? Dang, yeah, absolutely, you can side a ruler.
Yep.
That's why I used to play friggin' I played Val 2 Alice's World, and then in game 2 I sideboarded into Reflect Refrain when they were like, haha, I'll play all these things to kill your J-Ruler, and I'm like,
yep.
No.
There was a talking like this week with my brother about like old school Reflect Refrain Necrolance into like old school Gwyber Reflect Refrain, and like we would side into Kane because you could like you were playing for Leviathan, right? And like they wouldn't keep Flames of the Outer World in against Reflect Refrain. So you would side into Kane. You would tap Leviathan.
Like, let's go.
You just pay 1 mana to kill Gwybers because you tapped Leviathan multiple times, and they were just like, huh, I can't deal with that.
Yeah, for sure. I did that all the time when I was like, I'm gonna play. They'd be like, I'll side in Black Moonbeams. I'll side in, Flames of the Outer World against your Val 2. And I'm like, or I'll side. My favorite thing was doing that because this was back in the era of Force of Will where like you revealed at start of game as opposed to like whatever. So I was playing an event and I was playing Val 2, and the plan was always to play Val 2 game 1 and then board into Reflect Refrain. And as I was like smokescreen sideboarding, like all of the sideboard goes into the deck, everything else.
Cards. Yeah.
I watched him slide his ruler aside and bring another ruler in, and I was like, "That's a blazer."
I'm not good anymore.
and then, sure enough, reveal happened, and he flipped the blade. And it's the only time in Force Will I've ever gotten someone to do a triple take. He stopped, looked at it, stepped back again. And I was like, "Yeah, that's a reflect. That's your blazer doesn't do anything here. I'm sorry."
That's always a good one.
Let's see. So Kaguya looks like it's 2-0 right now. We got a Kaguya that's 2-0. We
Interesting.
have the My List.
How does Kaguya look into the violet? Is that like, can Kaguya get out ahead and actually like prevent stuff from resolving quickly enough?
It comes down to the regalia, right? Or sorry, it comes down to the moons. Is the biggest
Right,
piece.
yeah. Can
It's
they
like,
get him out quickly enough over violet through like great?
I don't know. That's a good question.
I guess on the coin is their best bet, right?
Right. The coin is so being on the coin is your best bet because you have this pretty safe because there's a world where if Kage's on the coin and Violet commits to literally
Heart to heart,
any action on turn 1,
coin thief,
and then you unorder, go to Hanzo, and then you like have this immense amount of will, and then there's just like, have a good day, Violet. You're never gonna resolve anything. Especially since feasting can cancel Atom triggers. Like that's a big thing to think about.
Yep.
So but being on the draw.
Wait, could you in a perfect world you could like, oh, you could coin Hanzo and then, oh, you don't have any moons, right? What if you like
So the
coin feast on his turn, you don't do anything just to get the moon, and then you flip it back down.
Yeah.
You call a stone, flip it down, order Hanzo. They try and kill it with like a Gradius, and you just use the moon that you produced last turn to play second feasting.
Yeah, that's a world, right? That's the play that we've
Three
seen.
card combo, that's a world. So
that's a world where people have been like doing the aggressive.
Just like end
phase feasting. I don't think you can afford to do it against Kaguya or against Violet, but I also think that like on coin Kaguya has the best like tell Violet not to do anything, because again, if you're Kaguya's like, if I'm Violet and I'm playing against Kaguya and Kaguya has coin, I'm call stone pass. Like I'm never gonna commit any action on one.
Is the best play for Kaguya in response then to just call stone pass? Like anything you do could get punished by like Gradius or Dark Prom, right?
Well, so
because you don't.
Yeah, for sure. I think at that point in time, it's always you can call stone pass, and then like always be trying, and then it's like maybe call stone if you hit 6 sage stone, great. Otherwise, you're like you're trying to go for say a Kaguya enters the game of God, so you have a moon available, right? So you can still try to. It is very strange. What that matchup could be like. We'll see how it goes later. I do think that if Violet can keep Hanzo in check for the first few turns, I think Violet's probably favored there. It's about those first few turns. Like if you give Kagi, I think in that matchup, if you give Kagi an inch, she's gonna take 7 miles, and you're gonna be like, hello, way over there.
Heart to heart. That's the funniest thing to me is that you can't. Maybe there's a window, because if you do call a stone on one, like then you're tapping your ruler, so you can't energize you can't get feasting out with the moon anymore unless you do play the
6 sage stone. Yeah,
it gets weird. Very, very interesting, actually. I feel like it would be Kaguya, slightly Kaguya favorite going second, but if Kaguya has to go first, I'm maybe having some doubts.
Yeah, for sure. It's tricky.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Excited to
see if we get paired up against it.
Definitely. I mean, I'm actually kind of expecting Violet in top 8. Like, I would not be surprised if there's a Kaguya. If the matchup is like actually playable for Kaguya, then I actually wouldn't be surprised to see a Kaguya make top 8 as well. So
sure, for sure, absolutely.
Absolutely.
How many losses do you still need to make top 8? X1 will definitely do it for sure. With 42 players, there will be quite a few X2s. 5 rounds X2s. Speaking of, you know what? This is a good point. We got 37 people watching. This is a great time for a giveaway. We're going to give away something.
Great time for a giveaway.
We're going to give away something fancy. 1 second.
Yeah, X1 should make it. Should. X1 should make it, and then X11s get weird. most X11s will miss.
Okay, Ryan Miles, you ready to give away something incredibly fancy?
I am ready to give away something incredibly fancy.
Like a $300 prize?
I'm ready to give away a $300 prize.
We are going to give away
There is Ryan Miles. Oh my goodness, that's
we're
crazy.
going to give away one of our 2 sets for today of one of each of the Chinese, Melfi, and Witch of the Fallen Kingdom promo.
Ooh,
So
alrighty.
this is what we're going to give away right now. We're not going to draw the winner right now, but for anyone who is watching the stream, you do not need to. Ryan is very loud compared to me, Jeremy. I will turn Ryan down. Thank you. You do not need to be a member on the channel to be entered. You do not need to be able to access the chat to be entered. But we have at this email address, rulerschoolcontent@gmail.com. Say the first email that you need to send is G&G Contest 1 is your description, your title of the email, so I know that you're there. And the question is, same as last week, what ruler are you most excited to play in Wanderer? So again, G&G Contest 1 to rulerschoolcontent@gmail.com, and enter and submit that. And you will get an entry into that giveaway, which we will draw overnight and email the winners and announce the winners tomorrow. And then also, we'll be doing another giveaway for that later today. And if you enter that one as well, you'll get an entry into both giveaways. So like these giveaways are progressive. So like if you enter the first one, you get 1 entry. Then if you enter in the second one too, for the second giveaway, you'll have 2 entries. And then if you enter into the third one later today, you'll have 3 entries. So progressive, pays to watch the whole stream so that you get the most entries into the giveaways.
All right. So it's rulerschoolcontent@gmail.com.
Correct.
The tagline is Ruler School Contest 1.
Or G&G Contest 1. So I know it's for today. And then you need to let me know in that email what ruler you're most excited to play in Wanderer. International people may enter this contest. I will mail you your promos international. So give us your checkout there. Most exciting until yesterday was Gil.
Oh no, Dennis was talking about like the Worlds format from 2019 and like why we didn't play Gil at Worlds, and I was like, honestly, I don't know. I think it was like the Hanzo Alter decks if I had to guess, but he's like the Flashing Smile like makes them beat Go Wide, right? And I'm guessing that something happened in testing here that makes Gil not. Gotcha.
Currently, just the most broken. Am I going to have points against me if your answer this week is different from last week? No. I'm not looking at your entrance from last week aren't in the entrance from this week. So waiting to see. Getting a bajillion pings from people now giving me their answers, which is great. Get those in. Will I mail you the promos? Charlie, if you win, I will mail you the promos. Okay.
Will you mail me Charlie's promos so I can give them to him in person? Which I will totally do. I promise. You can trust me.
I was going to say, you don't live in the same area.
No, but I'll give them to him. Don't worry.
Okay. Okay. Let's see here. So waiting to see how things are going. I'm looking at the reports.
Right? We got that out of the way.
Say that again?
Is time in the round done or
yeah,
not
time
yet?
in the round is done. Yep.
Cool. We got a couple matches still going here. It looks like.
Yeah, we do still have a couple.
So
Violet is now 2-0.
Well,
I'm
all day, every day. I think Patrick just doesn't like winning at Force of Will.
I
think I watched at the last event, and I don't remember exactly which flavor of tag we were playing, but Olivia was not the call. So I think
it was good against Carlina decks at the time.
I don't think it was.
Because it always had ways to like apply tempo while steal. It was like I would say it was like a 60-40 Carlina's favor.
Interesting. Yeah, I was still on Carlina Dante at the time, so I had very polarized opinions about that.
Yes, you did. Now that deck is trash in terms of that specific version of Carlina Dante. We're not turbo standing right now.
I think I typed this email address wrong because it said that it failed to deliver. Let's try this again.
Ruler School Content. Inheritance Faria is the way of the samurai. Respect.
Oh, you're the email address you copy pasted had school twice.
Oh, Ruler School. Whoops.
Yeah. That's the issue. Everyone, if you submitted it already, you need to change it.
Yeah,
Jeremy
make sure to
can't
go to I can't rulerschoolcontent@gmail.com, not rulerschool content. Sorry, my bad. My bad. Waiting to hear back on how our Dante is doing, so I know whether or not we're gonna grab him next month. If he loses, we're gonna grab the My List 0. If he wins, we'll see who gets paired up against who.
kind of terrified to put like a fun deck that's 2-0 on stream because you're really kind of jinxing us, right? We had
You're
let's
not
put
wrong.
Shiva on one, Shiva loses. Oh, let's put Alice on stream round 2. Alice loses. Like, what's next? I think last like, oh, let's put Electo Beatrice on stream. Oh, lose. Like, every time I watch you just put the fun deck on that's doing well, immediate loss every time without fail.
Sorry, the screen curse is real. That means I just have to go grab. I'm doing this.
Go grab a
Here's the grand conspiracy. I'm doing this so that doing these other decks so that I can like leave Steven until top 8, so like he's not on stream, so he doesn't get cursed, so that Welser can make it.
I'm on to you.
That's the great conspiracy of Ruler School. Still a lot of people reporting, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna go on a quick break. What was it again? Yeah, G&G day 1 for the contest entry, Frank, and it's what ruler you're most excited to play in what. So I'm gonna push us to a short break so I can get some water, and then we will be back shortly. Gotta find the right button on my stream deck. So thank you all so much. We'll be back with round 3 in a little bit. Oh, Roderick didn't get his name typed into my thing. That's on me. Good here. Good, good. Okay. Welcome to round 3, guys. You have 60 minutes on the round. You may begin. Okay, Ryan, I'm sorry, but so we have Zero Mylist on the left, and on the right we have Violet.
You're just trying to watch every fun deck lose on stream
I'm
to
not
some
trying
degenerate.
to. I'm not trying. I'm sorry. It's not what we're trying. It's not what we're trying for. I apologize.
Theory, Jeremy. I think you're so excited about Wanderer that you're just finding the most polarized, mismatched nonsense in New Frontiers to put on stream.
Sure.
So everyone's like, "Wow, man, this New Frontiers is a little bit too fast. I wish there was a ban list." Then you're like, "Hey, everyone, my name is
It's the
Tell you
grand.
about what
It's the grand conspiracy.
I'm on to you."
So there's an interesting thing here with. So the interesting thing is that like all of Violet's board wipe stuff is 10 damage,
Yeah.
which is bigger than my list with the 4+1/+1s, and 0 gives my list protection against targeted stuff, which is Violet's other side of things.
Yeah, no Dark Prom.
So
Dark
it's
Prom doesn't.
like, that's something. That's something to consider here.
Trying to do here. We're just trying to have my list hit you a few times and call it a day.
Yeah, I mean, like, the problem is we don't have the cost reduction from Malnerius, so, like, that's a thing.
My list costs 3.
Yeah, my list does cost 3,
Okay.
so we'll be interested. It'll be interesting to see what notes here. It is noting that both of these players, their cameras and internet isn't the best, but they do have secondary cameras online, so that if we do need to do any kind of, like, judge, like, hey, we could verify board states are the same, that kind of stuff. It's a thing that has possible. So it does look like George might be going first. I can't quite tell. I can't see either of them have an energized coin. So I don't know what's going on. And we can't hear them. Did you hear, Ryan? Because you can hear them.
I turned them down pretty low.
Oh, okay, cool. Well, we'll see whoever takes the first action. We'll know very quickly. It is gonna come down to seeing, like, I'm curious to see what the 0 Mylist deck has to be able to stop Bah. Right? That's the great question. Well, I mean, that's the question of this mirror, right? Like, what does 0 have, or what does Violet have to stop Mylist from just punching you in the face? What does 0 have to stop Baja from punching in the face? So we'll see what
I'm
happens.
interested to see what we're doing with free red will, because looking at the deck list, it's not very red, if I'm being honest. But there is Calamity Shield in the main.
Ooh, that's important.
Yeah, very important. It looks like there's also 4 Virgil, so maybe my list isn't actually the main game plan. It's like flip my list, hit you for a bunch. Virgil over my list, hit you for a bunch. Flip 0, hit you.
I don't hate that.
Like, it might just be like a 1-2 punch where it's my list, Virgil, 0, just all in one turn.
Huh.
Yeah, just looking at it, I think that's kind of the game plan from this deck.
Yeah, just like hit you 3 times.
There's 4 Tea Party, so I actually think like his first couple turns, he's trying to Tea Party and like set up for this big one explosive turn. I think that's what this deck is trying to do. I think it's like just like a 3-hit combo that tries to happen all at once. Maybe even get to like 4 stones, so you have like number 13s that are cheap to protect it.
Mm-hmm.
There's
Maybe.
Lars to unastral stuff to flip it again, because you are playing a full 4 Virgil. So there's a lot of cool stuff going on here. I'm interested to see. And it looks like Violet does have the coin here.
Yeah, so we do get 1 red extra.
I don't know who won the die roll to see who chose that, but
yeah. Well, you don't get to choose if you win the die roll, so
you know what? You're right.
we do have that 1 floating. We're calling the mine list. We hit a Brad stone off the top.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't have thought to do that, to just like triple hit, because you can judgment more than once per turn when you have 2 rulers. So like that's a thing. What are we doing with this 1 green will? Looking at this list, probably
it's 2 red stones in the deck, so there's some green cards in here. You're really looking for Tea Party on the one, I think.
Yeah.
You do play Wellser, so not lose the game. So Wellser is something that's going to be huge here to stop Violet from just OTKing. It's a full Wellser.
Amadeus stone, so that's a 5-color stone for Roderick.
Down as well.
Virgil's like, nah, I don't need to be in a fallen angel. I can make any ruler
Yep.
astral. It's fine. Being a heart-to-heart come down for Roderick. Starting that off for now. I think you let that resolve, right?
A heart-to-heart?
Yeah.
You probably don't want it, right? Maybe
Well-
you do, just because I don't know what else you're doing with this mana.
That's true, because it's the one. Yeah, with it being the
Burn-
greenstone.
I think also to make you burn energize some of the time. I feel like
Yeah, I think that
Some of
might be fair.
it does depend on the hand composition overall, I think. So.
Yeah, it does also put 2 more +1/+1 counters on both 0 and my list.
Oh my god.
So like,
Wait a minute. Oh, and then you do get to untap it, so you're doing another 200.
and you
or
also
you're
get,
pr-
or you are
Okay.
putting another +2 +1 cancel counters. So like he could recover. Looks like he did burn him for 2 here. So.
I think you're always burning for 2 because it's equivalent to putting 2 +1/+1 counters on 0.
Right, without having to. Yeah.
It's just like it's stickier. You don't get your 0 won't get might get blocked and the damage won't convert, but
did
like
burn-
the 200.
We did burn coin here for heart-to-heart talk.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's correct from both players. I think it is like it really does depend on the hand composition for George here, but I feel like most hand textures will want to just throw out the Welser there.
Yeah, for sure. We're gonna Everfrost here. Leave up the stone. Roderick pass. Or sorry, not Everfrost. Eternal Wind. Recover the stone pass. Okay. Burn it. We missed a burn there. Oh no. Okay. Caught ourselves before we we moved in to get that extra 200 down to 36. Bajillion cards in hand.
Mm-hmm.
Zero's gonna call us a stone. Amadeus stone.
White.
Yeah,
That's
mono
Tea
white
Party.
right now. That is Tea Party mana.
It's still double green if you have a Tea Party, so
Yep.
we can still have some other counterspell stuff going on.
It is also a number 13 potentially. Oh, just doubly a pass.
Very hard to have number 13 as your only interaction here and expect
Yes.
to not just immediately lose the game to Violet, though.
Yeah, for sure.
Especially when that wheel is already untapped. You've got Turbulence, Heart to Hearts online. That's a lot of threats that can come out. I think the only way you don't die is if
Double Welser
Violet-
is what we have here. Like 2
double
more
Welser.
Welser in hand.
second and third Welser and Tea Party. That just seems a little bit unrealistic, but
Mm.
you never know. I'm honestly wondering how close George is to lethal here, actually.
Well, we're
like,
gonna
he doesn't
get some
have.
more burn, right? We're gonna get some more burn. If there's another Welser, that's another 2 damage as well. So Everfrost discarded at end of turn to Violet.
I feel like this deck isn't going to fare well into Violet, though, just because if you do need like that 3-hit combo, the Milas will get there because there's barrier, but I don't think the Virgil's connecting, and it's also probably like the Violet, like the 0 might not connect either.
This sideboard is crazy. For
Yeah,
this-
we can talk about that later. I don't
Yeah,
know
we'll
if I
talk
want to
about
give
that
up,
later. Yeah, this sideboard is.
but that sideboard is something.
Yeah, this is very interesting. We'll have to see what happens there. So we're seeing a before recovery. How are we doing before recovery? Are we turbulencing?
Could be. I mean, that's what I would expect with the one will open, right?
Trying for turn. We're just gonna use Violet before recovery. Interesting.
I think it might be on the opponent's
Roderick's
turn.
turn. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So like we're using Violet. Or I think he already drew for turn, so now we're trying to do Violet.
I think he drew off the Everfrost that's in engrave. Like he used Violet at the end of George's turn and then drew off Everfrost. So I'm not sure where we're at in the
sequencing. Well, we're discarding another Everfrost, so this must have been the Violet during his turn.
Well, no, he's on his turn once the Violet recovers.
yeah. That'll be the day when we know that the Violet recovers. I mean, like how crazy is the hand if it's literally Tea Party double Welser, right?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how, like, the problem is he has to be so reactive, and he's only like kind of building up his own game plan with the Welser. Like he does need to be able to flip my list, and that's 3
we're
mana.
only discarding. I was going to say, there's the 3 atoms.
And I believe this is before untap because
This
the
is
Violet
before
hasn't
untap,
recovered.
Yeah.
So we just have to interact with this. Garyon's an option as well, so we could have
Garyon is an
actually
option. Yeah, we have got a couple outs.
works because we have white green. We can't Calamity Shield. I don't think there's any way to actually get a Calamity Shield online here.
Not right now, unfortunately. We're 1 turn low on the Calamity.
We do have Lumia, so we could Gary on this, and then no, Lumia doesn't beat Baja. You just take 40 all at once.
Yeah. And if this resolves, then we don't have an opportunity to cast a Lumia. But also, even then, take a full 40.
Yeah, there's nothing. Violet is just
Doing Violet things. There is one other out to not die here, which is because he's playing Fallen Angel of Black Tears. If it's Gary, so like there's actually a lot of like Welser Tea Party X combinations that keep him alive.
get Black Tears without black mana.
Because that's true. Never mind. We're only at 2 stones. Rip. Never mind.
Yep.
Ignore me. So no, we
Red Stone looked really broken when this card came out, but now games end on turn 2, and you just never get to the 5 color mana.
So
Get Tea Party. That up.
Party. Leave it up. Immediately gonna.
Okay, so I think he's just casting the Tea Party to say like, okay, if you don't Baja me, then I'll probably lethal you next turn. If I can
voting the white. No.
Okay, he's
White.
drawing.
No.
Yeah, why are we?
It has to be another Tea Party, like, so we can dig further with a second Tea Party.
I don't know. Oh,
Welser.
But we only have white mana. What could white mana do against?
Well, another Tea Party gets us another green, right?
Okay,
so
that would be the bait, I guess.
Yeah.
But if we already had, maybe he does just have
another 2.
Dig more. Okay, that would make sense.
Yeah, leaving up the white so that you can like dig with further Tea Parties makes the most sense. To like give yourself the most outs.
Why not just play Welser first and then wait for the Tea Parties for later?
Yeah,
I guess.
Yeah, for sure.
I think he's digging for something. Might have even hit the Welser off the top of the Tea Party there.
Yeah, that's also true.
We're really just fingers crossed. Please no Baja.
Well, the other Well, he also the other reason why to not float the green here is because of the fact that we're moving to recovery, so that green will would vanish. So that's
right.
But we're gonna use the green anyway immediately. So like, we need a second.
Yeah, absolutely.
Has to be second team. That is. Can't tell what that card is. That.
I'm gonna turn him up.
That's setting the stage of Providence.
Setting the stage.
That's gross.
I just heard him read the card, and I'm pretty sure that's setting the stage.
Yeah, that's setting the stage of Providence. That's gross. Right now. That
he's
means
playing 2 copies.
Like
no more counter spells online. So even if he has second or third Welser here, that's not going to do it. Is there anything that he could
in the main board?
Yeah.
Because we don't have Calamity. There's nothing in the main that saves us here.
No, Lars doesn't do it. Can't play black mana for Black Witch. Tea Party doesn't do it.
Does not get us there, unfortunately. Setting the stage of Providence is a real good card.
Play White Demon Flame. There we go.
Doesn't have an enter effect.
No, White Demon Flame. Oh, he's just letting it die. Drawing a card? I don't even know. There's nothing going on here.
Doesn't even have... Yeah, it dies. Doesn't even have an enter effect. He doesn't even get to draw a card.
No, I mean... is he casting this?
Response to the Baja? I mean...
Yeah, to draw a card, I guess.
But he hasn't taken any damage.
Yeah, no, he's dead every time. He's just like playing a card, I guess.
Yeah, because no...
Aha!
Yeah, it has all the modes. With that, we go into game 2. Violet does Violet thing.
Oh, Jeremy, just the master saboteur.
Not what I'm trying to do, boys.
Saboteur.
Not what I'm trying to do.
I've seen you in action too many times, sir.
There's no, okay, but now so this becomes the question of like, it certainly goes to the sideboard action definitely happens.
Let's see if he does it. Because if he doesn't do it, I wouldn't want to give away a strats. But
Yeah,
if he
for sure.
does,
I'm not gonna say anything until we see it. But we'll have to see if it happens.
I think it's likely that it does happen, though, if I'm being honest.
I think you're probably right. I think it gives a lot of advantage in this matchup.
Yeah.
To make that
Don't think
play
that
real.
Yeah, I don't think this game plan A is quick enough, and I don't think that it actually is resilient enough. Like the Miles connects, and then the other two pieces don't connect. Maybe one does, but it's not going to be 40 damage.
Yeah.
I think it is an issue. So yeah, I think we're seeing.
I
And
think we're
this is
seeing
weird.
it, and we're gonna wait and, and we're
You know,
gonna
it's probably
both
come
act
out, but yeah,
very surprised when we see it because it's kind of genius. I like it a lot.
it looks like George has not reached for his sideboard at all, though. Unfortunately, so it might just be a 0 card sideboard. No
Oof.
fun.
Might be thinking about some math here.
I think it looks better to me, but
I agree. I think it's probably the better line.
oh well. Roderick kind of going through his sideboard options here. What are you deciding against 0 Mylest?
Let me look at the board.
More setting the stage, probably.
Probably more setting. Yeah.
Maybe Aegis if you're expecting Lycaons, but just didn't see them that game. I don't know.
Yeah. I think
Either
it's probably. I mean, second boon potential.
Tachyon doesn't work on Welser, does it? Because it's just recover a ruler. Wait,
It wouldn't.
it would recover a ruler, right? Or no, it wouldn't.
Yeah, it would. It would recover a.
Okay, so you could your
It's just
opponent tries.
if you recovered a ruler that if it's a 6 sage, then you completed
So your opponent tries to Welser your turbulence. You go in response, Violet effect, Tachyon your Welser, recover my Violet. Let's go.
it.
2+1/+1 counters. Let's go.
Let's go. No, I
So
think
maybe-
I think probably I think the other two copies of Setting the Stage of the Providence are probably the thing I would bring in. Although it looked like Roderick was grabbing a full grip, so
Yeah, I don't know.
maybe there's something I'm not expecting.
Maybe Calamity Shield. Maybe he's looking at 0 Myless and saying somehow,
that's true.
eventually, I'm going to take like 30 damage at a turn. So let's just
especially if
Calam-
he gets to take the coin. That's a thing.
yeah.
Although in dealing with the coin, you don't have to deal with a turn 1 Welser, so that maybe feels pretty good for Roderick.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't look like we'll see. I mean, at this point in time, doesn't seem like it. So.
And back to the topic of just like cheating mana, we didn't use the red mana from my list on the side of George. And then with every single available will that we had that game, we played a piece of interaction and still died on turn 2.
Right.
We played Welser, we played Lumia, which is interaction, but we just took 40 and couldn't do anything about it. Like,
Right.
how good is Violet? How good is she? It's playing cards for 0 mana, you know?
Yeah, for sure. And the problem there with like setting the stage of Providence too is just like cast the turbulence, it got responded, go to our recovery, cast setting the stage, and then we can still have the will to cast Baja. You know,
Eternal Wind's a hell of a drug.
you know what I'm excited for next format?
are you excited for?
Freaking Evil Elemental Uprising. Like
That's a good one.
just
I
be
think
like,
I'm more on the Horn game plan.
or
0 mana is
Horn, yeah, to shuffle it back into their deck. And there's like,
yeah, to make it unchaseable. Tempting though. Very tempting.
yeah, no, unchaseable, get rid of everything.
No sideboard. Unlucky. Logan is upset in the chat.
We
I'm
are upset. We are upset.
All
We
upset.
won't-
I think it would be correct.
I also agree that it would have been correct, but we're not going to spoil it. And if we see it,
Yeah.
and we're going to wish,
See it in top 8. We have faith.
We're
As
going to
long
wish. We're gonna wish success for George in this game. We're gonna see him do it, and we're gonna see him do it in game 2, and then we're gonna watch him catapult his way up to top 8.
Does he maybe not do it just because he gets to choose where the coin goes this time, and then he might do it next game? Is that?
Yeah, that
Ever
might
per-
be. Yeah, that might be the choice. I
He
don't.
took
I mean,
the-
I don't hate that. He took the
Yeah, he
coin.
took the coin this time, so he can maybe just do a game 3 when he knows he's not getting it. It's like mulligans have been resolved. There's a heart to heart on turn 1. You can't coin Welser when you have red white energized.
Yeah,
so.
that doesn't do much.
That hand. No, this is a Violet effect. All right,
Okay, we've got a floating red.
floating red.
We can't just judgment this turn.
Is that the play?
I mean, it might be.
It might be.
If that's a 6 sage stone,
It is.
We don't have the problem is we don't have we're like one wheel short for doing all of them.
No, but you can still hit for a lot. The problem is that the heart to heart's online, so you just get dark prompt on the
Well, you can't.
Virgil.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Yeah, like you're only punching for like how many cards in hand? 6. So you're punching for 18. You're punching for 22. Your 10 doesn't get there. You can't flip 0. You can flip 0 next turn, but you're tapped out, and Violet has 2 stones. So
Yeah, then you're just dead.
you just die.
Yeah, for sure. 1.
There's 2. Could just be Violet. He plays
There's
Violet.
3.
There's 3. It's okay. We're going for it.
Oh, we're going in. We're going fast. We're saying you don't have dark prominence. You don't have it.
So this my list does have barrier for people at home who don't know what 0 does, like myself as of 20 minutes ago.
Yeah. It's also gonna be. He went second, but he's at 6 cards in hand. So this Milet's swing in for 18.
Yep, 18 plus 4 is
Yeah,
22.
so 22.
Is a lot of damage.
22 is a lot of damage. Using Aegis, it can't target. Oh my gosh, what a misplay from what a misplay. It can't target.
You can't even. No, you can still discard
You
it,
can
but
still
you can't.
use it won't do anything. What a
0.
misplay. Can we capitalize?
We can only deal an extra 10 damage, but maybe that's enough because 0's coming in next turn, more than likely.
Yeah. Whoa.
Okay.
Okay. There's an out. There's an avenue.
Yeah, Roderick, we needed to wait here until the Virgil came down. I don't know if he had.
But how do we not die? How do we not just like Baja blast you?
I mean,
when
our
we have
opponents
2
have,
cards?
have both Turbulence and Baja again, and like they might.
They might just have it.
There's no Atom Stone, so that's kind of stunting the Atom production.
There's the Virgil.
Okay, another 10 damage.
In. Oh, he's
That
down to
Aegis-
18. Yeah, no, we knew he's 18. Yep,
He's
that
going to
Aegis misplay there goes down to 8.
And how much is 0 flipping for next turn?
More enough.
He has to actually kill this Virgil too. Like that has to die.
Well, I mean, you go for the Baja play, you win anyway. So
Yeah, I mean, you win the game, and if you don't win the game, how do you survive next turn? It's kind of my thought process here.
oh my goodness gracious. Also, here's the like we have to float red here.
0
Right.
has barrier.
0 has barrier too and swiftness, and will
Yep,
kill
she's-
everything that comes into play.
Yeah, 12/12, and there's no quick cast resonators for Violet, right?
Yeah, it's Roderick gets this turn, and he's fully tapped out. He gets the turn to do whatever he wants.
I think
But,
0
like-
100% wins the game every time.
If George gets to go to his next turn, then that's the game.
Yeah, this has to be Turbulence Baja. I don't think without Turbulence he can get enough atoms engraved for Baja.
Correct. It has to be exactly Turbulence Baja.
There's maybe 6 Age Stone into some Violet flip degeneracy, depending on how many
Maybe.
he's tapped out. He has a chance to steal 40 here. Can also attack into the Virgil to clear that out. But then you're still dying to 0, right? Every time.
Oof. It doesn't feel so. From what the vibe that I'm getting from Roderick is that the hand is not Turbulence Baja because otherwise we just slam it, right?
Yeah, I mean, opponent's tapped out. That's what has
Like,
to
there's
happen.
no reason to not. That's
Floats
a 6
will.
Age Stone.
Okay, leaves an option for a Violet flip turn, depending on how many Brave Force we have, depending on how many Eternal Wind and Tiny Violet we have.
Yeah.
You can absolutely lethal from 40 with Violet on 2.
Yeah,
It
that's
is
not. Yeah, that's not difficult. Yeah,
completely dependent
especially
on
if you're playing Eternal Winds. If you're playing
4
Eternal
Brave
Winds
Force deck as well, so definitely on the table.
to
He's just doing math here, yeah.
Violet math for. Ooh, that doesn't make me feel confident. Does not feel like
Yeah.
there's necessarily a lot of atoms in that hand. Violet effects.
Yeah, I mean, gotta do what you gotta do. Gotta find more atoms.
This is
40 damage. Every Brave Force is effectively 800. You don't need to worry
setting the
about.
Sage of Providence. Might as well get rid of a dead card. So we certainly don't have Turbulence at that point, right? Like,
Yeah, no.
we don't have Turbulence if we're discarding a setting the stage.
No, we would discard setting the stage anyway because we're trying to win the game. Oh, you're saying because
It projects that we don't have Turbulence because I might as well discard an atom anyway. And have
so this is a
another-
tiny Violet, so this is probably game over.
Yeah, I don't think there's any follow-up. Pass. Oh my gosh.
That's it. I'm looking at this deck list. I don't think anything interacts with 0 flip. I don't think it's any
Nothing.
quick cast theirs to come in and block
So
either.
you swing Virgil, make him burn it through.
Yeah.
Wow.
Just call a stone and just have.
Yeah.
They're a white card, I guess. So you can't just double burn with Virgil.
I mean,
but
I think the proper play here is to still, before you even call stone, just go in with Virgil.
right.
Like, there's no reason to call stone first.
Well, I mean, you can tap Milas to call a stone, right?
Sure, I guess.
Yeah. Like it's just a free stone. Maybe you hit second 6 age, you get black mana, and you just have lethal right there.
That's true.
But like,
Well, that doesn't do it. That's a Bradstone. But regardless, we've got the lethal. There's nothing here, especially again because Violet at this point in time, she's got so many +1/+1 counters on her that you can't target her, and you also can't burn her to death.
Yep.
Like she'll survive
So-
a Providence.
So I guess the one thing that would be
Wow.
White Garden, right?
Wow. Yeah, White Garden.
That's like 1200 damage, and he would live. But
It's
don't
also
think-
bigger now because she has more counters.
how many counters does
He
she
put
have?
4 +1/+1. He put 2 more +1/+1 counters on it, but that still gets you above a White Garden.
Sure.
So it's still, it will be 12, 14. So White Garden still gets you there. You're still good. Oh, we're getting
That
a
would
judge. Hold on a second.
Judge, okay.
Uh,
Just some before combat
he's
stuff.
got, yeah,
That's right.
we're getting summoned. Let's see. Because I am not trying to.
Oh, Pat's coming. I thought you were about to do it. I'm like,
I can't.
you
I'm not going to take judge calls. Oh, I can't get in because there's a cap of 4 people. Ryan, would you mind stepping out real quick?
Hello. What's going on?
We're waiting on Patrick to see what the judge call is.
oh, there we go.
Okay.
Oh no,
What?
he blanked his combat for the turn.
What do you mean?
He declared combat with Virgil, said, never mind, call the
Oh
stone,
no!
which is a legal play. But when you do that, you can't enter combat again for the rest of the turn.
Correct.
If your
You
opponent...
forfeit combat for the whole
Wait,
turn.
Did his opponent...
Oh
Wow.
my goodness.
He had lethal.
Oh
No.
my goodness. This is why I said go into combat first. Might as well just swing.
Yeah, so...
You can hear them, I can't. So
I don't know.
pause time on round.
Yeah. You can. So George is saying he was under the impression you go into combat as many times as you wanted.
Oh, so like
Yeah.
just not understanding the rules?
Yeah, he tried to enter combat. His opponent didn't do anything, and he forfeit combat. Yeah.
Yeah, and so the question becomes then is like how does it get ruled when it's just like that's not how the game works?
Okay.
You'll have to tell me what Patrick's saying on the board. Probably gonna get
Patrick-
an appeal.
Patrick's explaining the ruling about how when you enter combat and if your opponent doesn't play a card, you forfeit combat. You forfeit for the rest of the turn.
Yeah,
He was kind of explaining.
If
used to
neither
be like-
player takes an action, yeah. If you enter combat, neither player takes an action, and then you go back out of combat. You've
Your
forfeited
opponent has to
combat.
play a card. If you enter combat and you play a card and then you forfeit combat, you're still forfeiting combat for the rest of
I
the
think it's as long as nothing's been done on the chase.
All right. It's only your opponent. Your opponent has to interact, or else you forfeit combat for the rest of the turn.
Louise, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, this was 110% lethal, but he just tried to get a little tricky and maybe bait out a response with the Virgil.
Which is why I said you just swing with the Virgil. Like, there's no reason to not just start the turn by swinging with the Virgil.
Wasn't aware. I think Patrick even cited the rule verbatim, and I know exactly what rule it is. Like 3.26, I think he said.
Yeah.
Where if you, because there is that like mind game part, right? Where if you enter combat, like you're trying to entice your opponent to do something, so you can't just enter combat with like no intent of actually attacking and then like just try and make your opponent respond, and then if they don't do anything, you just say never mind.
Yeah, that's fair.
Um, so yeah, that's why that rule's in there, because you can't do that. So when George here tries to make a bluff happen to like bait out a dark prom or something, and then
If the
Roderick's
non-turn
like,
player, 803.6. If the non-turn player played no spells or abilities in the battle, and the turn player chose to forfeit, the turn player may not initiate battle again this turn.
yeah, there was
That's
literally
real
no
rough.
way to lose this game because there's
rough.
not even a White Garden
Although,
in
I mean,
Rod.
yeah, no, that's real rough.
That's just he just got a little bit too tricky with it.
Well, the question, I mean,
So he's still
the hand. He's not out, right? Because it does feel very much like Roderick's hand has been real weird.
if he gets to attack again, but he needs to have interaction here to not just die. And yeah, the problem here is that Roderick's about to draw 4 cards because he gets 2 Violet activations, 2 tiny Violet activations.
Yeah.
And if you don't find a Baja by then with the turbulence, maybe like what?
Yeah.
Oh, buddy. Logan is understandably upset in the chat as he helped build this deck, and you want to see it in action. But yeah, I mean, so we have Sixation, we have green, so there is
Setting
double
the
wealth.
Stage of Providence.
Okay, there is no longer double Welser possibilities.
Yeah, unless this is again
Oh,
Welser.
Jeremy, you curse, you absolute jinx.
didn't mean.
Un-
Listen to me.
unlosable
Okay,
game.
listen to me. I specifically stated the first thing you do is just go combat swing Virgil, correct? Like,
Yes,
I
exactly what you-
did say that. I said before you even call stone, you just go combat swing. Like, there's no reason to not. Like, I did nothing wrong here.
Before calling a stone, go combat Virgil. He just said, "Never mind, I want to call a stone."
Yeah, and I said don't. I just say you just swing in. Like, that's
What was the thought? Like, why?
Ugh.
Man, you hate to see it.
There is a world. Okay, so there's still a world. Gary in there to stop the setting the stage.
Yeah, you can't Welser the setting the stage because then it just comes back anyway.
Well, it also would cost him. Oh wait, no, he can still Welser here. So
Why are we using 6 Sage Stone to play the Gary on?
also agree with that. I mean, it might be
Yeah,
fortunate
probably.
some tilting.
I wouldn't be surprised if George is just like staring into his own soul right now, thinking, "I lose this, and it's my fault." I just, it's so tilting to be in a situation where you make just such a colossal mistake and you have to keep playing.
Well,
It's
you
really
know, the thing is, if Roderick doesn't have a second setting the stage, a third setting the stage, doesn't have turbulence,
yeah.
a second Welser here, a Welser still in hand from
Could still be
George,
I don't think he
could
can
still be a possibility.
And he still always has lethal on the crackback.
Yes, 100%. 100% of the time. If he survives this turn, the game is over. Because what you do is before you even call stone, you go combat Virgil.
You don't even need to combat Virgil. You just need to flip 0.
Don't
and you
even. We're flipping Violet.
Yeah. Okay.
We're flipping Violet. That's a Brave Force. We have a Goddard on the side. Okay, so Brave Force is +8. So now suddenly this Violet is getting us. I'm assuming he's probably, it gives him swiftness and barrier. So obviously going to do +2/+2. Or you could do flying, I suppose. So this is at least 16, if not, or minimum 14, but possibly 16.
You want to know what's
So
truly
14 to 16 off of this. 14 or 16 off of this Violet.
2 more.
16 or 18 off of this Violet.
I think we have to give her flying at some point, unless we're dark priming
Right.
Virgil.
So it's 16 if we're flying, or 18 if we're not.
Let's call it 18 until we see this. Until
Sure.
we see the attack go through and there's no blockers.
Yeah. So 18. Let's consider 18. You're blaming me. Listen here. I refuse to take blame for this. I am on record as saying the absolute correct action was X.
Yeah, but you put him on stream, and that's the curse. And nothing else past that point matters. It's just the fact that
So tiny Violet effects.
Yep. fine with that.
Tiny Violet flies. We also could just be attacking. We are attacking with a Tiny Violet.
So this is a weird consideration because
Free
because of
damage.
the Greenstone and because we have 6 stage instead of the Greenstone, we could have just pinged Violet with Virgil, but like in response to the Brave Force here.
But it wouldn't
was-
kill it. It doesn't have Drain Bane.
But to the Tiny Violet, I meant.
Oh,
The
it's the
forehead.
well, we could do it. Yeah, no, we had the Bradstone. So now the Violet is swinging. Tiny Violet's 9. 9.
Yep.
Member for 30 months, Logan. Thank you so much.
Hot diggity.
Thank you so much, buddy. Blame Jeremy.
Hashtag blame Jeremy.
Okay, so we're taking 9.
I think Violet's only 18 here. Looks like maybe 10. Yeah, I think 12. Okay, so Violet's at 20.
Yeah, we used the break because we used the Brave Force. Yeah, Violet's at 20 without flying until.
Yeah, and it looks like he didn't. So
What's the hand? The hand feels like real. It feels like Roderick's hand is not good.
I'm expecting a Dark Prom on the Virgil into an attack.
It has to be.
It's like Eternal.
Eternal Winds. There's a discarding of a Firestorm, it looks like.
Yep. He's not taking up dice, so this might just be precision. He just wants to get the Virgil off the board, but he made that can't be right.
Rough. That feels
Maybe
incorrect.
Oh, it could be Drain. Oh no.
Oh, that's a problem. It could absolutely be Drain.
We'll find out once life totals change
Yeah,
here.
when life totals change, but if that's Drain, that might have been why we were going for the Violet play.
But we might still have lethal if there's no Dark Prom, because if Virgil can actually connect, you go from 28 back down to 18. He discarded a Baja.
He had Baja and discarded.
Was he worried about Welser?
We did have Drain, so left the Virgil. We didn't block the Virgil.
If this Virgil connects, there's still a chance for George here.
Yeah. Although,
Extreme.
okay,
Fine.
11 to 28.
How big is 0? 14?
14.
So
Will be even bigger. Will be 16.
Yep. 6
Plus-
stage stones lethal. Welser would be lethal.
He also, he can go up to 16. No, he wins. This is still lethal. Because Welser can burn him for 2.
Dark Prom and 8 are outs to stop the Virgil. The Virgil has to
Yes.
connect.
The Virgil has to. Oh my.
I really don't like that he keeps putting counters onto 0 instead of burning 2. It just seems like the exact same thing to me, except for more interactable.
Well, the Welser is tapped. The Milas is tapped. So,
Right, because he was trying to do it differently last turn, right?
Yeah. Is there a world where you Welser here to get an extra couple damage on the 0?
There's 100% a world where you do that. Your opponent is not playing a card this turn.
Yeah, because he can still discard off of the Violet, but yeah, he's got 2 cards left in hand. Well, you know what? We're wheeling around, and the thing is, that Welser's gonna get to stay on board.
Right? I don't think he drew a turn. I think he drew for turn already. So he could put another 6 damage on board, and then there was no way that the Dark Prom would have gotten in the way. But this is another 400 damage that goes on, or another 4 tokens that go on 0.
2 tokens, unfortunately.
Though. But
if he does, if he did this at the end of George's turn, then it's safe.
Yeah,
but at the end of Roderick's turn. But if he did it on his turn, nope. That on his turn. Oh, oof. Combat.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even think we call a stone. It might be relevant that this 200 damage from Milas matters. I don't know exactly how big 0 is.
Yeah, we swing with Virgil first.
I think 0 is at 18.
Yeah. Virgil 10
has to be Aegis or Dark Prom.
That's game.
Oh my goodness!
Oh
there's
my gosh. There's no out. No out. Other than White Garden, has to be White Garden.
I don't think he plays it.
Take a look at the list.
It's not in his 55.
You would know better than I would.
Unless he plays more than one.
There is no White Garden. There's no life gain here. It's just Judgment lethal.
We've got 0 flip and we've got 800 damage from the Virgil if we need to push.
Yeah. Well, the Virgil's gonna die. The 0 kills both sides of the board.
He could have pumped in the damage beforehand if he wanted to. It's like he's going to elect not to.
Wow. Oh no. Oh, wait a minute. I mean, it doesn't super matter here, but it does mean that the violet's back on our front side.
It doesn't matter. He doesn't have any. There's
If he-
no.
Yeah, he would have to white. I mean, either way.
Yeah, like it doesn't.
Kills
he
both
gets
sides of the board. Seeing if Roderick has. Okay, we're dead here. We're dead here.
There's like cleaner ways to make this play, but I mean, at the end of the day,
It gets
If
there. It's
18.
lethal. At the end of the day, it's 18 damage.
there's not any interaction I think that could happen here.
It's exactly
Wow.
because we had the Welser. It's exactly 18. Oh my gosh.
What's crazy to me is that like all of that was kind of face up. Like you knew if George had Welser exactly how much damage Zero could put out this turn,
Right.
and Roderick still has 2 cards in hand that he just hasn't played. Like those 2 cards could have just been an extra 400 life. He also could have put the Brave Force onto the Violet to gain another 600 life.
Instead
had-
of going with the tiny violet. Yeah, there's some serious misplays here. Yeah.
But he chose not to. He thought he was going to be safe, but just didn't count exactly how much damage was going to be coming out.
Loading some will. Unless he has exactly violet top deck white garden lethal. And I'm looking at the list and there's no white gardens.
Specify that, but
Yeah. There's no white gardens in the list in the 55.
everything targets. He's got barrier. Magical Loveliness won't do it.
Yeah. Can't even rest her. He's too high on life for magical loveliness for Zero going in. Tiny violet for something.
Isn't enough damage to kill it. Turbulence isn't enough damage to kill.
Turbulence isn't enough damage to kill it either. Top deck something off of Everfrost, but you don't get to take any more actions. I can only think this man is playing Zero to flex on people. We take it to game 3.
You get to game 3. Oh my goodness.
We might see the play now.
George can kind of recover his mental there because he was looking a little flustered there after game number 1.
For sure.
Having the Sage Stone is like a minor optimization thing that you probably just like don't do that normally, but when you're just like resigned to losing that game already, you just kind of don't think about it. So taking down game 2 despite every best effort not to, and yeah, we might see it transform the sideboard with the coin going the other way.
Oh, I gotta restart their time. Whoops. Doom.
Oopsie.
Here, I think we've been talking for about.
This game takes more than 3 turns. I'll be surprised.
Yeah, I think they have enough time for 32 minutes. Like when Travis played Lucifer at Collinsville just to flex the mental Lucifer. And he's just trying to flex the Gold Uber Zero. Taking it to game 3. Let's see if it happens. See if it happens.
He's not reaching for it.
No.
To do it, I have to imagine. Like you do not have the tempo to be able to keep up with Violet. Like you cannot.
If you're going first. Yeah, if Violet's getting second.
Violet does to actually stop them from killing you if they draw the hand. So like I think the sideboard would be the thing to do.
I agree. But again, if he doesn't do it, we're not going to talk about it. Oh, see you in that reach.
Logan will never know. He's reaching. He's thinking about it. Yeah, I mean, if you're going first, it's got to be correct. It's got to be.
It's got to be the play.
I can't envision Milas Zero winning on turn 1 or without the coin. I think that game was exactly everything that needed to happen. He had the 6 stage on 1. He had Milas up on 1. He had the Virgil. The Virgil didn't get interacted with. Like all of those things needed to happen, and his opponent needed to also not have.
We're not doing it. Wait, maybe we're not. Maybe. Hold on. Logan is mentally just screaming at him.
Here. Get him. Oh,
I'm seeing some cards.
Okay. Maybe he's
there's
deciding
two
a couple
cards.
What could you possibly be taking out of the sideboard to put in the main? Is there anything that just needs to come out?
The Larses.
Larses do look a little slow.
Lars is probably.
Yeah, going first.
The castle of the attendant of Asmodeus probably already comes out if it wasn't already.
Yeah.
Like attendant of Asmodeus ain't doing nothing in this matchup. Same with and quite honestly, Light of like Duet of Light probably comes out. It's probably just too slow, right?
Yeah, I think it's just...
no, I guess that's not necessarily true. It puts you up to $6,000, which gets you outside of Violet range, like the Violet pop-off turn range. So that's not
really hard.
that's not understandable. That's not too crazy. I did see a bunch of things just change, but not as much as I thought was change to.
There's just not enough cards for him to bring in. Like I think a 10 Invisibility's come out. I think Brad is a completely dead card.
Yes, absolutely.
Not great. Duet of Light, not great.
Yeah.
But in terms of cards you can bring in, I think it's Flame of the Outer World and 7 Deadly Sins, maybe? I don't.
I think it's just flip.
Yeah.
If the keep is what we're seeing, which the keep is what we're seeing, this is that the 2 flames are the only change because
really
it can kill Violet.
These rulers, unless he's just stone cold reading that Roderick's going to give him the coin, which I can't imagine being the case.
Well, he would have told him that. Oh no, you don't have to tell him pre-sideboard. So.
Yeah, you don't tell him pre-sideboard. But I mean, after watching what just happened on turn 1 last game, like you can't, right?
Yeah, you can't give your There's the Violet on the coin.
Yep. It's crazy, right? Because with the coin you can judgment on 1, but without the coin you actually can't judgment until turn 3 because you lose that Milest mana that you can't do anything.
Right.
Oh man,
I'm very.
There's just nothing to do with this Milest mana on turn 1.
Yeah, unfortunately not. There's nothing that he. The only one in the chat who knows. Yeah, because we're not going to say anything. We know, but we're not going to say anything until he does it himself.
I can't, like...
In good conscience. I can't in good conscience.
Yeah, I can't say what the deck, what the sideboard is, but it's like... I also can't think of a reason why you wouldn't do it in game 3 going first. Like, it's just... I'm like, I just can't think of reasons on this at the top of my head. It just seems so correct.
Yeah, it does seem so correct to me. Especially with the different tools at your disposal in the board for this particular matchup. Very good. To at least, like, put a lot of pressure on Roderick.
Yeah. Oh, boy.
Okay. You have an extra red will.
The only card we can play that can take advantage of that is Violet. Okay, here's 6 H-Stone.
You have 6 H-Stone.
200 damage, getting in there.
Might as well chip it, because I don't think we're playing Violet in this matchup.
I mean, like, we might just play it. Like, we're just not doing anything turn 1. This deck is so bad at interacting with Violet, and is also just way too slow to actually kill Violet quickly.
That's true. That's true. There is a world where we're playing the Violet on 1. Because of the fact that, like, there's no way Roderick kills us on just coin, so, like, might as well put a body out.
Yeah. Like, you're probably not Wellspring the heart-to-heart talk, because he's got coin. Like, you could. It's not ideal.
We're just recovering the 0. Well, it looks like we're playing a Violet.
No.
Okay. Violet. It looks like a Violet.
Yeah, I mean...
Okay, it's the promo variant, just making sure. Yep. I mean, I don't necessarily hate this right now, right? The problem is that, like, it doesn't stop Baja. Is the biggest problem with it.
Is there a reason to put counters on 0 over just dealing 200 damage? Like, are you ever hitting with 0 more than 1 time?
No.
That's what's driving me crazy.
Yeah, I think there is a world where we should have done 2 damage here.
I think it's every world.
I mean, if we're already gonna if we're gonna be already capping out, then, like, instead of recovering the 0, we just burn him 2.
I'm just trying to see if there's any, like, recover your ruler kind of stuff.
Yeah.
He does actually get to hit with 0 twice, because then it would make sense, right? Like, you're actually doubling the damage with that if you're putting the counters on it.
There's nothing in the deck that makes you think that we're doing that.
Yeah, I just don't.
6 Sage Stone.
The only thing I can conceive of is, like, you do it, you hit with 0, somehow 0 dies, and then you large it back and do it again. But that's so niche, and I don't think that, like, I can't.
This matchup, that definitely doesn't
happen. Yeah.
This matchup, that definitely.
Yeah. We did get in there for 5 though.
Roderick not seeing the heart-to-heart because, again, opponent tapped out. He hard slamming it.
I would imagine.
Is this the reverse curse? Or maybe Roderick's like, nah, don't need it. I have exactly Turbulence, 4 atoms, and a fucking and a Baja.
He's counting cards in hand right now, like, are you dead? Because if there's Brave Force, Eternal Wind, Tiny Violet in this hand, flip violet is lethal.
Oh, it certainly seems like it.
There's also just the potential of
Okay, so pitching. That's a Brave Force.
okay.
Cool. We're up to. I mean, you doesn't even matter. You don't need flying. Just 8 damage. So we're up to 16. Everfrost draws us a card, takes us to 18.
Yep. Okay.
Okay. Turnawind gets us to 20.
Yep, and that's gonna get our tiny violet. We're just gonna
If
put a
there's
lot.
tiny violet on, if there's a tiny violet.
There has to be.
I mean, I would imagine there is if we're going for the play.
I give you my cowboy guarantee.
There it is. Great. Let's actually now we can use the tiny. Now we can use the Brave Force on the tiny violet.
Yep.
So we use get back Eternal Wind and Brave Force or Everfrost. Okay, so we're still swinging for 20.
Everfrost. Eternal Wind's only more damage if you have
And then Everfrost goes up to 22. Brave Force.
We're at 31 already, so we need 5 more cards, or we need a magical loveliness and 3 more cards.
3. We have 5 cards total. 4.
If we have 5 cards in hand, it's already lethal.
We have 5 cards.
Yeah, it's game. Wait, no, I'm 1 off. Sorry. No, we're at 22, right? We're at 22.
We're at 22 on the violet, so it'll be 9 with the. It'll be 11 off of the Brave Force from the. We're just swinging in for 22.
I think we're doing stuff in combat. We're just committing to the combat.
Discarding a Firestorm. It looks like. Do 24.
Doing this combat means we can't have Aegis in hand, right?
Right.
So hopefully
Also
Roger goes.
Discarding.
Is it another Brave Force?
That's a loveliness. Sorry.
So 4. This is beyond lethal as long as he doesn't have to discard an Aegis.
Yeah.
If he doesn't just
Yeah.
make one mistake.
He doesn't just make a mistake. Setting the stage of Providence.
It's 18 plus 18. That's Baja.
Calamity Shield.
Yep, 2 more. Plus 12 plus 8.
Like
so
plus
20
plus 18.
right now.
Looks like plus 20.
Yeah.
There's a Baja plus 22. So that's 30. That's 30 connecting.
Magical lovenesses are
to pump
not
up
even
the
gonna
tiny violet. Pump up the tiny violet for.
I don't even think he's pumping tiny violet. He's just lethaling here.
So is the mistake that we swung with the violet?
What are you saying?
Is the mistake that we swung with the 2-drop violet?
Yeah.
Oddly enough.
Yeah, we have a flying eternal blocker. I mean, it always dies to Baja, but yeah, if they just have the Brave Force combo, then I mean, it makes sense to swing because it's such a weird. It has to be like exactly that kind of hand, and those hands are actually less common based on mulligans than the Baja hand.
For sure. Wow, that was crazy. I'll let him know. Okay,
oh wait,
guys.
no, it wouldn't matter. He had magical loveliness. He would just magical loveliness half the violet either way. It was no matter what.
guys, you guys can go ahead and report. Thank you guys for the match, and good luck in the rest of your rounds.
Wow.
Wow. Wow. I don't know why we didn't go for it. I don't know why we didn't go for it when we knew we were going to be going first.
I think it would have mattered, but at the same time, I can't imagine a way that you win this game going first as 0 my list. So there are ways I can imagine the sideboard, but
yeah, for sure, I would agree. I think there's certainly ways in the sideboard that we very easily get the win, especially when Roderick commits to that play. It's a very strong play that just really, really hoses Roger very hardly, very, very much so. As soon as he
Jeremy Chris continues. What can you do?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Didn't
take a violet to put on stream Rex now so we can watch it lose.
Can we not get a violet? Is that what you said? Or like take a violet?
You should take a violet and make that the featured part of the feature match so it can.
So then the violet loses.
Yeah.
Yeah. For sure. See what I can find. Oh, Kyron's playing in the event today.
Yeah, I mean he's got a violet deck. That's all you need, right?
Welser is 2-1.
One, it lost. Jeremy, you jinxed it off stream.
I was wrong that Welser did lose its round 2. So Welser's
Oh, okay.
Welser's 2-1. We
So
could
now-
get Welser.
Could get Welser.
That's a very different deck than anything we've seen up to this point.
I am kind of digging these long, nice, beautiful break.
Dante is also 2-1.
There's a 2-1 Dante.
There's a
You
2-1
the-
Dante.
There we go.
Okay, so here's I'll let him know that based on pairings, we'll look at either the Welser or the Dante.
Yeah, that sounds fine.
Okay. It's both in contention. Yeah, I do think the mistake there was not sideboard.
Yeah, I think it's probably doomed either way, but because like there's not a lot of interaction in that deck, but you do just have more. You get to gain life, which is important.
Yeah, I also think that there's some things in the play so like that hand from Roderick with what we saw in that hand wasn't threatening much beyond because he like didn't have a heart to heart. That's not what we saw him discard, right? Didn't have a heart to heart, had a single Baja, no turbulence. Like
We hit 6 on the side of.
We did. But at the same time, like we also hit 6 Sage Stone on the side of George. So there's a world, in my opinion, there's a world where we if we had done the board, we were more prepared. There was a very high option of being more prepared to be able to deal with the hand that Broderick was representing.
Yeah, 100%.
You couldn't have known that, right? Obviously, you don't know what your opponent's hand is representing, but like had you sideboarded, I think he would have been in a much stronger position with what ended up being Roderick's hand.
Yeah, I think that the Violet's version just has no interaction for any combination of Violet lethal hands, unfortunately. So.
Yeah, for sure. That was unfortunate. We have.
Honestly, we just blame Logan for building a bad deck, right? We don't even need to blame George. Let's just blame Logan since he's
we'll blame Logan. That's fine.
It's fine.
All
All
right.
right.
Time on round as we have 2 minutes left on round, and there are quite a few people still playing. Looks like we are going to cut to a short break, and we will be back. And then after round 4, we're going to do our second giveaway. So be tuned in for that, and we'll be back shortly for round 4. So see you in a bit.
gonna turn these guys down. This is probably a game where we actually do need to hear them a little bit because there's gonna be a lot going on.
Okay, guys, you have 60 minutes on the round. Welcome to round 4. You may begin. Okay, yeah, this is interesting. I'm gonna put a couple cards on screen here that are kind of big deal. Namely,
Yeah. So
Magic
what
Stone
is the
Dance of Chaos?
here for Wellstar? What's the win con?
The win con here, at least in game 1, from when we were seeing it last time for game 1, is to get to 10 stones using things like Magic Stone Dance of Chaos, and then use Mysteries of My List and burn you.
Okay. That's okay, yeah. Mysteries of Miles is a bit weird to me if this is the version you go for, because you do lose the seal 10 once your stones actually disappear, right?
Yeah, but the thing is, what you do is just in response to Welsers, like shuffle everything. Like you always are at a point where you're just gonna kill them.
Okay.
Because you only have to resolve the spell twice. So Welser, when he flips, gives you another free spell recover. So you only need one will up to be able to do it. So.
And even if they have a counter spell, it's like you still get the card back to your hand.
Yeah,
so.
and then you can just cast it again. And if you have 2 will, then you're even better off.
I'm just worried about like how much mana you need to use to like actually ramp into 10, and then because those stones they're not, you can't actually use them. So I could see it getting pinched. Like if you're trying to go from 4 stones to 10 stones, you can, but then you only have, I guess, 3 stones left.
It's also
right? So
the other thing too is Yggdrasil counts as a stone. So
right.
That's a thing too.
Yeah. So it's easier to get to like
go ahead and go battle comes to an end here right off the top.
Yeah.
So the question is, what is he gonna call? And for that, I need you to kind of listen. Do we know what he called?
No, I don't. I didn't have him loud enough.
He grabs.
Oh, he's calling.
Ooh, this is kind of huge that there wasn't a big show already in his hand. Like, it's not necessarily we've played a little bit of this matchup, and it's not necessarily like game over if you lose the Prisia, because again, you still have the access to the full package of stuff. But also at the same time, like, not having a big show at all in hand to be able to like start casting spells and get your Lycaons and stuff like everything else is like, that's rough.
Gonna be easy.
A little rough.
But
you still have 3 will. You do still have 3 will up for Brendan because he used the 2 floating and the stage stone, so we still have Carlina plus.
He could just like 7 deadly sins in like a Garyon and just pick up the game at any point at this right now.
Yeah, I mean, like if we see, gotta watch out for flashing smile, right? But yeah, there's a very real possibility. Oof. You get to recover that 6 sage stone, but that ain't gonna do much.
This is one of the reasons why I don't like 6 sage stone in some of these like 1 ruler decks, because you stop being able to play the game at quick cast speed,
so
and that is
this is a problem. If there's a Rigveda in this hand of Brendan, it's concede next game, because we can cancel the Welser recover a stone and cancel the Melfi, and then you're just like golden. But there's not. So we get to recover a stone, so now we're mana positive because it's our first time like seeing a Melfi deck, like trying to do Melfi stuff.
If we have nothing else.
Yeah, potentially. The problem is that our Order Killer deck is playing at least 2 copies of Attendant of Asmodeus, so like you gotta watch out for that.
That's understandable. But like if you have nothing else you're doing, I mean, his hand had no other action, right? He had a number 13, a Calamity, the 4 drop. Yeah, he's just paying for like. So what you gotta do? 2 stones available, 8 away from seal 10. Not a great start. Battle comes to an end.
Paying 3 in response to the in response to the Lycaon, we're gonna go ahead and just kill. We're gonna cancel the Lycaon and kill the Melfi, and then that generates value off of a Stemos. So we get to draw a card. I don't know why we didn't Rigveda the Melfi.
Because we don't care about the stone. We don't care about Welser having 1.
But also, it steals a card out of his hand. Like it keeps 1 card and keeps Welser completely tapped down for during our. But we also did like his best 1 mana play at that point in time. Exactly, Persia. He doesn't have any of that, so then you feel pretty okay.
And we 0 1 mana cards in hand, and we also knew that there was a Lycaon, so we knew that this Melfi was going to probably make a Lycaon. So all we have to do there is save Rigveda to cancel the Lycaon, no matter how many other spells come out, and then we get to draw a card off of the stemma. We get to cancel the Lycaon, so it's not there next turn.
Comes a Virgil.
maybe he just wants to flip us Carlina. But yeah, no, Virgil makes the most sense for sure.
No, I don't think we're gonna.
This has gone very poorly for Welser and very good for.
This is a strong start. Yeah, this is a strong start.
It's gonna be first damage, getting 1,000 over onto Welser, and it's a lethal setup for next turn, I believe.
It is. It is
Oh, you did.
projecting. We need to be able to turn off our stemma. It is projecting. We do have this nice little 2 wills still available. Obviously, you know, the strongest play is to. We love seeing 6 Sage Stone as the second stone to be able to, you know, Judgment Carlina without worrying about it. But this is still 2 will off of a pretty slow start from Steven is kind of rough. And
Yeah,
and that hand was not many like combo pieces. It was more just like protection for the combo pieces. From what we saw.
There's some options where if Brennan can't find a way to turn off the stemma, I was going to say as if he can't find a way to turn off a stemma in time, there's like worlds where if Steven could just find a second Dance of Chaos, like he might just win.
Yeah,
like he might because like he can have the combo, and like the interaction that Brennan has for that is pretty much exactly Rigveda, and I don't think anything else. Oh, Rigveda can cancel. No, it doesn't matter.
Yeah. By the time that he's going for, so the thing is, by the time that we're using.
Sure. I
First
mean,
boon.
yeah,
dig some cards. Yeah, for sure. It does recover him a stone. So it'll recover the Brad
Yeah.
stone. I don't think you care too much.
Oh, this is not an ideal world.
Yeah, the question I have is Brendan playing two there's a Lycion which we could tap out to play, which we're not gonna do. Is there a I'm not sure if Brendan is playing both number 13 and Rigveda. He and I were kind of debating on that, whether or not you're playing both. The fact that he's committed to this play to leave up Carlina like this makes me think that there might very well be a...
I think it might be 800 damage going face, so that we can have enough mana next turn to find a lethal, but also...
That too. So now we're down to 1. We can use the 1 remaining to cast the Lycion.
Yeah, but we could have played Interest of Gaming Gods off of the Bradstone to produce the green for the Yggdrasil.
It's true.
To play like for free, but we chose not to. So that's interesting.
That is very. And that is the one thing about the Welser deck, though. It does all of its actions on it. Right?
Yeah, I did.
So, like,
because you had the 6 stones and you're a 1-word, like you have to tap it most of the time. So yeah, I can see that.
You have to take all your own actions at your own turn. So if there is a number 13 on the side of... if it's Garion. I mean, obviously Garion is pretty strong here, right?
Yeah.
Magic Stone, Dance of Chaos. I mean, it has to be Garion.
Are we just going for it? This is going to be 10, but we won't have any. We're just
gonna
going to flip Welser, not have any stones.
Well, Welser, he has to have a chant, and he's going to be able to cast the Lycion now.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, but the Lycion then has to be used for the next Magic Stone Dance of Chaos, unless there's a second Lycion in hands.
That's what I'm thinking, yeah.
The other thing is the other big problem that Steven has going for him right now is that he is opening himself up to an Inferno.
Yeah, and Inferno is just live. So he is going to have free number 13.
Yes, he will have free number 13, which we know there is one in hand. So
yeah,
so it has to be, this has to be Welser. Or sorry, if there's a Gary in here, we're in big trouble.
I would think so.
Yeah. So we're reading the text of Welser, which is really relevant here. I definitely do think that there's probably a Gary.
Yeah, we're trying to. This is going to be a Welser flip, and then we're going to flip Welser, but we're going to have. There's no way to win this turn unless we have Lycion, right?
We do have that's the other thing too, is we do have the ability with extra will to be able to drain outside of being double blasted with Welser.
Okay.
We're gonna reset. We do have the Welser flip to full 10. Has to have a Lycion in hands. The Lycion gets him a maximum of, if it's 1 Lycion, it gets him a maximum of 2 spells.
Which is lethal.
Which is not lethal because we can drain him.
Oh, we can God's Art Drain, sure.
God's Art Drain.
Okay, yeah. This is
gonna be tight. This is gonna be very
Yeah.
tight. Because the other problem is like if he doesn't kill this turn, he's in super big trouble because then suddenly like his number 13s aren't infinite anymore, and
The Astema can't be killed. He's just dead.
yeah. There's
With
another
Convergil on
Lycion. Okay, great. So now we're at exactly 2 spells. So if there is gonna use it to cast Loki enters. Oh, he gets to draw his whole deck. If there's a Gary in here, we win.
Oh, this draws the whole deck?
Because like
Oh, because you produce mana, you just go infinite. Okay, yeah.
he hit, and that's why we left the Virgil enters the Loki enters the Game of Gods.
That Loki, yeah, because it's infinite, sure. How are we? Is there any way? Oh, we just get second Lycion. We just get to play this 3 times.
Exactly. Yeah.
Tell me this combo existed. What?
yeah. Unfortunately, because there was no Garion in hand, we did find the line here. We just draw through the whole deck with Loki enters the Game of Gods until we find the combo pieces.
Yeah, you just produce blue mana until the last card in your deck. You produce literally whatever mana you want. You play 4 Lycion in the game. Okay. Yeah.
Unless he has. Well, no, we know the Lycions are going to get shuffled back in. Like, there's nothing we can do here.
You can't like cancel a Lycion, like kill a thing and then cancel Lycion. None of that works. This has to just be lethal. I can't think of a card yet. No, I didn't think about Loki into the Game of Gods just being lethal as long as he found a Lycion. I mean, yeah, I can't. It looks like lethal to me.
Yeah. Oh, and then we also have. Yeah, because we also have unlimited number 13s, right? So we just cast Lycions and all this other stuff. There's no out at this point.
I think so.
Use the.
What is that?
Now we make Infinite Will.
What is that card?
That's Seal of Wind and Water. So we're gonna use.
Oh, you sold me real short on this deck here, Jeremy. You were just like,
yeah. So we have Infinite Will here.
You don't need 2 mana. You could just go infinite.
This is why I said we should have Rigvetted the Melfi, and then Dogra Magra infinite times. Doesn't even matter what we roll. You're just dead.
Magra. Mysteries of my list. Okay.
Oh, he's maining a Dogra. He did decide to main the second win condition after all. Yeah, he goes infinite mana, infinite times casting it.
Recover 2 stones. Okay, sure.
Yeah, you cast it with Lycion, bounce the Lycion back, recover 2 stones, float 2, play the Lycion, cast it, loop.
I was being you just hit Mysteries of my list, and then we need 2 mana, it's 40 damage. No, you have infinite damage, infinite mana, infinite draw.
I didn't know that he had mainboarded the Dogra. That was one of the things that we did talk about last night, was like needing a secondary win condition.
Besides just Mysteries.
Besides just Mysteries of my list. Yeah, so he did take that into consideration. But yeah, I do absolutely think that doing the Rigveda to cancel the Melfi and cancel the untap trigger would have been better.
What is the reason for that?
Because he couldn't have even played the Lycion. He would have been completely tapped out and couldn't have even played the Lycion.
We wanted him to play the Lycion so that we could cancel it.
Yeah, but then he still draws a card.
Yeah, but I don't care about him drawing a card. I care about him not having the scariest card I could possibly think of for Wellstar to have is exactly Lycion. So I will happily trade a Lycion in his from his hand to his graveyard for the card at the top of his deck every time, in my opinion. Plus, the Stemma gets to draw a card when you kill the Lycion, because if you just cancel and negate the trigger, then you're not actually getting an Stemma trigger, right?
Yeah. The third win con is punch them with Garion if he's playing Garion, but we're not playing it.
Oh, we're not playing Garion at all.
I think he's playing the Dogra Magra instead.
Okay, sure. Yeah, Dogra Magra just being like a 0 will kind of activator to if you do have to tap out, then if you don't get to the infinite will or the infinite draw, you can just like Dogra twice for lethal, right?
Yeah, because you'll have 10 stones.
Oh, you only have 10 stones once, actually. Wait a minute. Because once you banish 2 stones to play the cost, you won't have 10 stones anymore.
You can't banish the 2 stones to pay the cost. But also, yeah, because you're not playing as the Gnarly.
Okay, so
I mean,
that's pretty cool.
Well, no, they still have to win out. Both of these players still have to win out.
So when I came into this matchup, I thought that it was going to be Wellstar favored just because Carlina Estema, they do very powerful things. I think the scariest thing that Carlina Estema could do would actually be to battle comes to an end, something more in the win con line. I think that going for Prissia there was a little bit.
I think it's a little bit of an unknown, right? You think about like a green deck, your first extent is like, oh, Prissia, right? It's like the safest call, for sure. But against this Wellstar deck, it certainly has some variety to do some other things instead. The problem there is like again, if at any point in time during that like turn where he was trying to go, we had had a Garion, like then we're just like, oh, great.
Everything kind of
Everything kind of falls apart, right?
Honestly, I feel like Steven had
Hey,
every
look,
right to lose that
Dante.
game.
Dante sideboarded in. So
That first spoon,
Dante's really good to deal with the first spoon, and also now we don't
and
have to worry about turning ourselves off.
you have to kill quickly. I think this is absolutely.
Yeah.
I think Dante Carlina is a lot scarier than a Stemma Carlina. You're
Yeah, for
not
sure.
getting value off the Stemma
You
at
don't,
all.
yeah,
So
yeah, for sure. You're not getting almost any value. So going into the Dante,
Really
I think is the proper call here. It also turns off if he's playing tea parties or like the first boon. Like unless you have a card that's good right there immediately, I'm gonna turn it off. Like, you know, there's definitely a lot of stuff there. Choosing
Definitely
to
think
get
you
Wells with a coin. Interesting.
I think that's okay because you want to flip Dante as soon as possible. You don't want to get stuck where you have to like God Art a first spoon on like turn 2, and then
Sure.
later you want to flip Dante and kill it. Like you want to call someone with Carlina, flip Dante on 1, and then have your God Art available for the rest of the game.
Yeah, for sure.
It's fine. It's for me anyway.
4.
Then your turn 2 looks really good because you have Stone plus Carlina. Yeah.
And then in Wanderer, you play Don't Cheat against the deck, and they cry.
Yeah, I think this is still an uphill battle for. Or I think this really changes it. I thought like Wellster was going to be favored into.
That certainly doesn't help. That certainly doesn't help.
Yeah.
Again, for Steven, for him to hit the 6 Sage Stone there. So now he still has Carlina. We're going for Virgil. We're going for aggressive. We're going in.
I'm hoping
is there
see some
we
sort
can't Dante God Art yet because you don't want to commit to the Dante God Art. Oof.
Oh.
Third boon.
Do we have a Gary on with the Carlina? We can just produce green black.
Mask.
Extra 4.
Nope.
Oh, letting it. Okay.
I mean that's a good defensive there for sure. I mean it doesn't necessarily. I mean it's nice. It's a little unfortunate because now he's lost coin, but it is a good like it stops that early aggression. He does still have to deal with the Dante God Art though.
And yeah, I guess I should have thought, like I should have realized that he didn't have Gary on, because if you hit 6 stage on 1, I think you actually just slam Gary on against this deck.
There's a Prisia.
Yep.
Which is going to be 2 Prisias.
Yeah, we'll wait, we'll get the untap trigger and then just kind of chill.
Well, we can't get to Lycia on this turn, so that's it.
I don't know. We're chilling. I think stopping that turn 1, the first Virgil, because now our opponent has to have second Virgil just in hand naturally.
Yeah, true.
It gets a little weird.
It does get a little weird. I also don't necessarily know how this list from Steven beats Violet, but we'll see.
That was one of the problems I had in my many endeavors of trying to build a Welser deck. It was just like, you literally can't interact with Violet Flip.
What are we doing here? We're going to just pass the priority to our opponent. Oh, we're floating green-black. Oh, he had the second Virgil.
Dang, okay.
Just has the second Virgil. Is there a second Persona Mask?
Well, play into Satan at all? My instinct says that there's not a lot of top decks that are good. And there's a lot of top decks that are literally do nothing cards.
Well, there's a lot of cantrip.
Sure. But there's like any counterspell is bad. Big Show is like okay because it can block for a turn before you die. You get any card out of your deck for free, which is like fine. Ooh, buddy. Gonna cash in a Prisia real quick.
Well, the thing is, so the problem is Steven has this turn. Because right now we're representing 16 damage before recovery. Like Virgil doesn't even just swing. Say it again.
Like we could just go Satan right now. We've already killed both of our rulers. We could Satan this turn.
Well, we can't during his turn right now. We're in.
We passed.
We're in Steven's turn, I think.
Oh, yeah. I think we could have just gone Satan on Brendan's turn. Was what I was saying. Like literally cash damage, or even like with Virgil on the chase, just go Satan. Like what is
still have 2 will up.
Yeah, then you get Virgil onto the field and you get the Satan.
Okay, so we have
That
in the
just
Stage
seems
of
like
Providence seems to have resolved. But stuff can't be
Are we look-
canceled this turn. Now we have Melfi. We're gonna get to go. So we've cast a bunch of spells for this turn already. There's our first
Lycion.
Lycion. Oh, let's talk about setting the Stage of Providence, man. Gives those combo
Yep.
decks.
Setting the stage. So what is exactly setting the stage say? Like
Spells
your
and
spells?
abilities. Spells and abilities you control cannot be targeted by spells or abilities until end of turn. Draw a card.
Okay, so entities like you don't just have barrier across the board. Like you can still get your Lycion rig evaded, but that's not
You
great.
can't. You can't get your like. Yeah, you can still get your Lycion like.
Okay,
killed,
attendant
yeah.
mode. This is kind of relevant. He
Attendant
only
of
needs one
Asmodeus.
Lycion.
Yeah. Attendant of Asmodeus forces him to banish one of these Lycions. Gonna float a
Float the
Lycion spell in response, which is fine.
I feel like, yeah, I really feel like Werner should have just gone Satan with Virgil in the chase, and I don't know how Welser beats that, but giving, like, you think maybe you're okay giving Welser one turn because they're only on
One
2
card,
stone.
right? And one card.
If you flip Satan as one card, but maybe he thought, oh, I can just Satan later when things get dicey, but the man has 2 stones and he's going
That's
Lycion.
first boon. So that's gonna trigger our God Art from Welser. It's a Melfi, a Dance of Chaos, and there.
You won't be able to cast the Yggdrasil in response, but if the Dante Goddard does come out, you can get Melfi and Dance. Is Dance quick cast or no?
Dance is not quick cast, but he can still use
So-
the dance this turn. But the problem is if he tries to tap the, he has no will, and the problem is if he tries to use the Lycion to make a free spell, then in response we just make it not have the abilities, which means you don't have the will to be able to cast the Melfi anyway. Although he might still have 2 floating will from the Melfi if I'm seeing this correctly.
It's 2 green though is the issue.
But like the second he takes an action,
He could. Oh, you
Then-
can't even tap to pay for the thing because you can Dante Goddard in response.
yeah.
Okay, this is fine. I think you Dante Goddard now. That dance is really scary to me. Maybe. Oh man, maybe you're thinking you're actually more scared of another boon.
I think there's
Instead?
I think there's another attendant of Asmodeus here. There absolutely is, to force the Lycion play now. And then in
Yep.
response, when he can't cast the Melfi, we use the God Art so that he
So in
doesn't have
response-
the ability to cast Melfi.
He's doing though. It doesn't seem like that's what's happening.
Okay. I mean, that would have been what I would have done. So then the Melfi and the RFG isn't free cast off the Lycion here.
Activating the Goddard here. It's weird because he already let the card draw resolve for the Yggdrasil, so I don't know what the timing on this is exactly.
Yeah.
He's activating Dante Goddard. I think we're going to be able to flash in the Melfi off the Lycion, depending on what the timing of this actually was from these players.
Yeah. We'll have to see. Because if he doesn't have... Yeah. No. I think he did do the Dante God Art at the right time.
Yeah, I think it was in response to the Lycion tap. It
Which
would be
is
the
correct,
correct.
Which is the correct play. So then you can't cast the Melfi when you only have the 1 will.
And those cards are locked out. But if we have another third boon or something, we can get tricky. Or sorry, first boon, right?
Okay, I guess we did not. That was unfortunate
Didn't hit the timing correctly.
that we didn't do the timing correctly there. That's real. Because that would have
That
been
could
real
be-
good.
I hope that Brennan's kind of getting the gist here that the sooner he flips Satan, the better.
Yeah, he needs to definitely survive. If he can survive this turn, right? Because we're gonna get some extra will here. Can't target his things on the chase. We're sitting on just this blank will.
I wouldn't be completely
Double
surprised
red.
if
Double
yeah, it's
Gary.
gonna be no, it's dances, right? We have 3 stones right now. We can dance into
But why do we not
uh,
God's Art again? We just not use the God's Art?
what
Can
is
you-
going
can you
on here.
ask? I'm gonna. Well, no, that's informing play. We can't do it. It's hard to because we can't hear them. It's hard to hear this
He got art in response to the first boon and didn't realize that they would gain ability afterwards.
afterwards.
I
Misplays.
think his Goddard's still up. It makes sense to me. Like it's okay to kind of wait for the
We're
like a
only
better
at,
first.
We're only at seal. We can't cancel this turn anyway. We're at seal currently 6.
Of them are any number 13s.
Now
They're
we're
seal
at
7.
But we only have 1 will left, and we don't know how many Lycions there are. If there's a Garion to stop, if there's no Lycion, and there's
No
a
Lycion.
Garion to stop the
dance.
Magic Stone Dance of Chaos, then we're okay. But it all comes down to this 1 will, this 1 red.
I really don't think he has Garyon because it would have just been a turn 1 play. Like you hit 6 stage on 1, just play Gary on the deck ends. Like the deck kind of folds to that, I think, most of the time. But yeah, this is gonna be lethal. I really think that instead of trying to play this interaction game, like I don't think Brendan realized it, but like you kind of saw like the whole deck game 1, right?
We're at 10. We can now Judgment Welser. Don't have a way to
Game.
stop it.
We need it as soon as Virgil was put on the chase. I will stand by that.
Yeah, no, fair.
I don't think
Is
this deck
there
can play with one.
is there a world where this goes horrendously and he draws just absolute garbage with no will available?
Still losable. You get 5 cards. You get like 5 cards though. So
Yeah, for sure. Oh, he can't. Oh, that's true. He can't Gary because of setting the stage.
also
So
can't.
he's
Yeah, I don't think
just completely locked out. But the Dante Goddard misplay is a huge part of this predicament.
I think he still has the Goddard though. I think he just didn't use it. There wasn't like a mistiming.
Yeah, but that's even like that makes it worse. If there's no Lycion, if there's no Lycion here,
yeah, we use it to cast the Melfi. So
there's a Lycion.
There's like
okay.
Yeah, infinite draw.
Essentially,
do we have
let's
any?
See what the other things that he can do are. What is the rest of this hand?
Do you get into a stone on tap? Okay.
Oh goodness, Steven.
We're just gambling, huh?
Yeah, we're gambling. I guess it could just be the rip. I mean, if it is just the rip, then like.
What's so crazy is that he went for this while his opponent has Dante Gara available. Like he just said, first boon. Okay, I guess I have a red thing removed. I'm gonna start trying to pop off, and like Brandon kind of misplayed it. It looks like.
Yeah.
Because I don't think that has been used, and he had the opportunity to stuff out the Melfi and the dance.
Lycion. Remind, maybe not.
Lycion. If he doesn't have it, I think you just leave up Lycion and try to survive. But oh boy.
Because I'm not sure what knowing the Order Killer deck, I'm not sure what Brendan can do here to like stop this. We're still intersetting the stage.
Nothing. If he has the combo.
Flashing Smile to recover a stone and draw a card and comes back to his hand.
It deals 15, sure. Is he gonna deal 4? Nope. Okay. The Carlina mana for something.
Yeah. 1 stone and 1 card. What is that card?
Well, it comes back. He'll figure it out. It probably won't end up, but
oh goodness.
I need Loki. Loki enters the game, guys. Nothing else really does it, right?
Nothing else is going to draw through the whole deck.
Yeah. Is there anything that can just draw a couple of cards and kind of get us?
It's a trigger for Welser. To put the stone back into his. Oh no, the stone. No, the spell's on the chase, and so it should be back in his hand.
He's missing it. I think Welser's mandatory. If you want to stop the game, let me look up Welser real quick. Welser is whenever you play a chant.
It is a trigger, so
we'll just let mistriggers go.
Yeah, we'll just let mistriggers go. Oh my gosh, he didn't have it. That's backbreaking because it's just stand now, right?
It's got it. I mean, so
leaves him with literally. Well, that's the problem is if you go to stand at this point in time, he's still flipped Welser, so like so many top decks just become infinite.
Top deck Loki enters the game of gods and the game still ends, right?
Yeah, gross. But he doesn't have seal. He uses seal 4.
Which means 1 mana.
End of turn, we're gonna see trying to kill a Melfi.
What?
I think it's just to try to see what his hand could be fixed into potentially.
I've like done that with Virgil and gained some life, but we chose not to.
Can Welser take damage?
No.
Because he doesn't have stats?
I think that's a rule.
Because he doesn't have. I mean, it might be. There's a world where like 3rd Virgil, like swing ping with Bane, kill the Welser and extend hand. Like.
Is a relevant ruling. Hey, Charlie, you still in the chat?
Yeah, that's kind of huge. Because it doesn't say he can't do battle, but he doesn't have stats.
Yeah, I think the no stats means he can't do battle from the CR actually, but I don't know.
But he is a J ruler, so like he should still be able to technically take damage.
I don't know, but I don't. He doesn't have toughness, so I don't know how he takes damage, or if the Bane reply.
Yeah, I don't know, but that's a good. I mean, it's a great question.
Killing Welser and then flipping Satan would be backbreaking here.
Welser cannot take damage. Thank you.
I think he's lying. Let's ask a real judge. Is Eris in the chat? No, I'm kidding.
How do we play? How do we play? Going to reveal stand.
Looks great. Love that. Big fan.
Oh, this will kill Welser.
Yes, it
Stand
will.
kill Welser, and then the
Yeah.
game's over. I'm sorry. You're right.
Like I don't think
Wow.
this is Satan, but we are at Seal 4. So if there is a Green Witch, which I don't think we saw any
there's
of.
there's no Green Witch. I don't think so.
Put it in, we actually have legs, but otherwise I would love for Brennan to just completely degenerately all into just getting Stain out as soon as possible and not think about any other thing that's happening. Just flip Satan, make your opponent top deck. He's a combo deck. He needs more than one card to play the game. Just do that.
Yeah, if we kill the Welser, the game's over, right? So like battle comes to an end here when we still have Stan Will.
He's doing this on the chase. This is such an irrelevant card.
Maybe he doesn't see that he doesn't have.
He's afraid of I think he's afraid of the Green Witch.
Green
like
Witch?
it's hard.
Yeah.
The Green Witch.
I mean that makes sense. Because if this Green Witch if the Stan replacement gets resolved, then you lose. Or then Welser lose, right? But now we get to. But the problem is we number 13 and we recover a stone, but we respond to the recovery of stone by going to Stan and Goddarding.
Yeah, that would be the line.
That's the line.
I mean, I guess. Yeah.
I
don't think he realized.
I think he sees it.
Yeah, I think what Brennan's not aware of is he doesn't realize that Welser is gonna die when Satan. He's like trying to resolve battle comes to an end to hit. I think exactly Loki enters the Game of Gods so that he can't get infinite draw. So he's trying to be really safe here and hit Loki into the Game of Gods. So there's literally no top deck that Welser get out, but he doesn't realize that Welser's going to die because it's going to blank all abilities in this draw.
Yeah, Welser does die. Whoa! And we have this, we have this 40/40 token that like the Welser deck can't answer. Like we're going to a game 3, boys.
Gotta be right.
We're tapped out, which is like kind of big.
It's not. It's not big. It's very small. It doesn't matter.
But the Welser being dead is like, watch that be a like. Yeah,
there's. I mean, first considerations. First moon's our entire potential, but also is completely useless. How does this deck win? Welser's dead. How do you?
At this point, you don't. I think we go to game 3.
That seems reasonable, yeah.
Which is crazy. This is like we killed. Welser flipped and then didn't kill, and then Welser died.
I mean, what is it? You only have Loki enters the Game of Gods. That's the only way you have to go infinite.
This has to be first. I mean, well, that's a green white, or it's a green something. The flashing file, the top deck something. Has to use the other stone. Wait, that stone didn't recover this turn.
It did not.
Excuse me, Steven.
But he doesn't have. Oh yeah, he has double weight.
That epic stone of the elements didn't recover this turn. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, so it's
relevant.
Yeah, for sure.
Because it'll only leave him with 1 Omni Stone. What's the top deck from flashing?
There is no card in his deck that's going to beat this. He can survive a turn.
He can play a Priscilla and block.
Mm-hmm.
Potentially.
He can play a Melt. He has ways to stay alive, but the way that he wins this game is
just swing
to me.
And as it's gone before, combat first. 40 damage.
Please. I would like to hit you for 40, please.
Loki enters the Game of Gods, recover a stone, draw it. We're just trying to top deck.
Game, is that crazy or what? If the Welser didn't die, he would have top decked exactly what he needed. How wild.
Is there a bot? Is that a body? Or are we going to a game 3? We're going to a game 3. Wow.
Yeah. Flip Satan as soon as possible. That giving
soon
turn
as possible.
And Welser just kind of whiffed on the draw, but yeah.
Absolutely. Oof.
great chance, but yes, Satan is so hard to beat. It's gotta bring in green witches if you have him in the side.
Yeah, for this
You have to
matchup.
interact.
Yeah, for this matchup
Yeah.
for sure. Wow, 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 wow.
Wow, wow, we woe.
I mean, like, this is also why we played Dante in the order killer list, is because sometimes you do need to turn on Stan. And
Sometimes you don't need to be like when the other person is also not doing things on the board. You just have to kill them.
yeah,
And
you
as it
just need to
turns
go,
out,
you need to go fast. And so
Carlina is so versatile. You know, she can be this degenerate control deck, or she can just kill you on turn 3 or whatever whatever you need.
yeah, that was
She's
crazy. That was crazy. I mean, strong play from
Yeah.
Brent for sure.
I don't know. I think it was strong play, but
It was also.
I think
I mean, it was also just like we could have been stronger, but also at the same time, like, oof, unfortunate. You shuffle your whole 40. Like,
Brandon really tried to really almost gave a Steven out there that
Yeah.
I don't think he should have had. But we live and we learn. I really hope that Brandon kind of picked up now like exactly how good
the Stan is.
the
in
Satan
this- yeah, the Satan play. Because the thing is, like, let's talk about the top decks, right? So the top deck possibilities are Flashing Smile, which cantrips and doesn't kill you, and does 3 damage. Great. Loki enters the Game of Gods, which cantrips. If he hits a single like doing it early, if he hits a single copy of Magic Stone Dance of Chaos, that card is literally dead. Like,
Yep.
So he's got a lot of cantrips. That's like the biggest thing is like the deck.
I think the scary thing that Steven could do, like while he's still frontside Welser off of a Satan flip, is a Prisia train, and you actually get like 4 Prisias out, and then the Satan is only attacking like once per turn, and you're just like cracking back for 21, and then you block again, then you're cracking back for 14, and then you take one again, then you're cracking back for 7. So like if Satan draws 0 resonators and
Right.
you train, like your top deck is exactly Prisia into a full Prisia train. Like
Welser taking the draw or the play. I think that's probably correct.
I don't think he cares about the coin that much.
Yeah, exactly. And again, it's the same reason as like you want to. Like, Carlina on the draw feels weird because if we try to use our Carlina will on your turn, then like we have to try to rely on hitting a 6 Sage Stone, which I think again the play is probably still to go in on like a turbo Dante flip play here. I also think that second game could have been way different if we had properly timed the Dante guard art. Like very much so in response to the Lycaon Dante got art before you have the chance to cast a spell, and at that point in time, we didn't see another Melfi out of the hand of Steven at that point in time, so we would have just been like outed.
Real quick while we're doing mulligans here, I fully expect a mull 5 from Brandon, and if we're not mulling 5, he has to have it. Like I think you're mulling 5 for Virgil. Like, I think you need to see a Virgil so that you can
Virgil. Yeah.
Right. So you need to just have at least one to to naturally play over your Carlina, and then Dante can fetch the one that'll be your second Virgil. I think we have to Satan on 2 if possible. If we hit 6 Sage on 2, I think that's just game.
Yeah, that's very possible.
We have to wait till turn 3, and maybe we don't die on turn 2. But like, there's also consideration where he might want like Rigveda to like guarantee that he's not dying on 2. Like if we already have Virgil, we can start getting crafty and like keeping Rigvedas, keeping number 13s, keeping Garyons to make sure that we're not dying, and then we're able to Satan on a crackback and just win the game from there. But that's
for sure.
looking for. So we're only mulliganing a couple of cards. So I really hope he's looking to keep a Virgil plus some interaction.
Yeah, for sure. It has to probably. I mean, I would imagine the only keepable cards in this matchup are like a Rigveda, but only if you have Gary plus Virgil already.
Cards you can get baited into keeping because they are interaction. Like it is Rigveda, it is Gary. Like I really think you're just shipping everything for Virgil because it's the most important.
I don't disagree. So there's our because it's let that resolve. Okay. Again, Rigveda feels weird here because it would use a coin and tap out our Carlina. Dead. Just a pass. Shit pass.
The only way we're casting Rigveda is if we just hit a 6 Sage Stone and get to keep it up for free.
Yeah, for sure.
Just our 1 card per turn is Virgil. Our 1 card per turn is Virgil. Can we
stone for Virgil hit a 6 Sage Stone, never punish?
If we kept the Virgil, we can just flip Carlina here, and that's what's huge.
Oh yeah, keeping the green black and just yeah. That is absolutely gigantic. Looks like
There's a lot of things.
floating Void Will before recovery. There is a world where we're also trying to go for a Garion. I don't hate either.
Fine, completely fine.
But it does tap us out. Oh, we're going for the battle comes to an end.
Okay, we do get to hit Loki enters the Game of Gods this time, but we're leaving ourselves open to third boon.
Yeah, sure. Unless we have Gary off coin.
Unless we have our own Garyon, yeah. But if we have a Garyon, I'd rather just play Garyon.
Yeah, you're not wrong. I think this is gonna resolve. Loki enters the Game of Gods is the card, right? Oh, also
be.
Magic Stone Dance of Chaos. So this is interesting. You'd think that this means that the game's over. It's not.
I don't know. You
you
still
absolutely can play
the
through this deck. It just means that you have to go a little bit slower and you have to rely on your Yggdrasils a lot more.
This is one way to do it.
That's not a great hand for Steven, though.
Yeah, no, definitely not.
That's a very, very slow hand. Because, like, we have to burn through a Providence here to try to draw something. That's not a good hand.
Not at all.
I still think you can't. Well, I don't even know if you want to cast Providence here is the problem, but like that hand is not good.
You got to find a big show off the top of the deck here, I think. Definitely an alternative way to win the game here from Brennan. I think I would have personally been a little bit afraid of the third boon because then
sure.
the third boon is there. You're not able to play a second card this turn. You're not able to
Judgment.
like. There's even a world where I would still flip Carlina here just to like have it flipped and then like open Virgil.
But the problem is at this point in time you don't have the will to be able to.
Didn't we flip the? Oh yeah. Sorry, we played battle.
We used it for battle. Setting the stage of Providence. This is again like we have to try to get a card here, right? There's a Gary. There's a potential for a Gary here. Because if this resolves, then like our options as for how we can interact with the Wellser during this turn, even especially knowing that he has such a really really bad hand. We'll say that. And he's using
setting draw a card. Why does it do that?
Yeah, setting the stage also draw a card.
I didn't say draw a card.
We're using Rigveda here, and I think this is smart. We're gonna cancel and we're gonna kill the Gig, which is huge setback. He also can cancel the he can literally get all three modes. He cancels the recovery mode for the turn. He destroys and he gets the setting the stage gone. That's like gigantic.
I think this is a wash already. Like getting the battle to resolve, like it's a vulnerable line when I feel like there's so many uninteractable ways to play this matchup that like that's the risky one, but it's also a win. You know, like there's like three ways you can just win the game outright. It's like turn one battle, turn one Garyon, and then Turbo Satan.
This is
so like if those automatically win you the game, like the battle comes to an end to me is the most vulnerable because it loses to third boon. Where like Virgil can also die to third boon, but you're not trying to win the game with Virgil, right? You're trying to just play Virgil rules against Satan. So like that's the one where
we can't judgment this turn.
Well, I can't.
We can't call Stone anymore this turn, but we are still going for the Virgil play.
Why did we? I feel like calling a Stone's better there. This is going to affect our ability to Turbo Satan.
This is
again, I think with
going to affect our ability to Turbo Satan. We don't have Flashing Smile off of the hand. So like the hand at this point in time, let's talk about what we need, right? It's Seal of Wind and Water. Seal of Wind and Water, Mindless, Flashing, and one times an un. We can't cast Flashing Smile right now. We can't cast Mysteries of Mindless. We can't cast Seal of Wind and So
we can cast we didn't float mana, sure.
We can't cast anything right now.
We are
taking. Yeah, that is a very dead hand for
that battle was brutal.
Yeah, so we have two unknowns at this point.
We even tap this 60%.
Is it float white? Is it float white to call Stone to Flashing Smile to kill the Virgil to draw a card?
Yeah,
recover a Stone? Like that feels like it's gotta be something, right? That has to be the play.
If he has Virgil in hand.
Yeah, it's Flashing Smile to recover a Stone. To be able to kill the Virgil to get it off board. But you're okay with that, that's fine.
thing here is I think if we saw that Brendan kept 3 cards, I assume one of them was Rig Beta. I assume another one was Battle Comes to an End. So I hope the third card was Virgil.
Yeah, so now we are at 3 unknown Seal of Water and Mysteries of my list. And we just see a
Yep.
pass. Okay. Now we can just freely call Stone with Dante.
Yep, that's 2 mana. That 2 mana flips Carlina. Carlina gets eaten by Virgil. Virgil comes down. We Satan on the chase. Extend Handshake.
Do you Satan on the chase?
With Virgil on the chase? I think so. There's a third boon. Turn too late. Carry on.
Virgil on the chase.
There's a lot less
either way.
of Chaos is gone, so I can see him just taking this slower for sure. I just really do think that Welser can't play the game into Satan. I mean, maybe it is just the Prisia that we're like, it is like the exact Prisia line where we also draw 0 resonators. That's a potential way to lose the game. But
Got some floating will here. You have the Gary to stop the
well,
down to 2 unknowns. Get to recover. Got some floating will. Virgil. Turn off of something.
I think it's just black mana. It'll pump into Virgil probably.
Takes him down to 20.
Oh.
Oh, wait, we got something.
Second flashing smile. Yep.
Second flashing smile.
4 cards in hand. 4.
Back up to 30. Okay, and so at this point in time, we know half of the hand, going up to 5.
We know it's Mysteries of Mylest
Seal
and
of Wind and Water, and that's it. Out of 5 cards.
we're going to 4 stones. So we're still 6 away, and our life total is healthy. We've dealt with both of the Virgils.
The problem is we lost a Yggdrasil, so like that's real not good.
Probably be able to draw into another one. The thing that I'm curious here is that
you need a lot of them is the problem. Without you need a lot.
So Satan, Dante Carlina missed a stone call to like do that Dante the Virgil play, which
Blue
2 Virgils are
floating.
dudes. The mana is actually going to start mattering for Dante Carlina, I think, and we might just be able to buy a couple of turns here to get ourselves into, 2 or 3 more turns and a couple of Yggdrasils, and maybe we get something going.
I mean, there is still a world here. Like Steven's free, right? So if that hand is suddenly significantly improved, which that red will becomes sudden manifestation of power, which is a cantrip plus get us a stone.
We have a lot of ways to draw cards. Like once we start getting to 5, 6 stones, like we have a lot of ways to dig through our deck, see multiple Yggdrasil turret destinations. And the card that was removed by Battle Comes to an End was not a combo piece; it was just an accelerator. So if we end up just having time to get to our natural, 10 stones, there's nothing to beat it.
First
really.
boon.
It's 3 cards for free.
But we do have Dante Goddard still. Lycion. Only cast 2
Play
spells.
Lycion.
We only cast 2 spells this turn.
For 1, just get it out of our hand right now. I mean, get it out of RFG. It's, I think, pretty important. I think it'll accelerate.
In response, you just Dante Goddard, right?
Yeah, but you still get the Lycion onto the field.
Or you still always wait to use the Lycion in response to the Lycion tap. You always use the Goddard in response.
On the chase, you Dante Goddard, and that stops you from being able to play this Melfi.
Well, sure, complete. Well, he can still play it in response.
He can play it for mana, yeah. But he wouldn't have the actual Lycion. Okay.
Now we have a
See, we're just trying to. The absolute worst thing I think that could happen to us in the crackback here is either Satan for 1, or just Hardcast Garyon.
Yeah, sure.
Hardcast Garyon is going to turn off a lot of the draw, which will suck.
We have blue, green. That gets a Seal of Wind and Water, which lets us replay the Lycion. Brain. Can we find it, right? Because we're currently tapped out on the side of Brendan, so it's a matter of can we find the line? Can we draw into the right cards to find through combo? So we know there's the Seal of Wind and Water in hand. So Seal of Wind and Water, float a Lycion. Oh,
he's using the green actually.
Using the green
maybe just target
to bring back the Melf.
Use the Lycion to play Melfi again, maybe.
Yeah.
So we're looking for tourist destinations, the Yggdrasils, and there's 3 of them in the deck. So we need to still be able to get to 7 stones to actually flip Welser. So we need to buy 3 more turns while also drawing all 3 Terrace Destination.
He does, like I said, he does play Sudden Manifestation of Power. That's a thing, which gets him a stone.
Okay, acceleration, just like a one of 2.
Yeah, he's.
Or I mean, except one stone.
Yeah, it gets him. He's playing 2 copies of it. So
It's kind of, yeah, we could potentially go off on like 5 stones plus 2 Sudden Manifestation plus 3 Terrace Destination. Sure.
yeah, Lycion, 4 cards still in hands.
Yeah, and our next turn has a lot of draw, and I think the only thing we're actually afraid of is like Hardcast Garyon or like Rigveda.
Stan?
Kill like Stan is still terrifying, but we're kind of threatening.
Pass turn.
The
Oh
green-
no.
We know we still have Mysteries of Milas in hand, which is dead, but we have 3 other cards.
That's a 6 age. That's gonna be a Garion potentially.
Garyon plus something else.
Garion plus Stan. I mean, it could be Gary. It could be Gary plus Stan.
Milas makes it so hard for this deck to actually interact with Garyon, unfortunately.
Is this could be Gary plus Stan.
Mm-hmm.
And that's just lethal, right? Because you Carlina Goddard right now.
Oh yeah, the extra 2 mana on top of it. Yeah, Gary
Yeah.
plus Stan is.
Gary plus Stan is just full lethal, right?
No, you could if he has Green Witch for the Satan Goddard, then it's just a Garyon you have to beat. But
Right. He's on 3 manifest, back up to 3. Okay. I mean, this is still tight. This is still very tight. This is always scary when you're playing against a combo deck. Brendan doing some math here. Floating some will, and then floating the will. Okay, so he's floating the will off the stones, floating the will off Carlina, passing priority over to Holscheiser to see if Holscheiser has any responses before the Carlina recovery. Which, considering the fact that he has potential for Green Witch, like that's a thing that you should do. Good etiquette.
Definitely.
I think regardless, you always Goddard the Carlina here, right? Like whatever play you're gonna do, like you might as well go.
Say just to draw the cards. Well, you would want to do it with like Satan coming in. So I think there's a lot of ways that Brandon can just kind of win the game on the spot here.
Yeah. Down
it's
comes
definitely
a
considered-
pay 3 for a Virgil.
We can
Full
interact with that.
Priority. We can interact with that.
Satan with just a Virgil on it.
Stan.
So Greenwich is such a blowout here. Does he have it though? Did he board it in?
Yeah, that's a great question.
That is.
But also
that is every.
does Brendan have Gary in hand to be able to stop the Green Witch? Maybe he was playing through that line too of like, look, I don't think you have double green. I don't think you have double Green Witch.
If Steven also has his own Garyon, that's a line that could get around this. I don't think there's any Lycion card, anything that's going on.
Yeah, nope. We're still waiting to see. So the swap has happened, but we're still potentially performing Goddard here. I think he did do Goddard, yeah.
How much will does he have floating? So it's 3 plus 2. So he should have 2 will still available.
He still has the 2 floating off of the second Carlina tap. And it looks like it's a green-black. Or it might be 2
Seventh.
Green. It looks like double green.
If we sideboarded it, 7th Boon could cancel the Goddard, and then we could still have counter spells for other stuff. 7th Boon also loses to Garyon though.
Yeah, 7th Boon also loses to Garyon.
Green. Charlotte. Okay.
Charlotte. He does still have to pay the will for it, but he does have the Lycion to be able to pay for it. Is there the Gary to prevent the Goddards?
Doesn't Charlotte cost 1? Didn't his opponent Goddard? This has to be in response to a Goddard, so Charlotte should only cost 1 will.
Well, I don't know.
I think he just missed
but
that.
we also can't. We also can't speak into it.
2 stones he's allowed.
Because you may pay 2 for it. Like you may pay 1 less if he chose to pay the full 2. Then that's.
It probably won't matter. I don't think he has 2 ways to deal with this.
Yeah. So this is what the reason why, like, if it's 7th Boon and exactly like the double green has to be Garyon, right? There has to be a Gary here to stop something like this.
I really feel like he would have just slammed a Garyon if he had it earlier. But the fact that he's floating the will here is like maybe. It could just be like a number 13.
Wow, it resolved?
We also don't know what will he floated, so it could have been just double black with the intent of Virgil.
Wow, that's game. At that point, unfortunately, losing that line is game. Third boon.
Third boon's the Virgil. Cancels the
boon's-
Goddard, cancels.
Yep, that will be strong play from outplaying the stand. There's no way to recharge the stand, Goddard.
Yeah.
But we do get
I
to
feel
cast
like
more of the cards per turn.
But he's out of gas, man.
Cast
It's
Attendant
had-
of Asmodeus to recover some stones? Oh,
Is that what
force
we're
him to
doing?
force him to banish 2 additions? Wow. Ugh, that's brutal.
I just feel like there's so many other ways that Brandon could have played this game,
Yeah, for sure.
and this was not it, Chief.
Yeah, because now, I mean, Welser could just run. He's on another free tap for stone.
Calling a stone and just you don't got to do anything. You're just calling your way to 10 at this point. You
Yeah.
can even beat in attack with Charlotte, doesn't matter.
Charlotte, that's 6, right? I'm trying to.
Last time I checked, this is and like it's the battle comes to an end line, and then you hit the combo piece or the combo accelerator instead of the actual combo threat. Not like the biggest fan there. We miss a stone call to flip Virgil. Not a fan there.
Hard cast
We-
a Lycion.
We didn't Satan until turn 4 when we had the option to do it on turn 2, and
Yeah.
I feel like that's punished here because we let our opponent get all the way to like turning Bradstones online and having Charlotte mana plus Lycion.
Here's the thing. We know Steven's hand now is an unknown and a mysteries of my list. Yeah, you can't use Erythropia to recharge the Goddard of Stand because Stand's not a fallen angel. Erythropia only recharges fallen angel Goddards. 6 stage can tap for more than Void. It don't.
No, 6 age only taps Void if it's
rested.
if it's
so
not
still gets-
Ataraxia.
It's not Ataraxia. You can't.
Yeah, he can't sack. The stone only recharges fallen angel Goddards, and Satan is not a fallen angel, so that's why Erythropia doesn't work. What is that card?
That is an Inferno.
Oh. For board, we lose a Lycion.
Yeah.
Kind of annoying.
The mysteries of. I mean, like we in top deck mode for both players here. The problem is at this point in time, the top decks from
If you can't deal 3,000 damage before Welser gets to 10 stones, it's over.
Yeah.
And yeah, I feel like Brennan kind of thought that he would always have the Satan Goddard option, but I think he just let Steven get too much mana to actually have interaction for it. I think it should have just been
for
your
sure.
number 1 priority. More important, the battle comes to an end even, and I don't think he really respected that.
What did
He might get punished.
What?
Still a game that we have to. But
So we're doing something before. What is happening here? Doing something before draw? You're just casting a body? You're casting Satan's phantasmal body?
I guess so.
Tapping out?
Yeah, just play it. I mean, we have to deal 3,000 damage. We're on a 4-turn clock or a 5-turn clock, right?
Yeah, for sure. Wow. Satan's phantasmal body coming in. Gotta ask the other. I ask the other person to step away from the table.
I think Steven would probably ask if that was a problem.
Yeah.
I kind of just tuned
He
the
can,
audio
he can hear him, so yeah, they should be able to hear him. Steven has to pass as well. Just hard cast a Lycion.
just keep passing. Like you are. I guess you're taking 8. You are
6.
unfortunately on a clock
6.
now. 6-8 or is it 6-6?
It's 6-6.
Oh, sure. Yeah. I'm thinking Flames deals 800 damage, so this would be a an 8-8
yeah.
for
5-turn clock. I mean, 600 damage.
We're at 22 now, right?
Yeah, 24 even. He was at 30.
Right, 6, not 8.
6, not 8. We just talked about this.
Numbers. I can't do math. The fact that Steven's not playing cards here also kind of lends me to believe that one of these might just be a manifestation of power. So we're really on like a 3-turn kind of plan here. And he might just even start to cycle if he gets close. If he feels like he's going to die to. I think we've already gone through 3 Virgil for Brennan. So the actual lethals don't happen as much. It's really just Gary on it.
There's only 3. There's a third. I think there's only 3 Virgil, but also 7 Deadly Sins is a card to be able to bring the Virgil back. So that's like a relevant play, right?
We're on some counter spells for Steven here. I wouldn't counter it.
I can't imagine there's not. casting a Lycion for 3? Yes. Okay, cool. So we have two unknowns and mysteries of my list, and now a Lycion on board. Those are just cancel spells. Then the clock continues. End of turn. We're gonna see a
Stone in Steven's deck is 6 stone.
wow. We're just gonna cast in a Wells.
I mean, absolutely.
It's a body.
Are we doing that? I think did we draw that for turn, or are we doing that
No,
in
we're doing
response
that
to like
I think we're doing that in response to the Lycion and the free number 13. Now we're down to 2 known cards in hand, or 1 known card in hand with only 1 card left. But we can cast more than 1 card per turn. So like
There- number 13 in Steven's hand? I'm so terrified of top deck Garyon. Like that has to get canceled.
that's true.
And because he's not can cancel it.
We're just gonna call Stone, get an Aerothropia.
That's okay. 3 mana available, punch for 6. And I mean, if
Wow.
Steven's just like you just flash in a blocker and be good.
Right.
I don't think there's burn outs besides Virgil, right? So it's just Virgil or Deadly Sins that can.
We can't even
that can be
cast Deadly Sins at this point.
Not this turn, but he does like have the option. It's like
But
his
if there's
win
a
cons, right?
so setting the stage of Providence, you cancel this immediately if you've got a Gary, right? Oh no, that's gonna resolve. Okay, great.
From your hand.
Would have been
Gary is no counterspell at this stage of the game, I feel.
Oh yeah, you're not necessarily wrong. It's time on round. Oh crap, I gotta let him know. Hey guys, that is time on round. Oh sorry. Hey Steven, guys, that's time on round. Steven, you are turn 0. Just to let you know.
I feel like we're gonna win this turn. It might be next turn. Casting Amalfi. Gonna draw a card. We have what, 7 stones, 8 stones? We have 8 stones, so we just need 2 either Manifestation of Power or Yggdrasil Tourist Destination, and we will flip Ulcer, and presumably that could be the end of the game.
Hopefully draw into something.
He still does have 1 more turn if he can't find it this turn. Otherwise, it will be a draw, which will not be good for either of these players who are in the X1 bracket.
Yeah.
An X1 is very unlikely to make top cut with this tournament size, but not impossible. Yep.
Alice's trick. That's gonna kill. That's gonna kill the.
Oh my goodness. Sure, yeah.
So we have
Yep.
1 card and a Mysteries of my list. Ugh.
I believe so.
And a pass.
It-
We go to turn.
So
Will is gone. We are now in turn 1.
we're at 8. Yeah, he needs to find any ramp card to actually win, or else he's going to be on 9 stones and then say, "Okay, I guess it's your turn," and it's going to be a draw.
Yeah, for
That's
sure. Do hit 6 8 stone here, and we can cast multiple cards per turn.
Garyon is the blowout.
Garyon is indeed the blowout.
Mysteries of my list plus number 13. I really
That's a
think
Castle
so.
of Carlina, which gets us a Garyon.
Garyon canceled, but he can't play it. What's the cost? It's 4 or more or 5 or more off the search.
Anything that's cost 5 or more, or 4 or more.
It is 4 or more.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like we can cancel that because if he gets Garyon, then next
you're
turn
out.
we want 1 ramp card.
Yeah, then your 1 ramp card will get canceled, and you'll be done.
Actually, has to get canceled.
Unless there's not a cancel here. It
Has
would
to
be free.
I don't think he would have played the number 13 on the Welser if he didn't have another cancel in hand. I think. Maybe Steven's just better than me. And he's about to get punished for it. This is crazy.
Castle of Carlina. I mean, it can't be first boon, because we would have cast that a million turns ago to draw more cards.
Yep. It could be Manifestation of Power just because he wanted to save it until he had a way to like get into it immediately, but this is so rough.
Nope.
This
that
is
resolves. There's no number 13 at hand.
Steven, and I think Brendan really kind of played it poorly to get to this point, but because he needs to call 10 stones and it takes a long time to do that, it's going to end in a draw here.
Yeah.
Yeah, he just needs to get Garyon.
Yeah, so we have a way to stop the ramp card. This will get him to 1, 2, 3. He'll be at 9 stones.
Yeah, just 9 stones.
Yep.
He has no card. He has a Mysteries of Milas in his hand.
And not a cancel. And
yeah, kind of hate to see it.
is that well? So hear me out.
The options.
There might be a card that stayed in that could win the game here, and it's Demon of Explosions. If Steven doesn't
One
if Steven doesn't go for it here, like if Steven doesn't have the way to go for it, if there's a Demon of Explosions, then we win.
with Demon of Explosions.
Because you burn him for 5. And then you go down to low enough that Gary and uncancelable comes in and swings and kills you.
Oh, you're saying if how Brandon can win? Okay.
How Brandon can win. I don't necessarily know of a line that Steven can win here.
Explosions. I don't understand.
No. Steven doesn't win with Demon of Explosions.
He can just slam a Gary on and say go. Yeah. It looks like Hullstrider doesn't have the ramp. Can't beat Gary on anyway. I can't imagine that he can actually beat Gary on here.
Yeah, nope.
What a mess.
We're gonna draw a bunch of cards.
But I don't even know if we are. I really don't know if we are gonna draw a bunch of cards. I think this Gary on seals the deal.
Yeah, for sure.
Guess like what card Hullstrider actually had in his hand besides the Mysteries of My List.
Yeah, it does make me wonder. Seal of Wind and Water, but like we would have used that already again against the
hands. There's so much.
Could be a second Alice's trick, but we feel like we already used that early. I feel like we weren't casting that because we had no way to make it to 2 cards.
Tricked one of the 6/6s instead of wasting our cancel spell.
Well, it has to use 2 cards to be able to use trick.
Sure. I think I would have kept sitting around and tried to find a way to activate it personally. There's the fact that we're not slamming something here makes me think that we really just have no way to win the game.
Yeah,
that's a little tragic.
That's the Lycion is
Lycion's
currently
active.
Yeah, he used it before recovery, so he's got a free spell. Oof.
Needs to have a draw spell.
Oof. So like if Steven passes, he draws. Like
he's looking for a way.
He can't win if he passes.
Trying to think of a way to get around this Gary on. I think maybe he has 2 cards that can draw cards. He's trying to think which one's less important.
So that gets him to 10. So it has to be Gary. Is the exact play, and hear me out, is the exact play setting the stage of Providence plus...
Setting the stage would do it, yeah.
Like, because then we have Yggdrasil into setting the stage. Oh my gosh, it resolved.
What?
Why did this resolve?
What? What?
What happened?
Jeremy? I mean... I'm not gonna lie, like, I can't think of a reason.
Oh yeah, I think Brendan just realized that it's not a ramp spell for the sake of. Oh my gosh!
What?
So,
Jeremy?
Yggdrasil, the top tourist destination, and he doesn't even have, because he has the Mysteries of My List in hand. He literally just gets to cast it infinite times, and even if he cancels it, it still goes back to your hand.
What the heck?
Because it was cast from hand and then hit graveyard and triggers in grave.
Brandon just says you're allowed to win the game, I suppose. Didn't think about what Yggdrasil did.
Wow. And he had the will to will to be able to play. The other card was feasting, and he had the will to pay for it. Literally just
feasting was Yggdrasil.
He had 2 Yggdrasil. He had double Yig, so he was fine. Yep. Okay, there was not. Okay, cool. Okay.
Absolutely nothing he could do.
Absolutely nothing he could do at that point. So we're good. Okay, move on.
Correct. Ah, God. Okay, sure. Okay.
Moving on. Okay, great. I'm letting these guys know. Go ahead and report, guys. Thank you very much. Steven wins 2-1. Good luck in your next round.
So we want to talk about that game?
Oof, that was a lot. Well, Holsteiser's still in it with Welser.
Yeah.
Holsteiser's still in it with Welser.
Oof, man.
Oof.
That's some quick and dirty forceful, I guess.
Yeah, that's a thing.
Yeah, I'm really just not a fan of most of the decisions that Brennan made that game, if I'm being honest.
Yeah,
I think that was
fair. I think I missing the stone call was huge, I think. He had double Rigveda there.
Yeah. I think he just kind of
Not going for the
was
stand
just
line. Not going for the stand line.
Right. Yeah, I don't think he was really familiar with what Welser was doing. Like I feel like yeah, he saw it game one, but if like that's your first time seeing it, which I think it was, like you're not fully aware of like what you really need to play around. So he thought that hitting the chant would just kind of be enough, and he thought that that was like the winning line instead of just like it's easy to see like what the combo is and then say, okay, I need to stop the combo and then I'll be fine. But I
Yeah.
think the real you in that game is just flipping Satan before there's any interaction that can happen, because that deck just can't play on one card per turn. But like if he hasn't seen the deck, like even though you've seen the combo, you still don't really understand the full 40 cards and say that deck can't beat Satan. And maybe that was just something he couldn't put together within like the 2 games that of seeing the deck if he's never seen it before, and that's the logic there. Just
Mhm.
a lot of experience, unfortunately. And then yeah, just trying to go for the Satan at a very inopportune time, Steven having the answer, and then yeah, maybe not realizing that Yggdrasil actually said increase the seal count and just like kind of brain farting there. But it didn't actually matter at that point because Steven did have everything. But yeah, just
Yeah.
I think Bryn's gonna watch the tape on that one and be like, now I know how I should have played that.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. I mean, we have the 20,000 view, right? That's the biggest thing. It's like we can sit here and talk about it and bounce things, ideas off of each other. Thought a
True,
council
true.
would have got around that. Yeah, no, Welser doesn't care if you cancel it or not. It just comes back to your hand anyway.
Oh, yeah. Okay, never done. Yeah.
Yeah, so
If Aaron could beat the
Steven, I mean,
violence, sure.
Steven played through that very well. I think the battle comes to an end to rip it out, to give himself the time, and then like you said, the problem was that we just didn't
Yeah.
go for the stand when we could have, and really locked things out in a really big way. So
Yeah. I'm kind of curious as to what Brandon's mulligan was, because I think from what we saw that game, I think it had to have been Rigveda plus Battle plus Virgil, which I think is actually a good keep. I think that's fine. I would have rather played Virgil early, is my personal preference. So
yeah, for sure.
I did
Trying to see if
good stuff from Steven to get that going.
okay. I got a Kaguya on top cut potential. My boy Jordan currently in top cut. I'm seeing what order decks are in top cut are in contention for like a win and in for top 8.
Yeah, definitely look at some bubble stuff.
Because our
Don't really care.
Yeah, our undefeateds are Feethmooch versus Carlina Asmodeus. So one of those two is
Yeah.
gonna they're both locked in. So like let's get some bubble stuff. That was so stressful, Steven. Yeah, for sure. Drew the Yig off
drew-
the Yig. Oh no! So if he had canceled it, no.
No. He had a Lycia on the field. Oh no, he still had one will open, so he wouldn't.
He had the one will open to be able to pay for the. If he had canceled the Yig, it was that was game draw.
He still had one available, and I was looking at 2 additions on field, but like yeah, if the Yggdrasil doesn't resolve, he only has 1 addition, so feasting isn't good enough.
Wow. Okay.
Crazy. Honestly, it's just crazy that Melfi doesn't also can't count as an addition on the field. I mean, if she counts as a spell, it's only natural.
She counts as an entity if you're playing feasting pre-errata. Yeah, if he canceled the Yig we drew, oh my gosh, that's rough.
Yep.
Okay, we're looking for specifically order decks that might be in contention for top 8. We got 1 round left to go today. So I did say we were going to do a second giveaway. We're going to do a second giveaway of another set of one of each of the Chinese promos for all of you who are hanging out here. Again, if you entered the first giveaway, which again is, I'll let you answer it. I'll give you a double chance. If you enter the first giveaway, which is tell me in an email to rulerschoolcontent@gmail.com what favorite ruler you're most excited to play and what is, you can enter into that. And if you want to go into the second giveaway, the answer is why did Steven punt so hard in that game? I'm just kidding. That's not. I love you, Steven. I'll say the same question as last time. Is what So I'll say this: which of the 4 rulers are you most excited about for set 3? Which is Dragon Boy, Golden Boy, Chinese character who looks like maybe a young Genshi Tenshon, or Athenia. So again, G&G question 2 to Ruler School. Content at gmail.com. Ruler School content at gmail.com.
Gotcha.
And then you can enter that, and you will be entered in a giveaway, which we'll announce tomorrow. So go ahead and check that out. Happy to huge thanks to our partners over in China for being willing to do that. Okay, yeah, we'll take that.
Alrighty.
So I'm gonna take Jordan versus Toby for our last round.
Is
That'll be
is that
it's Kaguya versus I believe Carlina as
oh okay. Kinda liking.
you can play if you play today. You can still enter. Yes,
I'm kind of liking Kaguya there. I think.
I
I
do
think
think
that.
Kaguya is kind of favored in that matchup. We'll see.
I guess feasting. Oh, okay. So if they hit like the Earthopia on one, you can like force them to tap it so they can't God Art. Or if they go for the God Art, you can like.
Cancel it.
There's a lot of things you can do. Like I feel like you'd want to try to Feast-sing the Blazing Cthulhu and then
He
force
might
him
not
to
be
tap the
playing
stick.
Asmodeus though. He might be playing. I'm not entirely. So that's what we're gonna play. So we're gonna jump down to a short break to get that set up.
Sounds good.
And we'll be back for round 5. Here we go. Where is my short break button? Short break. Be back. Again, you have
Which,
own six.
sorry.
Let's see. I got Toby on that side. I got Jordan on that side. That's good.
half is fine, by the way, for cuts
All right,
for the entire match. Okay,
All right, that's good for you.
sounds good.
Okay.
2 die high for first.
Good. Okay, guys, welcome to the last round of Swiss. Again, remember, it is sudden death in games 1 and 3 based on end of match procedures. You may have 60 minutes on the round. May begin. Oh,
Whoo, boy.
and Kaguya has the coin.
Final round of the day. Kage on the coin. All right. Definitely.
Yeah, and that ruler school mat on the right. This is I got ruler school supporter on the right, ruler school supporter on the left, local on the right, or local on the left. Toby's a great guy. He's been playing FOW for quite a while.
Definitely.
He's been certainly getting his way to top cut, closer to top cut a lot more over the past couple years. So this has been really cool to see both of these players on a win and in. Their X1 winner of this is locked for top 8 of the event.
Yep, 100%.
So, very, very cool. I mean, the one advantage that we have going into this is Carlina has, extra will.
The
to be
extra
able to
will
deal
play
with
through feasting, yeah.
play through feasting. Like, that's the thing. The question becomes, does the build focusing on Dante here, have will to have answers to the Kaguya?
Crazy to me here that he taps the Carlina first, because if you don't hit 6 stone there, is your play just flip? Oh, he's actually just going to cancel the 6 stone ability.
Trigger, which is, he can pay 1 for it, but that would feel really weird. He can still go for Virgil here, so that doesn't feel like, but it does like completely tap him out, which then means like again, then at that point in time,
you're no longer
Hanzo's just gonna make a bunch of moons. Like you're just gonna.
He's already produced the mana with Carlina, so as long as he produced black, then he is completely fine to flip Dante.
Sure.
There's actually just no punish, but I guess he produced some other sort of will.
Oh sure. He's just gonna.
Maybe he thought it wouldn't use the chase. This is gonna be huge.
Yeah.
I guess he can still kill the feasting, which matters.
Yeah, he can use the 2 black will for the Virgil if he remembers.
Then there's no Hanzo follow up.
If he remembers that he's actually successfully loaded will, that's a big piece here. Remember.
Yep.
How things work, because Kaguya doesn't use the will production ability of Carlina doesn't use the chase. So you have the black will regardless.
Yep. Yeah, that's why it's so weird that he actually tapped the 6 stone, because your Dante is always going to be untapped when you kill it here.
Yeah.
So yeah, unless he didn't produce black, but I honestly couldn't imagine what you're
casting.
What else you'd be making?
Yeah.
You're not playing another card this turn.
We block with the Feast. Nope.
Maybe he produced like green black to like threaten a Garyon, but you can't cancel the order. I don't know.
Takes 10. And just okay, we must have
what?
We must have forgotten that we had will here. That's huge for Jordan.
Yeah,
massive for Jordan.
That's so crazy. This is about to just open a whole can of worms that I feel like should never have happened.
Yeah, for sure. So like we swing in for 6 here, unorder. We get to go into Hanzo. We get a bajillion will. Problem is we'd have to deal with the Virgil. So I was wondering what he'd have to deal with the Virgil. Oh, he called Stone with Carlina. You're right. He wouldn't have the will.
Oh, it's in response to that. Gotcha. Okay.
Silly. So
I thought he was tapping. Yeah, that's absolutely correct.
35.
We're the doofuses. I've got egg on my face. Oh no.
We're the doofuses here. We're swinging.
Yeah, that's our bad. It's because he recovered it and I saw him tap it. I was like, my brain just naturally locked on to tap in response.
And then he was like, no.
Yeah. That was completely my bad. So yeah, we just get to Hanzo here, I imagine.
Hanzo for a bajillion will. This will get us. We can Hanzo for 2, get 2 more additional moons, recover our stone, go into his turn with 2 moons and 3, and a stone. Like that's kind of huge.
Yeah. Okay. So what actually happened here?
Yep.
Okay, it's gonna get the Kage. Yep. Okay, so here's the thing, right? You like
he
didn't pay.
He didn't produce the will.
Right. Sorry. But he paid 1 stone to play Virgil when he could have paid 1 to let the Carlina, let the feasting trigger.
Recover,
like you pay for it, then you get your Carlina back. You pay black for Carlina. You still flip Virgil. You get the 1 mana. You kill the feasting, and killing the feasting would have been so huge here, and that's where we missed. because we paid the 1 mana, we didn't cancel the feasting. We let it resolve. We only had 1 mana instead of 2, and that we could have killed Teeth, and that would have been better.
The
But
two
now we're
creatures
getting
from
Hanzo'd
yeah.
on.
Yeah, now we're getting Hanzo'd on, and we used Or It Shall Be to go get a another feasting. Right?
Yeah.
So now we're in a real
Very, very
strong spot.
scary place to be.
Yeah, very, very scary. Now Hanzo gets us 2 more moons, recovers our other stone. We're sitting on a bunch of cancels, and we have a feasting to back it up.
So what's the way that this Virgil dies? I'm not familiar with
That's
Kaguya.
an excellent question.
Okay.
It
do you not know the answer? Please tell me.
It could be Pharesia. Pharesia is definitely something I could see you getting played here. Pharesia.
Wow. Yeah. Okay. Sure.
Pitch a green card because you still have cancels off of the potential
Yep.
cancels off of the moons. Go ahead.
That will tap you out though, right?
Yeah, it is a little risky for sure.
Mm-hmm.
There's also a world where because how are we gonna the Virgils? We have a flying Hanzo that can get bigger than the Virgil very easily, right? A single.
But the Virgil attacking and then just saying mana for mana, like you just call a stone attack with Virgil and say pay 4, and then they go feasting, and then you go pay 4, and then you never win as the feasting player, as the Kaguya player rather. So Virgil has to die before combat, and even letting him untap like this still gives you the opportunity to God Art and then try to just kill the Hanzo outright.
Yeah, for sure. It is. It's not just game, right? There's still.
Hold up. We're tapping Carlina. Oh, in response to the card.
Yeah, in response to the untapped
Oh,
stuff. So this is we're actually producing will. That's a.
But this could be another feasting to cancel that, and then we have 2 stones that are stranded.
Ooh, you're not wrong. That's huge.
That is, yep.
Oh, then he can just because he can't pay for it.
Yeah, he can't pay for it. There's four moons, so
he'd have
we
to
just
use.
strand.
He'd have to use the other.
Stones.
He'd literally tap himself out to then be able to recover the Carlina. That's huge. And there might be a second feasting.
Oh, he can't pay for it, right? He has 4. Oh, is it only untapped editions, or because he has 4 moons, right?
He has 4 moons. You'd have to pay 4, and he has 2.
Oh, to completely
Carlina.
To recover the Carlina. Sure.
And then he'd recover the Carlina. So there is a world, but also at that point in time you pay 4, and what if he has another feasting? Then you're like, well, okay, well.
Yep. It would be third feasting, so that would be kind of weird. If he has the search for a fairy tale, even though it's not your first card per turn, that would still be a blowout.
It's only if it's your first chance, I think, right? No, let's just.
Oh, really? Do you think I know what these cards? That card's so good.
It might be if it's your first card for turn.
Let's check. What's it called?
First spell, so it won't recover a stone. But even then, you have another stone, another moon.
Yeah, you can still do it. You're just tapping out for free, and then you take Virgil, and then.
He's doing it. He's paying the 2. Was there still? You still have a. I mean, he has to pay in the trigger effects rest. So there's still no.
The floating black to pay for it.
Yeah, for sure. But but even after you pay for it, there's still a priority sequence before the trigger resolves. Oh, yeah. So you could just.
No, I don't.
Second.
You can't be that good.
It could just be triple feasting. Sometimes it is just triple feasting.
Here's God Art Dante.
Did we God Art?
I'm sure we'll do it mid combat. We'll probably cash in the 10 damage, and then God Art Dante. In combat after damage, just in case there's something that's going to kill Dante or whatever. I don't even know what could possibly happen, but sometimes it's just correct to cash in the damage first.
Yeah, maybe we might. To be perfectly honest, the feasting doesn't have to fly. No, it doesn't have to fly. You can just block with the feast.
Yeah, you can block with the feast.
You block with the Hanzo though.
Probably. You want the Hanzo dead.
Yeah, because you want the Hanzo dead, and if he tries to. Did he use God Art here? Did you hear him use God Art?
No, I haven't heard, but I'm sure we'll find something soon.
So if he doesn't God Art here, he's gonna ping for 4, ping for 8. The Hanzo's still not dead. The Hanzo would.
Too many moons.
The Hanzo would die at 8 unless he banishes a moon.
I'm gonna turn them up a little.
Yeah, turn them up and figure out exactly what's going on.
Ping for 4.
Okay.
So he did God Art.
Okay, so we got Art active. So then at that point in time, we're gonna float some will and let the Hanzo die.
Yeah, Jordan was just unfamiliar with the fact that that Virgil was gaining Bane, and thought he was only taking for one of the guys. It's gonna be a lot of gain.
Oh, I gotta check. We'll just check. Ask him what life total is. You wouldn't mind?
Sure.
I'm gonna ask. Oh, hold on. Would you guys mind typing in the streamer's fortress what current life totals is? Virgil makes weird math, and you guys did a bunch of stuff. Just type it out real quick. Thanks. That way I can just.
Yeah,
the
makes
easy
a lot
way to update it. They know life totals and not us.
probably. I don't think he has a 1-drop he can play, so I think he would just use it twice.
51,
Which is just gonna,
16. Okay.
and it's gonna be down to the 16. Okay, sure.
Okay, 51 to 16. What do we
yeah,
do
that was
with
kind of
this
like
floating will?
if we didn't have a way to kill that, that was gonna happen, right? And now here we are. We did use feasting to kind of make this turn really awkward, but with the double 6 Sage Stone, this was still a phenomenal turn.
Yes, for sure.
Yeah, so I still feel like I'm not super familiar with the win conditions for Kaguya, but I know it's like Game of Gods and like just Hanzo kind of hits for a lot. There's a lot of ways it can still go very badly for the Virgil deck, even though he's a 51.
Yeah, for sure.
A lot of moons could start coming down real soon, and that's the consideration, right?
Yes.
Because if we have Hanzo, this is going to look great. We sell the 2 floating green.
Parisia's really good here. That helps us deal with the Virgil.
See, now this is fine. My consideration was like if we had the Freesia, should we have just killed the Freesia before or killed the Virgil before untap? But I think they would have tapped us out, right?
Yeah,
and that wouldn't have been good.
Yeah. And then
Lose
we like this
Second.
this makes Toby completely tapped out, right? So now we can go into our turn and play another Hanzo, get even more moons. You know,
Lots of cool things.
Lots
here.
of cool things that we can do from here. It also does set us up for like a next turn Rabbit Ninja.
Yep.
So like
I love how all the thing has done so far is just made our opponent pay mana. Like we've never actually canceled an ability that wasn't like producing mana. So
right. Yeah, for sure.
And that's good sometimes, right? Especially against Carlina.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're gonna get to search. This is gonna get a Hanzo. This Hanzo is gonna get to generate 5 moons.
Yeah.
Which will then recover his 1 stone, but he'll go into his opponent's turn with 7 open will.
Just green card to kill this Virgil, and then we just need to not let another Virgil resolve, and it's looking great. What's the all right? So I'm gonna look up Hanzo real quick, but I think it's Kagi. What's the he gets a stat boost, right? He can just banish moons to get
to give
stat
himself
boost.
a stat boost. Yep. So we are like the Hanzo next turn is threatening, right? So like if we have a way to kill with that many moons, if we have a way to kill the Virgil and prevent another one from hitting the word, then Hanzo literally just goes murder, like kills him. Because he'll just banish moons. There's also, to be perfectly honest, there's also a world where I'm not just thinking about it now. There's a world where Kaguya enters the Game of Gods. It's just lethal here.
Yeah. The problem is a 51, so his life is a little bit inflated.
But it also generates him a moon, so he's gonna be at 5, then 10, and then another 1. So that's literally 55 damage.
Sorry. Yeah. Okay. No, that's reasonable.
Yeah, that's exactly 55. But also Farisia can swing in this turn because he did it during the end of his turn. So like, if there's a Kaguya enters the Game of Gods, recover the stone, Jordan.
Apparently we're not gonna do that.
Mandatory part of the resolution. It's not you may.
But
but it is target up to X. It's also target up to X. If there's a Kaguya enters the Game of God, we're just gonna.
Is that it? I don't know the art of the card, so.
What just happened? Oh, pitching to kill the Virgil.
Sure.
Swinging for 6.
From the 45.
Okay. Oh, I guess recovering. Okay, noticing that he should have recovered the stone there. If there's a Kaguya that enters the Game of Gods, this is game. We go to game 2.
So I'm gonna put on the fact that we've already seen 2. What's the name of the card that searches?
War It Shall Be.
Or it shall be's. We've already seen 2 or it shall be's. We've already seen 2 feasting, and we only have 2 cards in hand. I'm gonna say that he doesn't have another feasting, which means if there's a Virgil in hand, we could just throw Satan here.
It's true.
If we've already gotten through the feastings and there's not he has to have another one, or else this could be dangerous.
Or another, battle, or it should be, but then it's open to Garion.
Yeah.
Looks like Toby's showing a lot of his hand. So we know there's a battle comes to an end in there. 5 stone. Battle comes to an end.
Virgil plus Garion, and we can Satan here, and I think that's enough to be a game winner. But It really depends. Only 2 cards. He has to, like it's a risk, right? You've got 4 outs.
That's
really.
that's a Virgil.
Virgil's pretty good. Okay, we have a Gary. And even with just Virgil, we could still go for it and say you have to have it. Like Gary unlocks it, sure, but sometimes you just you just say have it.
Yeah, for sure.
I guess like if we have Gary on, I would not even like attack with the Virgil. I would like do say, oh, this is it, he's doing it. Oh, I love it.
Is there a world where you, if you do have the feasting, cancel the K2 to make stand?
I don't think so.
Or do you cancel the stand God art?
The Satan God art.
Yeah.
Because I guess you have so it doesn't really matter.
That doesn't have swiftness. That doesn't have. But I mean, it kind of matters. He can't tap Carlina for will right now.
He's gonna Virgil it and then tap it. I think.
But I mean, like you're saying, he can't. Toby, I mean that's just to let you know, your Carlina doesn't have swiftness, so she can't produce will when she's on her J ruler side the turn that she comes in.
I mean, the play still works, but he's got to.
Yeah, but I mean, like the play technically still works, but I have to make sure that he's taking legal actions.
Sure,
and
sure.
I can't tell him the bright play here. Right?
I mean, hopefully, because he can. Because I don't know if he knows that Virgil automatically kills it and doesn't need to resolve. That's
right.
Should know.
Like
I see what you're saying.
Yeah, right. Like it's unfortunate because I like both these guys, but like in the way that he was sequencing there, he legally can't take that action. So like you have to go back.
Valid step in, Jeremy. I'm on board, but I think that's actually flustering Toby here because I think he's kind of getting in his head too much. Like you can, oh no, Toby, it's okay. You just play the Virgil, man. It's okay.
Yeah. Because if he kills the Carlina, then he can pay for the stand on the other side. But he can't do it while the Carlina's out. Like he can't tap the Carlina to float the will on this side and then kill her.
I completely agree. He's passing turn. No, Jared.
I'm sorry that I had to step in to legally maintain game state. Like, there's nothing I can do there at that point. The cast of the Virgil was legal. He just couldn't float the will there with the Carlina, right? So like he chose to back. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't
know how to tell you differently there.
I'm so confused. I really. What is? I turn on the volume here. I kind of want to see what's going on. That's so crazy. Yeah, you just have to play Virgil anyway, and you still just do everything the same.
Right.
But
it's just because
he's like,
because he tried to float the will off of the Carlina, judgmented Carlina.
Do that, but like, what's his thought process here? Like, why did even if you just play Virgil anyway, kind of thing?
Maybe the thought was I don't have the will to be able to support the Virgil.
Like what?
Yeah, I don't
he
know.
just didn't play. Like I don't know what happened.
Reese
I think
is gonna get to swing. Reese is gonna get to swing. Just take the 6, right? You're up on life.
Yeah, you take it. You're just trying to block the Hanzo. She flies, right?
Yeah, she does fly.
Hanzo. Wait, he blocked Frisia?
Did.
Jeremy, what is happening?
I don't know.
I mean, why? This is like the third time today where we watch players on camera just not play cards and lose the game. And I try to be an objective commentator and, logic through some play lines and some considerations, but this is just not playing Virgil, a little sus, maybe a bit flustered because he didn't realize what he was available to him, but like blocking, this has flying.
Like if he had flipped, if he had flipped Carlina over and then tapped her, I wouldn't have said anything, right? But the fact is, he
No, that's correct, but the fact that he still just doesn't go for the Virgil, weird, and then the fact that he's blocking. Okay, wait, Jordan's passing. What?
Jordan must also not think about the. Okay. Well. Okay. Now we can just
Happening.
cast Virgil, right? Now it's just over.
Read more cards. What is he playing around?
So if he casts Virgil and there's a feasting, then we
just
just
lethally.
Goddard in response to remove all of his additions. We pay 0. We get the Goddard. We get the.
Isn't Hanzo just swinging for lethal? That's my concern.
Yeah, it's also just the Hanzo swinging for lethal. It's just missed that we forgot that it can pump up.
How are you 3-1 on Kaguya, but you don't know that? That's my. That feels
know.
like a very important part of winning the game, right?
I don't
I
know, unfortunately.
People till the end of the time.
There's almost a little bit of karma to it, right? In the sense that like the flustering now doesn't
Yep.
back right,
See,
doesn't.
He's like playing Virgil now, but
Maybe the lights of the feature matcher is messing with their heads. That's fair. I mean, cam nerves is a real thing, right? For sure. This is something being paid off of the moon, something being paid off of there. That's a Gale of the Moon to cancel.
sure.
The thing is, here's the thing. So we can still go to Stan here, which means we still get our card in hand, which we can use. Oh, the problem is like we're gonna lose Stan Goddard to clear the moons off, and then we do a number 13 to cancel the Gale of the Moon, so that the Virgil resolves.
Yes, yeah.
That's the line there. But instead, the Gale of the Moon's just gonna resolve.
It asked how much that card costs. He asked if it was a 1-drop, but he said it was a 2-drop. So he might have Gary on it.
Yeah.
So he still has the ability to call it stone. Haven't done that yet.
I mean, if we go to, the thing is, if we go to Stan and we have Gary in, then like you're still in a good spot. It's like you can cancel the feat thing that might try to stop your card.
Yeah.
Right? Like,
yeah, I think so.
Using Carlina to swap to Stan.
But I agree.
Is it Callstone Dante, then use your Carlina to swap to Stan? Like
What was the question?
It's Callstone with
Dante.
Summon.
Because you would love to just see a 6 on here, because then you can just hard cast Gary on, and then it looks like there's a question for a judge.
Yeah.
So
hop out and hop in. Patrick can hop in.
Sure. Hey, Patrick. Hi, Patrick. Take me back. Bring me in.
Waiting to see.
I'm sorry, what's the question?
Sure.
Jordan's
If you
asking.
drag, I don't know if you can. I don't know if you have the power. Oh.
Yes, I do have the power. I can't. I'm trying to figure out what question.
Jordan is asking if something needs swiftness as a J ruler, because he just found out about the Carlina thing. There's some weird. I think there's a question about Satan.
I should know the answer to this question.
Hold on.
Hold on.
Patrick, what's the question?
Carlita judgmented and then made astral, and I believe she can still use her will activate ability.
Rulers do not need swiftness in order to use their tap abilities. Rulers do not. So
that was.
Thanks.
Yep. And absolutely.
Yeah, he absolutely can use Carlina to pay for Dante. I think he should have still called Stone with Dante before doing that.
Absolutely.
Because now he has to. Because if he taps this stand and it's not a 6-age, then he's on 2. Then he's on 2 void and 1 blackstone.
Well, he'll be on 2 void and 2 blackstones because he's gonna miss.
Yeah. What are we?
Red and white calamity shield.
No, it's gotta be first boon. Are we digging? Response to the Goddard?
Sure. Satan enter is fine. Okay.
Satan hitting the play is fine. I think again is. Oh, you gotta pull that hand. Gotta pull that hand back.
I always forget that. Like, if we can see their hands, like their opponent can just also see their hands.
Yeah, you gotta pull that hand back. C8, okay. In response, it looks like this is potentially in response to the Goddard. We're seeing a first. The thing is, though, you can't win the cancel board because Hanzo will just banish the moons to make you pay one.
Oh yeah, we don't care about these moons at all.
Yeah, at this point in time, we need to resolve drawing cards. Like, we're trying to get a feat sing to cancel your Satan God Art and then win the game. Yep. Banish the moon to make you pay one. Can't. The cancel resolves.
Also, this number 13 would have cost 1 if he had called a stone first.
Which
Throwing that one out.
doesn't super matter right now, but yeah. He
Yes,
does
third
hit the
feat sing.
feat sing. Cancels the God Art. Oof. And my man playing Ultra Magic Stone Golem. But also, ultimately doesn't matter because just swing with the Hanzo lethal. Although he didn't do it last time, so maybe he just doesn't skip.
Yep. Call stone.
Oh, the
We have no
Ragstone.
already. Yeah, I don't think that first boon was live last turn, was it? He didn't have the
No, I
red
don't
white.
think so. Nope.
Like his opponent, like Toby, just let that happen basically by not playing the Virgil last turn. He let his opponent get to red white mana and find the first boon to find the third feat thing. Like that's just, I really don't know what was going through Toby's head when he just didn't slam the Virgil last turn. And I think it was like he was trying to float the mana before playing the Virgil, but just didn't kind of realize that I can just kill my Carlina and then tap, you know?
Yeah, and I think he
Which
might
is-
realize it here now that we've said, like, hey, your Virgil you can just use
Yeah.
Carlita after you kill her. And I don't think that, I mean, the chat's not bashing me.
I think it was correct.
I love both of these guys, but, like, the action on board state, I had to step in and say, you can't take that action. Like, there's nothing I can do.
And it really is just like a formality where you say you can't tap your J ruler, and then
Yeah,
you know
that's
if
what
you
I
have
did. I said, like, she doesn't have swiftness. She can't produce will when she's a J ruler. Like,
round 5, I think we are seeing some inexperience with these decks from both players, where not only is Toby kind of missing the interaction where he just needs to kill his Carlina first and then use the mana, but also like Jordan's kind of
so
missing
many big
where
shows. This is so many big shows.
this is perfect draw. You are drawing exactly the card you need to find. Absolutely.
And there's a pointy hit.
Is it just Game of Gods? 'Cause I assume that he's not aware of Hanzo's ability to
At this
produce,
point in time, I think it's fair for us to assume that he does.
which is
It just has
hey,
to
being
be.
3-1, probably winning game 1 here. If you don't know one of the better win conditions of your deck, I mean that's fine.
We're digging real deep with this first boon.
This is-
Oh, then there's the Kage enters the Game of Gods. So then Hanzo swings for a bunch. That's not enough damage for lethal. 8, 9. That's only 45. And then Hanzo doesn't kill him. And then we must have missed life total somewhere because that's a scoop up from Toby. We must have missed some damage.
Blocked. Yeah, I don't know.
We must have missed some damage from somewhere. But that is going to be game 1.
I mean, it's the end of Toby's turn there, right? Because he just did the God Art stuff. So this is the end of Toby's turn. He's dealing 5,000 and then untapping, and Toby has no board. So
Well,
it's
there's
gonna
no
be lethal.
Kage enters the Game of Gods doesn't have quick cast.
Oh,
So that would have had to have been during Jordan.
okay. So then it would
I
have
mean, it
just
didn't
been
matter. You just swing with Hanzo and then banish all the moons. Like, either way, that's lethal. He just needed to find the Kage.
Yeah, interesting. I'm kind of curious to see like what exactly was going through these players' heads or that game. Like what, because there's clearly some disconnect between like they're just not like both of them just kind of didn't realize something about their own cards, and I'm
Yeah.
just not sure if they were looking for some other line or if they like what part of it they were kind of missing, or if they were even playing around something. Like that's kind of a consideration as well. Because when Toby like tried to do the Virgil stuff, he didn't even like he hadn't already played a card that turn, right?
He had not already played a card that.
The Virgil, yeah.
So the thing was, if he had played the Virgil and then moved the Carlina down to the bottom left corner, like he did with the Dante, as soon as he cast the Virgil. Then,
I agree. He very clearly tapped the Carlina on the J ruler side
Yeah.
before doing it,
right.
and it's correct to say Carlina doesn't have swiftness. Like
Right.
that's completely right. So it's just
I always hate it when there are these moments on stream where it's like we have to say something, right? But like
I just don't. Yeah, but like I don't understand the thought process from Toby for being like, okay, my Carlina doesn't have swiftness. Even if you say I can never produce mana with Carlina this turn, like still play Virgil.
yeah, but
right?
right. I still think for sure.
I think in his own head of trying to play Virgil and stack Satan Goddard, and because he thought he wouldn't be able to do that if he played Virgil, then that was what really got in his head to make his opponent get an extra turn to find first boon to find the Kaguya or to find the feasting to actually cancel the God Art.
Yeah, I to me it's
I think he just tunneled way too hard on trying to get the God Art with Virgil on the chase.
yeah, I think so as well, and I think there's a part of it's just this matter of like if I had stepped in and it feels bad because I stepped in and I said that thing that I had to legally say because we're observing and we have a mate organ it, and then there was the because if he had just then killed and tapped and floated too, great. But it's the fact that because I said something, then that weird.
It was very clearly tapped Virgil, which was
like it always feels weird.
And it's kind of knowledge of the game where it's like I have to tell you this, but it doesn't mean anything.
But I couldn't
player...
say that. But that would also be me telling him I have to tell you this, but also you can take this action. It's that's even worse.
Most players are just like, oh my bad, and then they do it correct. Yeah,
right.
I think I don't think that he didn't think that he couldn't tap Carlina after playing Virgil.
Right.
I think he wanted to wait until he could Satan and didn't realize that Virgil doesn't use the chase to kill the J ruler.
Yeah.
I think he was trying so hard plus Satan, and he just realized he thought he couldn't do it that turn, but he really could. And it's a weird interaction, right? Because killing your J ruler as a cost is pretty unique to Virgil.
Yeah, it's pretty unique to.
That's where I think the disconnect is. I think that's fair.
29 minutes left on rounds.
All right, well, we do have coin for Carlina this time, right?
Yes. Yes. We did not let Hanzo have the coin, which is correct.
It does seem to be better for Carlina.
That seems significantly better for Carlina.
I would agree with that.
Especially if this isn't 6/6 stone. It's not. Return. There's nothing that Kaguya could do with that one stone that bothers you at all. I honestly think there's a world where you call stone with Carlina here, use coin to Judgment Dante, use coin to Judgment Dante, and just go in. Or maybe keep coin so that you have more will for later. But I do think that you just flip Virgil here. Or you just flip Dante, go for Virgil. Well, we are gonna keep the coin. Or we are gonna ditch the coin to be able to keep the stone. I don't hate that. It gives you the most flexibility, right? It's a 5-color resource versus only a 3.
Sure, yeah. No, okay. I'm on board.
But Virgil's gonna get to resolve, it gets to put pressure in. I honestly don't hate the idea of just immediately Dante God-arting, because at this point in time, Dante's God-art isn't going to help you at all, so you might as well gain an extra grand.
I think I lied. I actually don't think I like the coin here. Because we hit a black stone, right?
Well, it becomes a 5-color stone.
Oh, okay. So we have a
5-color stone, yeah. Because we have the Astral Dante. We have a 5-color.
I thought it was Erythropia, but you're absolutely correct. Definitely gives us the option to have Gary on here, which is a real thing.
Yeah, I mean the coin would too, but either way.
But Gary for the cancel specifically.
Gary,
because Carlina
still gets us
sure.
there. It's a matter of do you want the stone and you don't mind losing coin, or do you think you're going to need the coin later? That's what it comes down to.
He doesn't use a stone. I'm a little upset, but I mean.
Yeah, well, it is certainly a second Virgil in that hand. Second Virgil in that hand. Call stone, 6-age stone. Okay.
I have a Hanzo, so the 6-age looks great.
The problem is it's not safe because of the Virgil.
Yeah, but we have the monster now, which is cool. Oh, you're saying the Hanzo isn't safe because the Hanzo just dies, right?
Wrong card. Ordering. Oh, Kage. Now it's safe. Because now, unless he wants to burn a God Art. And the problem is, if it Vigarians this, then the it's even more safe. So if Vigari's the Kage enters the Game of Gods, then we still get to just go to Hanzo.
Available, yeah. I would like to just see. He already got out of Dante, right, to gain 10?
I don't think so.
Yeah. So he still has Dante to potentially just shoot the Hanzo on the chase, which would be quite nice.
You can just God Art and don't have. Well, he will have at this point in time, because we have the moon. We will have the one will.
He actually did reveal the feasting accidentally.
Yeah. So, question here is, what is the X value called from? He has to declare his X value now. Jordan and I have walked through this a lot. Jordan knows he has to put X value on the chase right now.
Too.
Why are we Garyaning?
That doesn't work.
Hold on. Pause timer and ask.
He's using black to try and kill the Hanzo, but it's not a resonator.
Hold on.
He's
one
got it.
second.
Jordan.
Oh, they've got it under control. You guys, okay, got it. Cool. Just making sure. Thanks.
Yep. But he can just Goddard the Hanzo. It's so crazy that he would even try to Gary on it when he just has Dante or Virgil on board, right?
Oh, he's not even. Yeah.
So I'm gonna try.
Get 2 moons, recover 2 stones.
Let's go. I mean, I was gonna say maybe he's playing around Feasting with but he's
So
not,
like,
right?
so like, if he declares, so the thing is, if he declares an X value of 1, then you can't go for the Hanzo. Then you can't go for the Goddard play, right?
Yeah.
Because then we'll still make a moon, get one moon, recover a stone. But like the problem is Jordan has to put an X value on the chase. But because Jordan put the X value of the chase of 2, you're safe to try to kill it.
Right, but then we didn't go for it, and he wasn't punished. I'm a little so
Still,
he calls
yeah.
you if it has to Feasting in response to Goddard try to ping the Hanzo, then he no longer gets to actually pay for Hanzo, right? He doesn't get the
Right,
moons
he
anymore.
doesn't get the moons, which is why like X value of 1 is the safer play.
That Toby just doesn't want to kill it with Virgil, and because we're not using that 1 mana, using the coin instead is really not good here because we're 1 mana behind where we would be.
Yeah, for sure.
Like the 3rd mistake this game so far for Toby, unfortunately. I think he is a little bit tilted. From the comms last game, he was pretty upset to see the 3rd Feasting off of the 1st boon
Fair.
for Jordan. I think
That's
he
fair.
kind of flustered a little. And it's still affecting him this game because, yeah, that was just another straight misplay, not killing the Hanzo on the chase with the Virgil, especially when his opponent called 2. Because if he calls 1, then I can see, like, okay, I'm
Yeah,
not
you
going to
don't
bother
do
with it.
Yeah, you don't worry about it. He's gonna get a moon and recover a stone regardless. I'll save the will. I'll save the Goddard for later.
Yep. But because he called 2, go for the punish. And then you're also tapping your opponent out, which is pretty cool.
So we hit a 6 Sage Stone. We're gonna do the same thing we did before.
I'm kind of not this. Maybe I'm digging it because I don't want to see a Garyon I don't want to see a hard cast Garyon. So like stopping Carlina from untapping it's like the only way you can cancel a Garyon, right?
Or
Because
also
if you
makes him use or make him use the Gary, right? Like,
just like use the Gary. So you're paying 1 mana to produce 2 mana effectively.
yeah. Not that we could do to stop the Gary unless we have second thing.
Could just be if we have second Garyon, we can just hardcast it here.
True.
That's pretty okay. Stops a lot of Kaguya's cards.
There is second feast. Oh goodness. Stopping the Garyan.
I think we have second Gary.
We have casting of Welser to put the Gary back in your hand, but then you just
Again.
cast.
Yep.
You have to
Yeah,
tap
we're
a
just gonna
stone.
cast.
You have to tap a stone to do that, though, right?
Tap stone for feasting?
For the 3rd feast thing, right?
That's fine.
Yeah, he still has to do it. I just need him to take the action.
Yep.
Jordan, how did you pay for the 3rd feast thing? You had
No, it's only he didn't replay it. He didn't replay it.
Yeah, it's why is it back up? Oh, hold on 1 second. I'm pausing the timer. I just want to make sure we know what's going on in the field. So pause here real quick. I'm going to turn you up so I can hear you both. Thank you very much. I just want to make sure I have the sequence of events correctly. Okay, I can hear both of you. Thank you very much. So
Okay.
the 6 Sage Stone trigger happened.
Yep.
And then you floated Will with Carlina in response.
Yes.
what-
Floating 2 green.
Floating 2 green. And then we saw tap of a moon to play a feasting, correct?
Yes.
Cool.
Canceling the 6 Sage
Sage Stone
trigger.
trigger. And then in response to that, we saw tap of the 6 Sage to cast Garyan, correct?
Yes. Yes.
And then in response to that, we saw moon for second feasting.
Yes.
Okay. And then
After the Garyan.
after the Garyan?
That does it hit Garyan? Or am I?
If you declared after the Garyan, then that's what happened. I'm not.
Yeah. I declared after Garyan.
Garyon goes in the chase.
So the Garyan,
I'll remember this one later.
Okay, so the Garyan has resolved. Can we go ahead and at that point in time remove the feasting that got canceled by Garyan? Are you saying that the Garyan resolved, or in response to the Garyan cast? Sorry.
This cancels the ability of Garion.
So
Right?
you were sorry when you say after, you mean in response to the Garion?
Oh
Okay,
yeah,
great,
in
great, great.
response to So
cool.
Garion attempts to cancel first feasting, feasting cancel Garion.
Okay, and then in response to that, we used the 2 floating beams from
Welser.
Toby to Welser,
Yes.
right? And then that went back. So then Welser was targeting what?
The feasting canceling
The
Garion.
feasting canceling Garion. That went back into your hand, correct? Let the
So we haven't resolved this yet.
Oh, so the Welser hasn't resolved, and that's where we're at.
Welser's
Okay, you had picked it up and then put it back down, so I was confused. Okay, cool.
Sorry.
You guys are good. Time. I'm gonna mute you guys, and then I'll say you can continue. Your time has been paused during this time, so we are still trying to respond to the Welser. Thank you.
Jeremy, you're so cool when you're in judge mode.
Time
Yeah.
on round has resumed. Okay,
I did have the volume on, so I kind of knew what was going on there. But yeah, it's good, good to
though,
clarify.
so, like,
yeah. I was trying to explain to you before you pause the game. He's just gonna try and cancel it though, instead of he
Gale of
should
the
just
Moon,
let it
the
resolve. But sure,
This
is
it
gonna
also generates
beat
him
the
a
next
moon.
carry on.
It also generates him a moon.
This is gonna beat if Toby has another Garyon, trying to play feasting the third time would get Garyoned. So this specifically is gonna be a 2-mana card. So there's no response that could possibly come out of Toby. So I actually do like this a lot.
Yeah.
It's gonna tap us out, but now our opponent only has 1 mana, and it's
Yeah.
gonna be Virgil, Goddard, Whiteboard, carry on.
Yeah.
If we just casually have third feasting, I guess we win the game. But
yeah, for sure. If we
I imagine our board's getting wiped here.
probably.
And I don't even think it's so weird because like I feel like we're so far ahead, but like
It's fragile.
we're not because we still only have 2 cards in hand. So when this Hanzo dies, it gets dicey.
Yeah,
but if we find another Hanzo, we're fine. I don't know.
Bring in for 10.
He has to go Goddard, Bane trigger.
Burn the board for.
He's gonna Goddard. Yep.
Did he Goddard?
Yeah, he did.
Okay, cool. So that'll be gain 16.
Looks that way. We can float a mana if we want to. Gains 12.
Well, it's 16 because it'll hit phase 2.
16,
and
right?
hits and hits the Hanzo, so the Hanzo's also dead.
Yeah. His Bane. Yeah, he was.
Yeah.
Jordan just a little bit confused about how Bane works. Yeah.
Yeah, he's just looking it up. As soon as damage is dealt by the thing, it's dead. Okay.
Yeah, he's just looking up the ruling for Bane real quick.
Sure. Pause the timer. I can step in.
Sure, yeah, go ahead.
Jordan, what's your question, buddy?
Okay, so so Bane with
the Bane,
the trigger.
So Bane Bane is an ability that triggers when the creature with Bane deals damage to an entity. And it creates a trigger where at the end of the trigger, once it resolves, the thing that has been dealt damage by Bane will die.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cool.
Great.
I'm gonna tell Patrick you fixed it.
Yeah.
Hey Patrick, we already got the ruling. We're good. Yeah, he got it. Thanks.
Yep. Cool. And then the 10 goes in. We go down to 16 and then gain another 10. So we're up to 71 to 16. Like, there's a world with, there's a world where with all this much will, despite all that life, we do just go Hanzo into Kaguya enters the game of gods.
Yeah, the concern here is that Kaguya is not maintaining cards.
Yeah,
we are fighting over will a lot instead of fighting over actual cards, which
for sure.
It can be hard to fight over cards against Carlina because of her own god art, but you could, if you had double feasting there, I almost like the line of where you go cancel the Carlina god art, cancel the Garyon.
I almost think you let the Welser go back into your hands.
So yeah, I think he was trying to play around a second Garyon there by playing the 2-mana cancel instead.
Well, no, I think the second cancel is fine, but I think the thing that you target with the second mana cancel is
right.
is the spell that you're trying to cancel.
You let the Welser resolve.
You let the Welser resolve, so you have the feasting back. You get the moon off of and then as soon as he tries to ping the board, you feasting that.
Yeah, I like that too.
That is an ordered Lumia.
Make a moon draw card.
That is
okay, sure.
Not gonna heal him, unfortunately, because we're on our turn.
So we're just trying to draw a card here. It's going to be a blocker, and that's fine. It's probably going to just die to another God Art kind of play, but we're just trying to cycle some cards.
Oof, Ragstone.
Don't like that. Only one will available, and our life total is not looking hot. This could just be lethal.
Yeah, for sure. It could just be untapped lethal.
Yeah.
Because we only
I
need
feel like
we only
yeah,
need 4
I
pings.
kind of get what Jordan's doing with these Feast things, is trying to pinch the mana so he can find his own time to find lethal. But because these Virgils are sticking, you really can't just keep Hanzo alive. And again, because in game 1 where he didn't swing for lethal with the Hanzo with all the moons, I'm not sure he's aware that's an interaction that he has, and he's kind of only fishing for Game of Gods.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, that's one of the reasons why I think.
Kaguya,
Yeah, in that sequence
Yeah.
of again, that's why I said like letting the Welser bounce the feasting back to your hand to then
It's
say
fine.
to say like, okay, cool, I'll cancel the thing, like I'll go forward ahead in the chase, because that's the thing. It hasn't come up a ton in our formats for a long time, not since like Severing wins.
Yeah.
To be perfectly honest, but like anything that's on the chase can be targeted for a cancel. Your cancel doesn't have to
Absolutely, yeah.
target the immediate first next thing. So the Gale
is-
the Gale of the Moon could have targeted an earlier card to cancel it, which then means
Right.
the Welser resolves. The feasting wasn't needed, so the Welser's fine.
So
gets you
the
back in.
problem, Jeremy, is that the Gale of the Moon, it can only target spells, right?
Correct.
And the only other things that were being targeted were abilities. It was the 6 Sage on tap and the Garyon. So Welser was the only thing that could be targeted by Sage of the Moon or Gale of the Moon.
Oh, I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
yeah.
I'm sorry.
Because Carlina can only play 1 card per turn, so it's the only card he can actually cancel, right?
So we're swinging in with the Virgil.
Taking
blocked.
10, going to
We
6.
blocked with the. I'm
Block with Lumia, sure.
Blocked with Lumia,
I mean,
right?
Goddard kill you seems like a play. We've got 20 damage just from mana, right?
Yeah, for sure.
How many feat things you got?
I'm just gonna wait for the scoop up, because at this point in time, I
Yeah.
don't think he has. There's also
I can't
another
imagine.
10.
Because he's at 16 and because there's 5 will available, like you can't beat that, right?
Yeah, correct.
The only thing you can do is
Yeah, game 3. Okay, great.
cancel 1. Yeah,
Game 3, which is
Like, if
unfortunately
Jordan's-
there's
Go ahead.
Jordan gets to take the draw here, which is a huge advantage
yeah,
to him.
it's huge.
But the other thing that's interesting here is the fact that like we're in a sudden death situation. I'm gonna tell them they have 16 minutes left in the round. Hey guys,
Sure,
we have
sure.
just under 17 minutes left on the round. Just a heads up, just so they know kind of what time on round is. To be
Yeah.
able to, because it matters, because Virgil has drained.
Yes, it does. Yeah. And yeah, I think the way that Jordan's kind of playing this makes sense if he like has the win condition available, but he's like just making his opponent tap out and then not doing anything
Not
with
punishing.
what he has.
Yeah, for sure.
And he's only got like 2 cards in hand. And if you're just like slowing your opponent down into I gas out before you, that's not really a good game plan.
Yeah.
So I think he just needs to be a little bit more liberal about letting things that don't matter resolve. And I think
I
these
agree.
6 Sage Stone triggers, while they're scary, if you've got W Kaguya, your opponent's not resolving a card. Like let them
float will.
untap stuff and then save your feasting for the stuff that matters,
Right.
in my opinion.
I mean, double feasting could be used to like cancel the Gary, cancel the Carlina Goddard. To
Yeah,
the
that's
Gary,
kind of what I was
right?
thinking. Like
kind
if
of
that's
line,
what you're worried about.
Like if
Yeah.
we're worried about Carlina's Godsart to make something uncancelable. There's even almost
Especially
there's even almost a world where you like let the Carlina's Godsart resolve, and you're just like, cool. Well, in response, I'll retarget the Gary.
Yeah, exactly. He even had the Sage of the Moon or the Gale of the Moon. I don't remember the name of the card. The counter spell. So like let Carlina untap, let Carlina play a card. I don't think there was any way he was dying strictly to Virgil there. Maybe
Yeah.
I'm wrong.
I think going out.
Maybe he was actually. Hold
I
up.
I think going against the 6 Sage Stone triggers has kind of backfired here a little bit.
Yeah, he might have just been dead actually. So that might have been the correct. So Virgil had already hit once, right? So he was at 30, and then Carlina was going to 6 mana. So let's swing with Virgil for 20, pay 6 times with Carlina for lethal. So like then it does make sense because he's just dead on board actually. And like yeah, you could just use feasting to stop the final 2 Kaguya pings to not get lethaled. But it's better to like fight over the mana production. So that situation, I do agree with it. But I think he is over fighting for it, especially on turn 1. So, or like on 1 stone rather. But yeah, I think last game it was incorrect, but this game I did like it. It just looked a little weird. But I wasn't. I just forgot he was already at 3,000 life. But yeah, he just needs to have a way to remove Virgil. Like I don't know if he has flashing smiles or what his options are. Honestly, flashing smile hasn't looked great because his cards in hand just he runs out so fast.
Yeah,
so.
for sure. Yep. Or you're using the Brad cards, which unfortunately are 1-drops. So then you open yourself up to Garyon plays.
This is looking like, having seen this game twice now, it looks pretty Carlina Dante favored just because Virgil seems very difficult for Kagi to interact with.
For sure.
But going second gets a little bit better.
Does get a little
like
better.
here, I would not like to interact with the 6 If we have Kaguya, I'd rather just let it go.
Yeah, I agree.
I want to cancel the Virgil.
Right. Let him. Well, we're doing it
No,
anyway.
this is we did it game 1 and I didn't like it, and we're doing it again and I still don't like it.
Yep.
Because now if Toby does it correctly this time, he says, pay 1, recover Carlina,
Well, no,
tap Carlina.
Carlina Coldstone. Carlina Coldstone. We're in the same void.
Sorry, no, he pays 1 to cancel the feasting.
And then
Then he recovers the Carlina.
and then
Taps,
gets...
Carlina produces black. You flip Virgil, you got our Dante, you kill the feasting, so that feasting doesn't get to flip down and call a stone next turn.
That's true.
That's what we didn't do last time. That's what I'd like to see this time, and that's why I don't like Jordan going for this line again.
Yeah, for sure.
And why I didn't like it last time either.
The question is, the problem becomes again, does Toby see it?
Yeah, he didn't see it last time, but he did lose game 1, so he's kind of thinking about it a bit more quickly this time. I won't pay the 1. We're not paying 1 mana to get 2 mana. It's very interesting. I can't think of why you wouldn't do that. I really can't.
Yeah, I think this is, I mean, there's a world, is there a world where, there's not a world where you just don't flip the Dante. You just still have to flip the Dante.
Your opponent's tapped out. I don't. Currently, Toby's asking about where the boost comes from. He was asking about Hanzo boost.
Oh, the pump? The pump comes from Gale of the Moon. Or sorry, the pump comes from the...
Pump comes from Kaguya. He's kind of explaining exactly where the pump comes from.
Yeah.
He's gonna flip. This is so weird. Why would you... I mean, why would you not pay 1 to untap Carlina to produce 2 mana instead of letting it resolve and then only having 1 mana?
Yeah,
it just doesn't make any sense to me.
I honestly think... Are we... Just taking
attacking
10?
for 10?
Are we just taking the 10? Like, so that we can have feasting, swing 6, unorder, have to,
Yeah, this is the dream play for Kaguya, is that you get to coin out feasting in response to something your opponent does, and then you get to flip Hanzo, you get to flip feasting back then, you get to draw a card, you get to order Hanzo. There's no interaction your opponent could possibly have. You get all these moons. The problem is that he has to answer this Virgil, and there could just be second Virgil, which is why I think that he should just be canceling the Virgil, because I mean, I guess he can't cancel the Virgil, right? Because
the 6/8 one would recover Carlina.
Yeah.
The 6/8 one would recover.
It's just so brutal, and it's a freaking one, yeah.
Yeah.
Like, I guess this way is working because Toby's misplaying into it and tapping himself out when he absolutely doesn't have to. Like, he could just kill the feasting, but he's not. But
actually see the swing. There's the swing for 6.
Swing for 5. It's 1 moon.
All right, you're right. 5.
All good.
An order gets to draw us another card.
Yep.
It's the same thing. If there's a Kage enters, if there is a or it shall be, you cast it here to grab feasting.
Doesn't have Hanzo.
Doesn't have Hanzo, which means we're representing second feasting.
I think Toby wins this now.
Unfortunately, at this before recovery.
Is there a 1 mana green card?
Toby just drew a card, correct?
Yeah, it's his opponent's turn. He passed. Yep, definitely Toby's turn. He might be playing Fairy Tale. Search for Tails. I don't know.
I feel like you would have done that.
Yeah,
during
just
your
a lack
turn.
of. Yeah.
if you had War, it should be.
You would do it during your turn, right? Preventing the damage from Virgil. Okay.
I don't hate that.
Yeah.
You can order it. Get another moon. I don't hate that. I don't hate the idea of.
I think I do. So you're blanking the Virgil, so you might not expect this to die.
Yeah, you want to be able to. That's fair.
Yeah, and you do want to do this before untap. Jordan did say his hand feels a little bit awkward, so it was fine. But if there's second Virgil here, it's gonna suck. It's going to suck a lot, and I think that there's nothing that Kagi can do to not just die on turn 3, unfortunately. So yeah, there's just no.
So
I don't know how the second beats Virgil.
My concern here is, we don't have a way to out the Virgil. We're gonna see second Virgil come in.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm expecting, and that's
We're just going straight to stand with the Virgil on the chase.
No way. Yeah, we could do that.
We could. It would lose our own Virgil. I don't like it.
No, we can get our own Virgil. We can if we have second
No,
Virgil, we can get it.
Yeah, we lose the one Virgil, but it's the Virgil that can't swing this turn anyway.
Yeah, it doesn't deal damage.
Anyway. Yeah.
I don't think Kaguya is able to play the game with 0 cards into a Virgil. It already can't deal with 5 cards. So how do you deal with Virgil with 0 cards?
Yeah, I agree. I think that at that point in time, unfortunately, probably game. The stand line is pretty backbreaking.
Yeah, I think this green witch was correct because he just couldn't afford to take that much damage, but it does unfortunately green light this.
We have a Fallen Angel of Black Series being revealed.
We have floating black mana.
From what?
We hit 6 H-stones, so we tapped Carlina before.
Okay.
I think we used the 2 stones to Judgment Carlina, so we still have floating black.
So we called stone with Dante floated. Okay, got it. Cool.
So we still have 1 floating mana.
Are we looking for a Virgil? Did we commit to this without having a Virgil to cast?
I have.
Okay, good. We still have the Virgil, right? And then
It's still so he definitely. I guess this time because he can Satan on the chase is what he's doing.
Yeah.
And that's what he was looking for. Yeah.
Yeah. Again.
Goddard Satan's gonna get there.
Goddard Satan
gonna
gets rid of both. Oh, he might be. You know what? To be perfectly honest, he might be. Did he?
No, he didn't. He didn't Black Witch before Virgil. He's not trying to draw an extra card here.
Oh, I would have thought you would have tried to draw an extra card.
Everything. He actually might not have had the Virgil.
That's true. Everything's out of Jordan's hand. It's all gone. Yep.
Yeah, 100% gone.
Flashing Smile. Oof, man, that hand is not great.
This is game 10 ways from Sunday, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Ever beat this?
At this point in time, with the Virgil getting to swing in, yeah. And you've used a Goddard this turn, so you also gain 10.
Yeah.
Go back up to 45.
Yep. Good game.
That's gonna be extend hands. That should be
seems exceptionally Carlina favored. Okay. What do we got?
There's nothing we can do to answer a Virgil that can just ping whatever we cast.
Yeah.
So that'll be the stand token swinging in.
Seems correct to me. 1 card in a dream. What options? Like, I don't think Kaguya has any options for like 1 green to answer Virgil, right? Like the card just doesn't exist.
Other than Pharesia pitch a card. Other than have Pharesia pitch. Just float double black and swing, right?
Yeah, you don't even call stone. Swing for 40? Got it.
There it is. Okay, that's game.
Yeah.
Thank you guys
First
so much.
win.
Go ahead and report. And thanks for having the games.
Yeah, a bit of an awkward game 1 from Toby with that step in, just kind of flustering him a bit, but he really pulled it back for games 2 and 3. So
yeah, for sure. I think he did a good job there.
Watch these games and kind of like pick up on like what he needed to do earlier on in the games 1 and 3. So
yeah, for sure. I mean, if I was Toby, I'd certainly be rewatching that match.
Definitely.
For top 8 tomorrow, just to like see the lines and kind of like learn a little bit of the shortcomings. That'll be locking in Toby for top 8. Very cool games today. Will be interesting to see. We see a lot of different rulers. We didn't get to see Toby use the artillerist, but against Kage, I don't think we're using the artillerist. So I got a few games going.
Wait, are you playing artillerist and Magma Demon in Dante Carlina? I thought that was Asmodeus Carlina you were talking about.
I thought he was playing Asmodeus, but he might still be playing it in Carlina Dante.
No way you play artillerist in Dante Carlina. You can't get Vanquit Demon. No, there's no way. I don't believe you. I refuse.
He's gonna put his top 8. He's gonna post the top 8 list, and you're gonna see it's in there.
Awesome. Well, those are some pretty great games we had today. A lot of different interesting decks. I think Violet kind of came out as the front runner because, like we said, last week was the mid-range meta, and I think this week everything is getting faster, and they're trying to go under.
Yes.
And the mid-range decks that are trying to beat other mid-range decks are slowing themselves down, and it's going to bite them. So we've got at least a Dante Carlina on top.
At least a Dante Carlina in top 8. We have at least
a Violet. 2 Violets because
there was at least one. Well,
there went 4-1.
There was a Violet who was undefeated in last round. So yeah, that locked in a Violet. It'll be interesting to see the spread of like the go fast versus the not go fast. Right? It could be a very.
I think Welser's go fast as much as I.
Yeah, the question is, let me look and see if Steven won his. Well, we got to see if Steven won his last round. He was 3-1, so if he lost his last round, that'll rock him out. Let's go check. Steven Holsheiser is still. You did win at 636 versus Brendan Hill, but that was playing against. That was our last round.
Yep. So
Steven
still waiting.
Holshizer, we are still waiting. What table was he at? He's not in any tables.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, he's not in a table, but he hasn't been reported. So what's 721? He got 2-0'd
Wait,
versus Ryan Camacho. 721.
721.
To 1. I'm losing my mind.
Wait, 721. Steven Holshizer wins.
Yeah,
2-0
the 0-2
against Ryan Kamat. Yeah, that one. Yeah, but so Welser's in top 8. Welser's
Well, sir.
at that point. At least one Violet. Carlina, Dante.
XO, Kyron's 4-1.
Kyron is also 4-1. Kyron's on Violet. So.
Yep. And then the Dante Carlina from Toby. So. Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
So
Roderick's our third Violet. Looks like Roderick won.
Roderick was the XO, so I thought he was the second Violet.
Sorry, my bad. David Smith might be our X1 Dante.
David Smith on Dante?
Because he beat Cole Souders, and I think Cole was playing Violet. Why I didn't grab it.
That'd be interesting.
Let me check the pairings here. Round 5 pairings. Not standings. I want standings. I want pairing.
On the bubble, see if they won. Check it. Paul Martinson won 2-0. Was he in the standings contention? I'm sure that's Faith Mooch.
Paul Martinson was 13th going into
the X1. I assume that means no.
He was at 17. He was at 7 points, so he was 201 going into the round.
201. Yeah, that wouldn't.
No, yeah, 2 1 and 1. Yeah, so he's out.
Maybe an 8th place bubble, but unlikely.
Yeah. See, I'm double checking.
Start naming names that were at the top, and I'll see if I can get out there.
David Smith.
Smith won. Yep, that's the Dante, right?
Yes. Where was he at?
Cole
maybe that wasn't right. He only has 3 points last round.
Oh, maybe not.
Let me look at this. Who was our potential?
David Hansen, that was our X1.
That was our David. Any order deck still in top 8. We had the option of
looking for George. That was my list. Oh, Kyron beat George, so Kyron gets top cut over Molest.
Over Molest 0 doesn't get there.
If George didn't sign into Dante that time, then
yeah, for sure.
Campos looking for his results. Alberto Campos at 6:30. What time does this round start? It was past 7 o'clock, right?
Unfortunately, David Smith was our Dante. So unfortunately, he had a what happened there with the points. Then I guess he just ran. We have 2 David Smiths.
Okay, Sam Culmer and Jordan Williams. Jordan Williams was
we just played
on stream. Yeah, Toby wins 2-1. Kind of weird, but yeah. And then Sam, where's Sam at?
Sam Culmer is also at 9.
Yeah, but hasn't reported yet. He's playing Alberto Campos, so they're playing for the other slot.
Yes.
Okay.
Interesting. Brendan Hill at 6 and go to 9, so he's out.
It's only the 9 points that we're looking at for sure. The top 3 are guaranteed, and then it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, I don't think any X11s are squeaking. Paul Martinson would be that X11 if any make it, but I think he's locked out.
Yeah, I agree.
Unless Travis wins the pair down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, if Travis Tran actually wins, he knocks somebody out of top contention and puts Paul Martinson in top cut at 8th seed.
Interesting.
So that Travis has to win.
Travis just won against William.
So then I think that's actually Paul Martinson in 8th place if I did my math right here.
Interesting.
The top 3 all make it, and then there's oh wait, there's another pair down, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. No, it's just a pair up. So yeah, there's four people are X1. 4 matches right now are X1s versus other X1s.
Yeah, Sam just beat Albertos.
So Sam Culmer's top 8. So top 8, I can name all the players. I don't know what decks we've got on.
Yeah.
I'm pretty confident I can name all the players based on this. But it should be William Miller, Travis Chan, Roderick Sykes. Was David Hansen? Did he win?
David Hansen.
Wait. Okay, I've lied to you. Because
Roderick
Roderick's
beat
like
Roderick
Travis.
beat David.
Wait, who did Travis play?
Travis played against William Miller.
Oh, okay. So Roderick got the pair down, but
Roderick got
Roderick's
it down.
so that's still Paul Martinson an 8th seed. Okay.
The next one of these will be in April for Wanderer.
So Sam, yep, Sam makes top cut. Okay. I'm just gonna write these down actually. You know what? Make it really easy for myself.
Yeah. We're still waiting. So we've
I think the
waiting
top
on
8's
the
locked.
report of table 9. Nope,
I think we have everyone.
we're waiting on a couple of games, but I don't think it's games that matter. So
Yeah,
I don't know. Yeah, we're just waiting on just trying to get the announcement of top cut. We have to wait on 2 games, I think, at this point. Chris Coronel and Room 4.
Okay, I think top 8 is going to be William Miller, Travis Tran, Roderick Sykes, Toby Gaffney, Kyron Lucas, Stephen Holsheiser, Samuel Colmore, and then Paul Martinson. That's not in order. The only thing I know for sure is that Paul Martin's going to be 8th seed.
The only thing you know for
but
sure is that Paul Martinson's going to be 8th seed.
he's the only X1 one.
Toby, go back and watch. I see you in the chat. Hey, buddy, go back and watch the games. Apologies for any top 8's decided. Last 2 games don't matter. Great. Charlie, give me the message in the things. Sorry for my stepping in to maintain that legal game state in game 1 if that flustered you. I had to take that. I wasn't trying to do anything. I know you know that, but also just letting you know.
You had to keep the game.
I had to keep the game state legal. So like
You shot yourself a little bit, so but yeah. You still clutched it out in game 2 and 3, so good job there.
Yeah, good job for sure. Give me my top 8 standing. Charlie.
Richard Robinson, did he win? Does that matter? I think Paul Martinson is better. Oh, he just played Richard Robinson, so yeah, that's locked. Okay, Paul Martinson should be 8th seed. And then if who's 1st seed, we can figure that out too. Should just be William or Travis, right?
Probably Travis,
and then
because he won.
Travis
won. Yeah, Travis Tran will be 1st seed.
Travis Tran 1st seed versus Paul Martinson 8th seed.
And then William Miller will be 3rd with Roderick Sykes 2nd.
I believe so. Yeah.
That'll be your top 3. So it'll be Travis, Roderick.
I believe the bottom of the barrel or the bottom of top 8 should be Sam in 7th and like Kyron in 6th or Steven in 6th.
Is Welser going to be 4th or 5th?
Yeah, there's a lot of like weird middle bracket stuff. It depends on like not just opponents' match. If opponents' match win percentage stays the same, which like they should because all these players are winning, it should be fine. But some people are like beating people or like losing and then still making top 8, so that might affect some things, which gets weird. So
yeah, for sure. But hey, kudos, Toby. You've been working for a top 8 for quite some time, and
absolutely.
Good job, buddy.
Congrats.
Good to see Travis Tran back into his way into a top 8.
Yep.
We've seen Alberto and Kyron and Sam and Paul enough. So I'm happy for you guys, but
yeah,
not as happy for you. I will say though, Roderick Sykes and Sam Comer. Congrats to you guys as well.
Absolutely.
Love to see other content makers getting their way into the top cuts. I can't beat. Good to see other. Give me my breakdown. Okay, here we go. 1st seed, we have Travis Tran. 2nd seed is Roderick Sykes. 3rd seed will be William Miller. 4th seed will be Sam Colmer. 5th seed will be Kyron Lucas. 6th seed is Steven Holsheiser. 7th seed is Toby Gaffney. And then 8th seed is Paul Martin.
All right, we called it.
So Travis is on. I'm gonna ask what. Sorry.
Definitely. Cool stuff.
It's like a 50-50 split of tag versus non-tag. Looks like.
Balanced as all things should be. So this is actually it's balanced tag versus tag. So it's 2 violet. So it's 2 order, 2. Oh no, it's only 1 order deck then, right?
There's no order decks in.
No order in the top 8. Wow. So it's 4 tag and then like 2 violet or 2 violet and
might be 3 violet.
There's no Dante here. It might be 3 violet.
I don't know what Paul's on. I'm assuming probably.
Right?
I mean, he's playing that deck for forever.
Like for literally over a year.
Heath Mooge on Travis, Violet from Roderick, Carlina Asmodeus from Will. Don't know what's Kyron is obviously Violet.
Dante, Carlina,
Welser, Carlina Dante, and potentially a Heath Mooge. So it might only be 3.
Sam on.
If Sam's also on Violet, then it's 3 Violet, a Welser, and 4 tag. Carlina Asmodeus. Carlina Asmodeus times 2, and then or Carlina Asmodeus, Carlina Dante, and then 2.
And then
Yeah, with that.
Order. That's actually I feel like honestly, I feel like watching the order decks, they just don't seem to deal with Virgil very well at all.
Virgil's the big problem.
That is a problem.
For sure. In Wanderer, I think they do better because again they don't have to deal with Carlina's extra will.
Exactly, yeah.
But
that felt like we saw a lot of 6-8 stones with Virgil that just couldn't be kept up with.
Yeah, for sure. But that is going to be it for us for today. We'll be back tomorrow. Probably just me. I think Ryan's busy, so we'll see if we can get another co-commentator. But Ryan, thank you so much for being with us today. It was a ton of fun to be able to talk about these games. We will see you all here tomorrow at 1 p.m. for top 8. And until next time, this is GMO73 and Ryan Miles saying, Glass
dismissed.